Fitness, I'm back in my routine and feeling better than ever. Planet Fitness offers a variety of high-quality, brand-name cardio and strength equipment. And get this, a membership will only cost you $15 a month. That's right, $15 a month. So visit planetfitness.ca today or pop into a gym near you and get back into your routine at Planet Fitness.
You're listening to the TSN Radio Network. You ready? The Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It's the 111th Grey Cup pregame show.
We are live from beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia. This is the 111th Grey Cup broadcast from BC Place across the TSN Radio Network. I'm Aaron Karolnik, joined by the coach, Mike Benavides, Derek Taylor, the voice of the Bombers on CJOB. Dustin Nielsen will have the call in less than 40 minutes. Gentlemen, 6 weeks into the season, nobody could have fathomed that this would be the Grey Cup matchup. The Bombers were in disarray. The Argos were without Chad Kelly. They're without Chad Kelly again tonight. Nick Arbuckle stepping in. Coach, Arbuckle in for Kelly. What would you be looking for from Arbuckle as far as replacing Kelly and trying to do maybe some of the things that Chad really excelled at?
I think Nick's is extremely intelligent. I was around him in Ottawa. Very, very intelligent. He's going to make the right decision, make the right throws. He's going to know where it needs to go. He knows he can't make a big mistake. He just needs to manage it and maybe find an explosive here or there because he's got an explosive receiver core. So he's going to manage the game, if you will, but he's going to find a few big plays that he has up his sleeve.
DT, one thing that I found so interesting is how the betting public looks at tonight's game. Toronto is a huge underdog in this game, more than a touchdown dog, and this is a season series that has seen Toronto win both of those games against Winnipeg. You were at both those games, you called both those games on CJOB. What can you tell us about them, and how do you think that factors in how tonight plays out?
Winnipeg scored 25 points in those two games combined. One was early season, one was very late in the season. Both were plagued by turnovers. In the first one, you could say, okay, they fumbled the ball 4 times. They lose 3 of them. They don't convert a 3rd and 1 late in the game that keeps them from winning the game. They were riddled with injuries at the time. They are dramatically different. They just don't turn the ball over in that game. They win it by 15 points minimum. The second one, turnovers again. And, oh, by the way, 7 sacks from this vicious Toronto front really did them in. If they control those 2 things, this game is a walk.
Yeah.
But stop Jake Serezna is something that's driven coaches nuts in this league.
12 sacks in total in the 2 games for Toronto against Winnipeg. We've seen so far in this playoff run for both sides, the Argonauts have not been very proficient at slowing opposing pass games, and that's putting it mildly. Ottawa nearly 500 passing yards against the Argos in the East semifinal. We saw Montreal put up a ton of passing yards. Coach, you're the defensive guru in this conversation. How do you approach it from that perspective? The Argos' inability to stop the pass of late against Zach Collaros, a bunch of potent weapons for the Bombers.
It's a tendency that it's going to be really hard to change on a game like today, but what they have to do is make sure that Mr. Number 89 doesn't get involved vertically. They got to take him out of the way. And then anything horizontal, they got to be good tacklers, and they're a good tackling team. But the stats don't lie. They have not been great at that, and Zach has been hot. Zach's never had an explosive playoff game. I think it might happen today, but in order for Toronto to have success, they got to take away what that man can do.
301 and 4 touchdowns last week in the Western Final against Sask. You mentioned number 89, Kenny Lawler, 44 yards a catch and 3 touchdowns.
Huge.
Absurd. Toronto's going to know exactly where he is. Oh, Benji Franklin, he's in your area. Get on 89 and don't leave him.
Toronto, a CFL worst, 36 allowed completions of 30 yards or longer.
Yeah.
No one was worse. The big play has been a big problem for the Argos. Derek, do you see this as a Collaros game, a Brady Oliveira game? Buck Pierce, he's got a tough task in that. He's got a number of good ways to attack the Toronto defense. Where do you think he starts?
Yeah, honestly, I think he starts by getting Brady out of the game. And I'm not the biggest stop-the-run guy, but Brady Oliveira has killed teams with the run and the pass this season. So, honestly, I would want to test Collaros. It seems crazy based on last week. Collaros averages 202 yards in Grey Cup games. He has more interceptions than touchdowns in his Grey Cup history. I kind of want to know what happens when Zach RPOs that first play, trying to isolate Robbie Smith or whoever, and throws it into the little hole to Kevin Sklercius. Let's just pull one out of the air. Yeah. How does that go for him? But I I don't know if you can contain Zach if Buck Pierce has the right plan.
Well, Coach, that's why I think this game is so interesting, because Winnipeg, we know that they can do a number of things offensively. The Argonauts may be a little bit more limited in their scope. And we think the Argonauts' run game will play a major factor. 3 backs active, not only Carey, Deontay McMahon, Daniel Adebaboye. They might have to utilize that aspect.
Yes, and they will. People forget. Statistically, they ran the ball better than the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Yes, praise Brady. But when you look at the 3 guys that they got a great opportunity to run the ball. And if Winnipeg wants to, as I see it, take away the passing game, be a little light up front, I think there'll be opportunities for them to try and do that. The other thing to do that is, if you don't run the ball, you can't shorten the game. And I do not want Zach on the field. I want to be on the field as an offense if I'm the Argos and shorten the game and take those explosive guys off the field.
I was on the field with Paul LaPolice, humble brag there, before the game, and I was talking to Lapo about how he would approach this. And what he said to me I thought was really interesting and almost counterintuitive for the Argos and their perspective offensively. I think everybody thinks they're going to be very conservative. Little dink and dunk passes, run the ball a lot. What if you just went completely the other way and let Arbuckle fling it down the field, try to use those guys like Mackay Polk and DeMonte Coxey, those big play receivers. And I wonder if that could catch the Bombers off guard early, Derek.
The one thing to watch, they're going to try to get DeMonte Coxey on Terrell Bonds.
Yeah.
Terrell Bonds is legit 5'9". DeMonte Coxey is legit 6'3", with those 2 catches in last week's game. They're going to try it. I've been here in BC Place when they tried it to Jamal Parker and Dietrich Nichols, and these Bomber defensive backs fight. And not only do they fight, last week there were 9 of them on the field at the same time. So they know what Mackay Polk can do, right? If the one thing to watch, can they get Mackay Polk isolated on Brandon Alexander? Because BC did that with Alexander Hollins, that 3rd guy to the field, and it slaughtered the Bombers in that game. Can Dinwiddie figure out Polk on Alexander would be something to watch for me.
We talked pregame, Coach, about the Argos skill players, the receivers versus Winnipeg. Who do you think has the edge in that matchup?
For me, I look at the Argo group, and the Argo group as a collection is sensational. Now, they got Lawler on the other side, and they got Dembski, and they got some young guys. And obviously, they've lost some guys to injury. But when I look at that group in the Argos, man, I'll take that Polk kid as a rookie. Sensational. Coxey has been in a situation where he can make the big plays, did last week before the end of the half, is going with confidence. So when I look at the group that they have as a receiver core, and Daniels has been around, he's a veteran guy, he knows what this game's all about. So when I look at those 3 guys, I like the collection of receivers if they could get the ball to them. But the biggest issue for me is, that's what the Winnipeg Blue Bombers do best.
Yep.
They can defend the pass. And I said this earlier on to DT the other day during Grey Cup week. If I'm Winnipeg, I'm playing max pass. You're not getting an explosive play, and you're not going to get one of those plays that Lapo was talking about.
3 defensive ends up front. Tony Jones can roam him around, check and release with the back. 8 or 9 drop. Good luck. I feel like Toronto is going to try to get after Evan Holm. And it's going to go badly. Evan Holm, number 31 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, suffocated the Riders last week.
Really
Rider
did.
receivers couldn't
all year
get open.
long, really.
How Kean Schaefer-Baker had 12 catches with dudes draped all over him is a real testament to him. The Bombers, sub 60% completion against, lowest passer rating against, despite the fact they generate the least quarterback pressure, let's say.
The word dynasty has been tossed around a lot this week, and rightfully so. If Winnipeg was to win tonight, that would be their 3rd Grey Cup in 5 years. I'm sure you've been asked this question countless times, Derek. Let's say Toronto wins, and the Bombers lose to a Nick Arbuckle-led Argonauts team as more than a touchdown favorite. Does that quash the idea that Winnipeg over these last 5 years is dynasty, or are they already there?
It would still be alive in the hypothetical you present, because the Bombers are hosting next year.
Yep.
3-6, let's go. Only the Elks of 77 to 82 went to 6 in a row. If they lose, if you're 2-5 in Grey Cups, a lot of people are going to be saying a lot of bad things about you, despite the fact those are awesome seasons.
Incredible seasons, and Zach Collaros has had so many great seasons in Winnipeg, and you mentioned it early, Derek. I mean, the Grey Cup resume is not exactly sparkling as far as his performance. What is it you attribute that to, Coach?
I think it's just like good teams that they played against.
Yeah.
They played good teams, and then I think, like anything else, they start to take away your tendencies, to take away your key recipients, and sometimes there have been some receivers that'll let them down. So, but the totality of it, the game is so big. The game is so important, and he cares so much about the game. I'm not sure it doesn't get tight to him sometimes, but he really he found the key last week to just let it fly.
Some of that has to be attributed to Andrew Harris in 19 and 21.
Yep.
Andrew Harris was the engine of the Bombers, right? So if the run game is going, why would you ever throw the football, right? You're not going to turn it over in the run game.
That game against Hamilton, total physical domination, and why not? And that's where he caught some balls too in terms of Andrew. 5
straight Grey Cups for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Argos were here 2 years ago where they beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, that incredible 24-23 game. The Sirius XM kickoff show is currently ongoing. If you're wondering what the sound is in the background, we're up here in the radio booth. I'm Aaron Karolnik with the coach, Mike Benavides, Derek Taylor from CJOB in Winnipeg. Dustin Nielsen has the call of the Grey Cup across the TSN Radio Network in about 30 minutes. X Factors. People always want to go beyond the Caleros, the Arbuckle, the Kadeem Carey types. Is there someone maybe a little bit lower in the lineup on the offensive or defensive side for either team, Derek, that you think their name might be very prominent come post-game?
There are a couple on defense that I think of. One would be Taiwan Garbett, number 9 defensive end opposite Willie Jefferson. The Bombers this season have transitioned to a team that when second and long comes around, it's rush 3, drop 8, and the 9th guy will do one or the other. If Willie's going to get pressure, in that first matchup, Willie beat Dijon Allen into the dirt. It was so rough. He schooled everybody, so Willie can get his against a 5-man block. If Taiwan Garbett can set the edge, if Taiwan Garbett can somehow collapse it, get Arbuckle off his spot, that would be massive for the Bombers. We know Willie is going to bring it, first team all CFL for, the umpteenth straight time. If Taiwan Garbett can provide a presence off the edge, a la a Jackson Jeffcoat in years past, even for one game, that would be massive in my mind.
Coach, anyone come to mind for you?
I'm going to go biased, and I'm going to go in the special team game. I think the Argos have a big advantage there, but you look at what they're doing with Garrett Grant. But not only that, they're not going to go with 1 returners. They're going to go with 2 returners back there just because of what Winnipeg does. And a guy like McMahon could be a factor in it and how they approach it technically as a running back on the roster. So I think there's going to be a soldier on special teams, whether it's Caesar, where there's somebody on special teams, Hallett, that always finds a way to make a play in a big game. I think some of those guys are going to play a huge factor. They always do. We remember the last time these two teams played. Hey, I think the Argos blocked a couple of field goals or something like that. I kind of remember that.
No one remembers what happened in that game at all. In that instance, Tyrell Ford to me becomes very important. He's got the speed to catch guys horizontally. Mario Alford a couple times this season thought he could run away from Tyrell Ford. Nope. Ford kind of giggled and just took him down, right? Janarian is unbelievable, but Ford setting the edge on those cover teams would be very valuable in that circumstance.
Yeah, and back to one of our earlier conversations about paths to victory, right? For the Argonauts in those 2 games that they were triumphant against Winnipeg this year, you need some wacky stuff to go your way for the Argos because, frankly, they are outmatched at the quarterback position. When you're deficient in that respect, was something both sides would acknowledge. Zach Caleros is a future Hall of Famer. Nick Arbuckle, who knows, may never start another game again in the CFL after tonight. And that's where you need to find those inefficiencies. And for the Argos, I think it's on special teams, coach, with Janarian Grant, Yonan McMahon, and also their defense, which has been very adept at creating really advantageous opportunities for the offense or turning the ball over and scoring. We saw Benji Franklin last week. From your perspective, special teams, defense, do you think that's the key for the Argos tonight in finding a way to win?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a team game, and if they find ways to make plays, and they let my boy Jake Serezna loose, or Holly or someone inside, or Robbie Smith, the defense has got to make some plays in order to get that happening. And on teams, you need a play. We always talk about being the difference. It doesn't always have to be a touchdown. It could be a field position play. It could be a timely return where they can get a field goal at the end of half, something that gives them an edge. So if they're going to have any chance at all, they have to have dominant performances on those 2 phases, or it's going to be a tough day.
The one thing Mike said about 10 minutes ago was shot plays to Mackay. That was one of my absolute keys to the game. Nick Arbuckle, we've seen it since he took over in that brief spell in 19 for Bowley by Mitchell in Calgary. He's close to the line of scrimmage, 8 yards average depth of target. Chad Kelly is more like 12.5. Controlled, so we're running little stick routes, wide receiver screens, stuff like that. Tyrell Bonds a couple times this season has bitten on the double move. He had one in Sask against Keyshawn Johnson, I believe it was. DeMonte Coxie, stutter go, Fingers crossed that he gets some help because they can be gotten.
And that's a great point because the way Winnipeg plays is a very much a match kind of situation. They drive routes, they see routes. It's what's called match coverage. And if you could get someone to bite, and that double moves is a beater for that kind of scheme.
Yeah.
And if they could do that, and like you said, even get a one-on-one maybe on their free safety, Alexander, then you got a chance.
I would jump ball Mackay poke all game long if it's one-on-one, like Fajardo does with Austin Mack, with DeMonte Coxey one-on-one.
But as defensive coaches, we always say this: two out of three good things happen. You either get a big catch or you get a PI. And how did they ice the game last week? PI.
Well, I think back to the Argos' performance against Ottawa a couple weeks ago. They were incredibly dynamic with those big plays. Chad Kelly at the time, I know he's not in tonight, but they threw the ball infrequently, but they had big gain after big gain. They may need some tonight if they want to triumph in the 111th Grey Cup here from Vancouver. Kickoff in 25 minutes. Derek Taylor, Mike Benavides, Aaron Karolnik. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup across the TSN Radio Network.
How do we make precision tires? We get to know the people who use them. We travel with them. Take every pothole, patch of black ice, and surprise the
Not sure what to get the young people on your list? The latest phone, sneakers, video games? Get the one thing they need now more than ever. Give their feelings a place to go. When you donate to Kids Help Phone, you're giving the young people in your life and across the country access to free 24/7 judgment-free support. Because at the end of the day, it's their thoughts that count. Donate at kidshelpphone.ca. And together, we can give their feelings a place to go.
Enrolling in Rasmussen was a really big turning point in my life. When you go to school online, you're not in a classroom. But I never really felt like I was disconnected from my professors. In addition to the professors, there was tutoring, there was student support, there was the help desk. So in every single aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50-plus online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Full-time all-wheel drive keeps drivers soaring through the wild. During the migrating season, Subaru's hunger for adventure grows exponentially, driving the intrigued radio listeners to fall for Subaru at their local Subaru dealerships, experiencing an adventure of their own. So migrate to your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
From the executive producer of The West Wing and Shameless, don't miss a new episode of the thrilling action drama.
Go, go, go!
Rescue High.
For me, shoppers, you should totally go. Exclusions apply.
Formula One lives on TSN with every race all season long. And with TSN Plus, go that extra mile with onboard cameras, pit lane channel, and more. Boy, is it good here. F1 lives on TSN and TSN Plus.
After decades of shaky hands caused by debilitating tremors, Sunnybrook was the only hospital in Canada who could provide Andy something special. 3 neurosurgeons, 2 scientists, 1 movement disorders coordinator, 58 answered questions, 2 focused ultrasound procedures, 1 specially developed helmet, thousands of high-intensity focused ultrasound waves, 0 incisions, and that very same day, 2 steady hands. From
What's up, CFL fans? How we doing? We got Mary here. She does not want to be here. All right, bye, Mary. All right, thanks for being here. Please hit that like button down below. Take a second, exit out of the chat. Hit that thumbs up, and let's get more football fans here in the chat for the Grey Cup to cheer on your team, and hopefully it's the Argos. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup. As well, please share this link. That helps bring more fans. As soon as YouTube gets external views coming in from links, they send it out more and they like it. So they send more people here to hang out with us. So get on it, hit that like, share this link out, and we'll see you back in there. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup, baby.
Back from BC Place. This is the 111th Grey Cup pregame show across the TSN Radio Network. Aaron Karolnik, Mike Benavides, Derek Taylor with you until 6:40 or so, where Dustin Nielsen and Coach Benny will have the call. A lot of celebrities here. The Jonas Brothers, Mike Benavides, Prince Harry. Star-studded affair at BC Place, DT.
Amar Doman.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I started coming here when I was the voice of the Riders in 2019, and it wasn't the same. Back from the pandemic, when Amar Doman took over, the feeling around, the visibility of the Lions changed so dramatically. And you walked around, we've all walked around this Grey Cup festival. This is an incredible atmosphere. What Amar is doing with the BC Lions, to get the Jonas Brothers.
No kidding.
Whether you like the Jonas Brothers or not, to get them to do the halftime of your Grey Cup, the Vancouver organizing committee needs to get a real big round of applause for that.
You see it firsthand here, Coach.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's done an unbelievable job because I've been here for 21 years in previous ownership, and now you look at the Grey Cup festivities, and there are kids, 6,000 kids coming on school trips wearing their jerseys and stuff like that and throwing footballs, and they're right at the age that we're hoping become CFL fans because we love this league, but we got to get some young fans in, and he's done a fabulous job, and the committee does deserve a huge round of applause because it's been phenomenal.
So back to tonight's game. Again, the Argonauts and the Bombers. The Grey Cup kicks off in just under 20 minutes. The big story heading into the week was the absence of Chad Kelly. He breaks his tibia, of course, done for the season. He's not here tonight. He's watching the game back in Toronto. And steps in Nick Arbuckle. We know what Nick Arbuckle is. He's been around the league. He's been on a number of teams. He is essentially a career backup, but he's been thrust into this position tonight, Derek, where it's a legacy game, and he has an opportunity to have the game of his life and win the Grey Cup.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from Arbuckle and how the Argonauts decide to utilize him?
Coach said it about 15 minutes ago, don't turn it over. I think if Arbuckle's going into the game, if you're in a controlled passing game that I fully expect he is, with the occasional shot play, you're trying to save the ball. 10 plays. If you got to go 11 plays, hold the defensive hold down. Turn those, maybe be a little more aggressive on third down. Maybe that's a bugaboo for me. But get some touchdowns and do not turn the ball over, hoping your defense can control things. The one thing I'm super curious to watch, and Mike, you could probably speak to this really well, Chad Kelly, for whatever you think of Chad Kelly, on the field, he's so good, but he's also a run threat and a scramble run threat and get out of the pocket threat. Arbuckle to me, his athleticism is fine, but he's not a scramble run threat like Chad Kelly. So to me, that's a thing that comes out of the Toronto offense, that Winnipeg, when they're using their backer, they're the best against quarterback scrambles, the fewest yards per scramble against them. Tony Jones doesn't have to worry about that, to me, near as much tonight, and that's a weight off because Kelly can punish you with that stuff.
I absolutely agree. I mean, there is no run throw with Nick. There isn't. So that's kind of okay because you're playing to the strength of Winnipeg if you're trying to scramble because they don't give that up. So he doesn't need to do that. He just needs to make sure he manages the game. But I do know this from Coach Dinwiddie, and he's done a fabulous job with his win record, and I love his play calling. I've played against him, know what he's got. He's going to find ways to manufacture a shot or two because he knows, too, we got to get some big plays, and we do have some receivers to make that happen. So I think, it's like someone said earlier on, do you kind of throw caution to the wind and throw it up? We're underdogs anyways. Let's go ahead and throw it up. And I think there'll be some shots that come from him that people won't expect, manufactured by the play calling. But he is not a run threat. He's not that guy. But what a story it would be if that backup could go ahead after having 25 starts underneath his belt and go find a way to win the Grey Cup. Would be a heck of a story. It's going to be a challenge, but I think that obviously the run game's not there, but I do expect some shots.
Well, it's funny because we know back in 2007, this situation arose where Kevin Glenn gets injured in the West Final. In steps Ryan Dinwiddie, and did not go well for him that night. But I do wonder, Coach, in your perspective, what type of impact the experience that Dinwiddie's already gone through this himself, being thrust into the opportunity in spite of it not working out the way he liked, how does that help not only the coach but also the quarterback?
I think it's huge. I mean, he's had 25 starts. He's bounced around. He's gone through his up and downs. He was going to be a starter in Ottawa, so I think the journey's going to help him have some confidence here. But the biggest thing for me is what his head coach said last week in front of the whole world. I believe in you. You could get this done. You could find a way to get it done. And a lot of times the quarterback's about giving the rest of the team hope. The rest of the team's got to believe in you. And there's enough guys on that other side, in the Argos side, that are saying, you know what, I know we could do it. We've seen him do it, and there's actually belief. We won games with this guy. It's not like a backup that has just a handful of snaps. So I think that the team's going to believe in him, but that comes from the coach believing in him and his journey and his just character and his makeup. He is very, very intelligent. That's going to bode well.
Well, Nick Arbuckle, it was 5 years ago, but Nick Arbuckle has done it before. Week 4 in Calgary in 2019, he comes in for Bo Levi Mitchell in Saskatchewan, and I left the stadium that day going, this guy's the future of the league. And that was a coach getting him through that. What we've come to learn is, okay, Nick maybe needs to be kind of pulled a little bit through it, maybe told what to do a little bit. But, I mean, you talk about Dinwiddie's scheme. Dinwiddie is very good at what he does. So if he can coach Nick through it, hey, if you see this, do this. Nick has seen all the film. His problem is necessarily translating it onto the field, getting out of his brain and putting it on the field. Dinwiddie is, to me, he's a coach I think could pull it out of Nick Arbuckle and get it onto the field tonight.
Nick's biggest strength has been his biggest weakness. He is so damn smart. He knows what's supposed to be. It should have been this way or should have been that way, and he's preconceived sometimes what needs to be there. So his biggest strength has been his weakness. But I think through this journey and with Ryan Collin plays for him, just minimize it, like clear it up. Like, I played this position. I know what you're going through. Just do this. Just do this. And I think he's going to be just fine. It's interesting to see what happens today.
That's the coach, Mike Matavides. Derek Taylor from CJOB in Winnipeg. I'm Aaron Korolnik ahead of the 111th Grey Cup game. We are about 15 minutes away from kickoff. DT, you are inundated in Bomber every single day. You're the voice of the team. You do the coaches show with Mike O'Shea. 5th straight Grey Cup. What are you expecting from the coaching practices for O'Shea and his group?
Yeah. They're so ready for this. It's crazy. They know how to handle this week. There are zero surprises about this week. They have a quarterback who they trust absolutely. Oh, his stats are down? Okay. He's sub 500. He's sub 1-to-1 touchdown to interception for a lot of the season. We have full confidence in this guy. He's absolutely tearing it up since Labor Day. Let's go, Zach. They have zero qualms. They know their quarterback is the leader. They know they have multiple leaders on defense. Willie Jefferson, I mean, with what they're asking him to do, might be the best defensive player in the league, depending on what your choice is. They've been able to get super value out of street free agents and raw rookies like Terrell Bonds and, I've lost his name, 33, the linebacker.
It's okay.
You've done a great job.
Yes.
Nailed it.
Go check out Dusty's play call sheet there. He must have it in there.
I forgot the name of a bomber.
Yeah, let's hear. Here we go. The suspense.
Tony Jones for crying out loud.
Jones.
TJ.
We talked about TJ.
Tony Jones is awesome.
That's what I call him.
A street free agent from Edmonton, replaced by Nick Anderson, who was the Rookie of the Year. The Bombers like, yes, please. And he is a force filling in for Kyrie Wilson and Adam Bighill this season. Jordan Younger, it can't be said. This is one thing. We're so enamored of the defense in Winnipeg because the offense has been lacking in a lot of games. The defense on a points per game basis is not as good as it was last year, but it's still number 1 in the league. It's just good in a different way.
What changed for Winnipeg? The terrible start, and then things just started to look normal again. What is it do you credit that happening to?
They started 0-4. They went 2-6 after the loss at Toronto. What I thought at the time and what I'm sure of now is it was bad luck in turnovers and it was bad luck in injuries. Nick Dembski in Toronto fumbled. 4 fumbles this season for Nick Dembski to that point. He had 1 in the previous 2 seasons combined. Wow. The Jameer Thurman punch out in Week 7 was an unbelievable play. The one in Week 8 he was kicking himself for. Bad luck, to me, was such a big factor. Young receivers not being in the right spot was such a big factor. Kenny Lawler missed 8 games. Dalton Schoen's missed virtually the entire season. After Labor Day, that 3-game span, they went plus 12 in turnover differential in 3 games.
That'll do it.
That matters, eh?
You think they won all 3 games? Yeah, they absolutely did. So honestly, they're probably they're getting the benefit of good luck now, and not just neutral luck, but they're probably getting the benefit of good luck, and that's why they win 10 out of 11.
So the players are on the field here at BC Place. The Argos, the white jerseys, the blue helmets, the blue trim, Bombers. Some good-looking jerseys out there on the field.
I'm not an all-white guy.
I am a big fan of the Argos jerseys, big fan of the Bombers jerseys. My personal opinion, the 2 best jerseys in the CFL going toe-to-toe tonight.
You know what's really good, though? Those off those off gray road jerseys of the BC Lions. Those are nice.
The fog.
The fog. Is it fog? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, the fog. Yeah.
Those are solid jerseys. I know a lot of people may not like them. I'm in love with them. Anything but those Sask Obsidian ones where you can't tell what player is what.
Or the metal gray for the BC Lions.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. But blue and gold, top to bottom,
awesome.
Great.
There are a couple beautiful jerseys ahead of a beautiful game. The 111th Grey Cup live from BC Place. We'll be back on the other side. Make our official predictions for the game. Grey Cup MVP included. Karolnik, Benavides, Taylor. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup across the TSN Radio Network.
Our weekends are wall-to-wall kids hockey.
Needs a good sporting goods store.
We start early.
And a breakfast drive-thru.
It's a commitment for sure.
A financial advisor.
CTV's St. Dennis Medical is the mockumentary series that will have you in stitches.
Get out there and heal some people!
Get into television's next great comedy. Get into a new episode of St. Dennis Medical, Tuesday at 8 Eastern and Pacific on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
This is the sound of an exciting Black Friday sale. And this is the sound of an exciting Black Friday sale at Sleep Country. Black Friday just isn't the same at Sleep Country, except for the best deals on the best brands. Get hot prices on headboards starting at only $249. Enjoy a free gift with a minimum purchase. And right now, save the tax on everything for a limited time only. Don't miss out. The Black Friday event is on now at Sleep Country. Restrictions apply.
The Waffle Fest.
Football fans, CFL fans from all over the world, thank you for hanging out with us. Please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let's see how many places we've reached during this Grey Cup broadcast here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we do every single Argos game live all year long. Let us know your city and province in the chat. Put out that Canada flag emoji for our country as well. If you're in the United States, put your flag out there. And all over the world, we want to see lots of different emojis and countries out there. And thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in the chat. And let's go Argos. And good luck to your team if you're cheering on the Blue Bombers. Winnipeg fans are awesome, but not today. The Argos are going to get that cup. Let's go Argos. We'll see you back in there.
Columbia across the TSN Radio Network, Aaron Karolnik, Derek Taylor, and Mike Benavides, who will have the call alongside Dustin Nielsen in a matter of moments. The coin toss about to go down. Any bets on the coin toss, DT?
Tails never fails.
Tails never fails. We'll see in just a moment. The national anthem coming up, and then the big game. The big game, the 111th Grey Cup, and we've all been fortunate to be at a number of these. It never gets old.
Coach, you take the win in the fourth.
Beautiful thing.
Say again?
You take the win in the fourth?
The fur, just the fur.
Yeah.
Just the fur. Just the fur.
You're right, it never fails. We've had amazing Grey Cup. 21, 2, 3, unbelievable. 2019 was a blow-up, was a massive upset, right?
Exactly. And I think 2017, and you talked about the conditions or lack thereof. We're, of course, in a dome stadium. 2017, the Argos were big underdogs to Calgary. Bo Levi Mitchell and that Calgary Stampeders team were humming offensively and defensively. And sometimes the elements can be the great equalizer.
Yeah.
I think that is a disadvantage for the Argos tonight. If they're playing anywhere else but BC Place, it adds that element of unpredictability with the weather and those conditions. Being in the dome, I think, really helps out the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, TT.
I'm not a numbers guy, but if they can get a 100-yard touchdown on both offense and defense,
right.
I think the Argos can take this like they did in 2017.
Yeah.
But, people have said, well, who gets the advantage from this? I don't know that there is one. Both kickers are great. BC Place is a decent place to kick. It's not the easiest. It's not the worst. Both teams get a fast track, so deep shots and hard in-breakers. Running backs, both these running backs are pretty equatable in my mind. Like, the conditions, I love it, the thought, Mike, that two teams can compete at top strength under optimal conditions, and just let's see who's best.
Amen to that. How many times have we seen a Grey Cup? Especially, I remember a couple in Edmonton that it made the game terrible. It took away all 2018. It takes away all the athleticism. It takes everything away, and you can't get your best athletes to perform the best. This right here, clean slate, fast track, everything you want. People talk about the kicking game because we're at sea level. Sometimes the kicking isn't as easy as people think, but at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's great to see. Love this place full. It's going to be awesome.
Tails never fails indeed. Good call, DC.
Was it? Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Minus 104.
That's 1 for 1 with your predictions. Let's have you make another one. Give us the score tonight. Who wins and what does it look like?
Let's see. I would take the points in the under because I think 23-16 for the Bombers. I think the Bombers get a couple touchdowns, but they're conservative on 3rd and 2s, and they're going to kick Sergio Castillo field goals. He set the record for 60-plus yard field goals in a career this year and for 50-plus yard field goals in a season. 23-16. I don't know how Toronto finds it a touchdown, but it's closer than I'm comfortable with it being as the voice of the Bombers.
The updated odds on FanDuel, the Argos are 7.5-point underdogs in this game. This is a line that opened at 7.5, was bet all the way to 10.5 in favor of Winnipeg, and has come crashing back down to the original number. You're a defensive guy, Benny.
Yep, absolutely.
Do you see this being a low-scoring game tonight?
I think it's going to be a heck of a battle. I don't think there's going to be extreme fireworks. I don't think we hit the over. I do think that the Argos cover, but I still am going to go with the experience of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I think it's going to look something like 24-18, something like that. And I just think the experience on that side, I mean, you talk about their offensive line, and that's big for me in games like this. You look at Stanley Bryant, he almost has as many games played, as many seasons played as the entire offensive line of the Argonauts, and that's a huge thing for me in a game like this. The offensive lineman experience, protection, noise, things like that, and so I'm going with the Bombers. And the MVP, you were going to ask me that?
Yeah, let's go Grey Cup MVP.
I'm going to go quarterback. I think Zach has a tremendous day, and if a quarterback plays decent in these games, they get the MVP, so that's kind of what I look at. Yeah.
You say Enoch Muwamba back in 22, Devere Posey back in 2017 were Grey Cup MVPs. Do you have an MVP pick, DT?
I would want to say Zach Collaros, but at 23, Terry Wilson might actually vulture 2 touchdowns.
Terry Wilson. That's a niche pick.
But let's go with Zach. I think 301 and 4 touchdowns last week. He can carry it forward. If he throws for 2 scores in a win, Zach Collaros.
So we have the national anthem here in a matter of moments, and we'll get to that in just a second. But it's really interesting. I was down on the field before the game, and I was talking to a couple guys with the Argos, and they were stunned to find out they were underdogs the way they are. They're like, how many points are we? That's insane. We're going to win this game. Just watch. Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the Argos tonight in what would qualify as a very big upset, generally speaking, but the Grey Cups have lent themselves to very, very wacky occurrences over the years. Montreal was a big underdog last year. Think back to 2017, 2016, where Ottawa is a 10.5-point underdog, facing Bo Levi Mitchell and that 15-2 Calgary Stampeders teams. There's something about the Grey Cup that you never really know where it's going to go.
Winnipeg was a massive dog to the 15-win Hamilton team, right?
Yep.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, so strange things happen. We haven't had a normal Grey Cup to results since 18, but that was the wacky icy field in Edmonton, but Calgary was what they were. It's crazy things happen, and we've talked about it. Turnovers always make all the difference. If Dembski fumbles one, if Brady fumbles one in the red zone, the 7.5-point favorite goes away quick.
Kickoff, moments away. Bombers, Toronto. We're going to take a quick break. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides will have the call. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup across the TSN Radio Network.
The Waffle Festival is underway at Cora Breakfast and Lunch.
I'll have the peanut caramel waffle, please.
But with 5 new sweet and savory dishes to choose from.
My name is Carlos Salas. Before enrolling in Rasmussen University, I was a salesperson for 22 years. If you are like me with a lot of previous experience in a different field, what I can tell you is that it can be done. I have 0 nursing experience prior to this, and here we are, 4 months from graduating.
Rasmussen University, nursing programs from pre-licensure to doctoral, online and on campus. Programs vary by campus. Learn more at rasmussen.edu/Florida.
Television's #1 new hero.
I just want to help in any way I can.
Is Colter Shaw.
We have a job for you.
Yeah, but it's a weird one.
Never stopped me before.
Justin Hartley stars in Tracker. New episode. Monday, 7/9 Central on CTV.
especially at night. So I raise the temp at 10 p.m. because she gets chilly when she sleeps. Maya loves using less energy, and I love Maya. We're basically better.
What's up, insiders? I just had to take a second here to do a big shout out to DAGR Cards. David Grass, you the man, bro. Thank you for inspiring me to do these Argos games back in the preseason when we're like, hey, should we do the Argos games? Let's see if we can do it. And I appreciate the work that you've been doing with SickKids Hospital there in Ottawa and that house there as well with the Vets House and the Riders. Man, great work. Keep it up. And I just had to change the background here as well because this was the last Argos game that I attended at the Sky Dome in person. Been to BMO since, but this was awesome there. Found this picture here. Couldn't find my picture with Pinball. I have it somewhere. But just wanted to say thank you to DAGR for the inspiration on getting these Argos games going here on TSI, man. Thank you for keeping me going. And let's get back to the football. Go, Argos, go. Let's go get that Grey Cup.
And moisture. No more dribble dramas. Keep control with Tena Men. Discreet protection designed for men. And hey, if I can run with it, you've got nothing to sweat.
Jim, sweetie, it's me, Dawn, on the radio. Please don't get me earrings again this year. I have a jewelry box full of them. I love them, but all I really want is a gift certificate to Thermea Spa Village. And who knows? If you get a gift certificate for 2, I might even make you my +1. Okay, love ya.
This holiday season, give your loved ones what they really want. Give the gift of Thermea. Visit thermea.com/whitby to purchase a gift certificate. Take good care.
Enter the amazing universe of 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil, an acrobatic retelling of a classic tale, a forever-lasting experience for your kids and the kid in you. 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil in Toronto, playing at Meridian Hall, December 12th through January 3rd. Tickets on sale now at cirquedusoleil.com. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup, the Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the TSN Radio Network.
We are moments away from kickoff here at BC Place in Vancouver, British Columbia, the 111th Grey Cup across the TSN Radio Network. Dustin Nielsen and Mike Benavides will have the call. The relevant storylines you need to know. Maybe you're driving around in your car. You don't know that Chad Kelly broke his tibia last week. Nick Arbuckle starting for the Toronto Argonauts. Meanwhile, Benny on the other side, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers looking to make some serious history, winning their 3rd Grey Cup in 5 years with a win tonight. What would that signify to you?
Well, I mean, just the fact that they've been here 5 in a row is unbelievable to me. I've been in the league 25 years. I haven't seen it happen. It's so hard to get there, and it's so competitive, and there's so many ups and downs and the diversity you have to overcome to get here. If they're able to pull it off, 3 out of 5 is just momentous. It's just huge, and I think they've done an amazing job just to get here, but 3 out of 5, the Dynasty word has been used, and it could be used in that case easily.
It would absolutely be appropriate. 3 in 5 years, unprecedented. As is the broadcasting talent of the man calling this game, Dustin Nielsen. Take it away.
Hey, thank you very much for having me, guys. Good to catch up. We've got everything locked and loaded, and we are ready to roll here for the 111th Grey Cup. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you. Huge shout out to AK for taking us through the pregame festivities as well. And Benny, I have to say, this is exciting, man. I'm really starting to get fired up now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get going. Everybody waiting a whole season for this, 84 games, playoffs, etc. And we're finally here. Both teams are ready to roll and getting their final words before they get out there to line up.
Last 3 Grey Cups, we've seen comebacks of at least 9 points in the 4th quarter. So I don't know if it's a weird question, but how important is the start to this game for both of these teams?
The start is critical. When you look at it, you're nervous. You want to make sure you get some plays off and some plays done. So when you get that done, you want to make sure you get it done. But when you see it, it's one of those things. It's a challenge for sure.
Are you expecting similar results from a game perspective to what we saw in the regular season? 2 low-scoring affairs between these two clubs, 16-14, 14-11, the lowest scoring season series in the league, and it'll be interesting to see if we have something similar today here at BC Place, as the Toronto Argos will be relying on Nick Arbuckle at quarterback. He was part of a win over Winnipeg this season. But are we expecting a low-scoring affair?
No, I think there's going to be some scores, and obviously I think in order for Nick Arbuckle and the Argos to get it done, they're going to have to find some explosive plays with that receiver core that they have with Coxie and Polk that are so good. So I think you're going to see a situation where they're going to obviously try and manage the situation. Nick is smart. He's very intelligent. I've been around him in Ottawa. Very, very intelligent. He's a coach coming up in the future, and he knows to manage the game, not turn it over. Biggest stat in football. If he's able to do that and maybe shorten the game by that, I mean, have some long drives, it's going to help him.
Yeah, look after the football. I mean, it sounds so simple, but let's be honest. If one team turns the ball over significantly more than the other, their chances of winning the game today are not very good. Winnipeg will start with the ball. Lucky Whitehead goes back, gets ready to return it. Johnny Augustine will be back there to help out, as well as BC Place is absolutely packed. Both of these teams have won the Grey Cups in this building in the past. Toronto has won their last 7 trips to the Grey Cup. I believe their last loss in this game, you have to go back to the late 80s against, at the time, the Edmonton Eskimos. So when the Argos have gotten here, they have managed to finish the job. How much does 2 years ago still linger for both of these teams?
I think it's a factor for Toronto. Coach could go back and look. We were underdogs. Look what we were able to do. And I think for Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they got so much veteran leadership there. That has not gone away. They will remember that, and they're going to use that as part of their journey, as Coach Osage said before the game. And I think it bodes well for them as leaders that, hey, let's not let it happen again.
24-23, the final, and just an all-time classic finish back at Grey Cup 109. We are now at Grey Cup 111, and we are ready to get things started. Thank you very much for joining us here on the TSN Radio Network, and the Argos will kick it from our right to our left, and we are underway. Lucky Whitehead takes it at the 22, back up to the 30, makes one man miss, and eventually tracked down and taken down at about the 36. So that is where we will get our first look at Zach Collaros. Last couple of Grey Cups, his numbers have not been anything to write home about, but 5 consecutive Grey Cup starts. Nobody else has ever done it. What do you expect from him today?
That's unbelievable. I think he's going to have an outstanding game, and I think he had a real strong game last week, and the passing vertical game is really key for him. It's interesting to see what they do in the next 5 to 10 to 15 plays. As an offense, they set up exactly what they want to set the template and see what they do formationally. So we'll see their kind of plan early on here formationally for sure.
That West final last week could make the case the best playoff game of Zach's career. 301 yards, 4 touchdowns, both career highs. They will get started here. An early movement on the far side of that offensive line.
Winnipeg, number 65. The 5
That's the kind of stuff you see early on. There'll be some nerves going on. They have to set in for the few first hits and things like that. So sometimes you'll see those type of things because everybody's a little too excited. They'll settle in and get going.
Toronto's got 15 players in this game with Grey Cup experience. Winnipeg, 18 players with Grey Cup experience, of course, coming to their 5th round. How much do you draw on that, the experience on both sides?
Huge, because you've been through the process. You know what you got in front of you, and you've been through it. You could go through your mind what you need to do.
Collaros fakes the handoff, now dumps it over the top, and that is closed on quickly by Metier. And a short pickup on first down to Ontario Wilson.
Well, you usually see an early play like that where you try and get things going, the easy throw, access to an RPO type of situation horizontally, and Toronto's all over it, adjusting well to the motion.
3 yards on the pickup to Ontario Wilson, making his Grey Cup debut. So it'll be a 2nd and 12 here from the 35 for Collaros. He'll have 3 receivers, now 4, out to his wide side right. Looks over the middle, a little bit of time, deep shot, down the field, Lawler can't get there. Tried a one-hander down inside the 25, but it's just a bit too deep.
They got exactly what they wanted in the sense they were able to split down the middle into a middle post onto a formation, backside isolation, and man, just almost there, almost. Could have been huge.
Bombers try to start things with a bang. Kenny Lawler down the field, got just in behind Metier, but could not get a handle on it, and they'll be forced to kick it away. Jamison Sheen averaging 44.4 yards per punt this season, standing on his own 20. And 2 Argos back, waiting on the return. It'll come to the most dangerous man in the Canadian Football League, Janarian Grant. He's going to bring it back to the 40. Now the 45, 50. Great field position on the initial return of the game from Janarian Grant.
Well, I tell you, as soon as he touched it, all week long they were practicing with 2 returners back. They want to make sure the ball gets touched, and great start to the field side. And when you see this return, you see people set it up to his left. He's running to the wide side, which is his strength. Everybody gets in a good position without penalties, and great field position after the penalty and after the second 12 off the field. Huge.
So Arbuckle, pretty juicy spot to start, almost at midfield already. This ball is on the Toronto 53. 1st and 10, our first look at this Toronto offense without Chad Kelly in this Grey Cup. And they'll start it on the ground, pushing it ahead. Kadeem Carey, short pickup, couple of yards, maybe 3, right up the middle on first down.
Yeah, you were talking about experience earlier on. When you take a look at offensive lines, I always look at season experience in that, and you look at Stanley Brown, he has almost as many years played as the entire Argonaut offensive line, but they're going to make sure that they keep the second and manageable. Right now, you take a look at a situation where, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 7, it's a play that they could get done and make it maybe go 3rd and 1.
Stanley Bryant playing in his 7th Grey Cup, becoming just the 38th player in league history to do such a thing. Here's Arbuckle. He's throwing down the field. He's got a first down inside the 45. And eventually they'll blow it down as he goes to the veteran, Davaris Daniels.
Really nice concept. When you take a look at the Blue Bombers, they're the best against the pass. They rush 3, drop 9. Hard to throw. When you look at Daniels, he saw the soft spot, set it down, and Nick went right to him. Excellent conversion. Really good.
So when they're only going to send 3 and send 9, does that benefit Nick just because of his high IQ?
Absolutely. He's going to know where to throw, and it's going to help him. And you don't want him scrambling because that's not who he is. He should be able to survey.
He'll bring Kadeem Carey back into the backfield here to his left, and they'll give it to it. Kadeem Carey, 1,000-yard rusher, barreling ahead. Great pickup on first down. He's got at least 8 yards and takes it down inside the Winnipeg 35.
Kadeem had an outstanding season, and some people forget that the Argo stats were better, and now they're going speed up.
Toronto's offense this year, first in the league, 28.6 points. Back on the ground again, and that'll be a first down on the ground this year. 121 yards per game they average.
Absolutely.
Second best in the league.
No question, and they were better than the Blue Bombers at the run game, and Kadeem had a great season, and that was great right there because they're in the second and medium situation. They don't want the Blue Bombers to substitute, so they go tempo. Really
so
nice
they move quick,
move quick, get a go ahead and get the play in so they can't sub it or change up, or even maybe get a best call possible.
Does it sound like, to me it looks like a comfortable start for the Argos offense, right?
It's outstanding start. This is what you want. Great return field position, couple conversions, good run game. Yeah.
Deonta McMahon in at running back now to the right of Arbuckle, who wants to throw. In a little bit of trouble. On the run out to his left, there's a flag on the play as he guns it near side. Ungerer broke a tackle, and then Tony Jones is there to wrap him up. But there was a flag as Arbuckle came out of the pocket, and I think it's a hold against Toronto.
Yeah, against Mr. Nicastro. So that went a little long. He went with a double move, and the Blue Bombers did a great job. That's why Nick had to reload, and hence came the hold. But they went with a backside isolation 41 formation. He had the single receiver to his right side, went with the double move, well covered. That's why he had to reload, and the holding call came about.
Winnipeg, dead last in the league with 26 sacks this year. They don't pressure the quarterback near as much as Toronto, that's for sure. Toronto on the other side led the league in sacks, and they've got 5 defensive linemen who have at least 6, which is just ridiculous.
Totally different DNA.
1st and 20. Arbuckle pressured again, hit as he throws, drops it over there near side. It is complete. Found Ungerer. Was that Willie Jefferson in the face of Arbuckle?
Willie J, I mean, God gave him length and speed, and he could be a problem, and he was in his face right away. And as soon as he breaks a line of scrimmage, to throw through him, he's blocking vision, but fortunately the ball was completed. They just got to make sure right now they're in the field position range. Let's make sure we have a good play to get a field goal. I would think that's what they're thinking in their mindset right now.
Just a 3-yard pickup, so it's 2nd down and 17 yards. McMahon in the game and running back. Arbuckle's got 3 receivers out to his wide side right. from the pocket. Dumps it off to McMahon. Made one man miss, now another. He's going to take it down to the 20, still going. 15-10 and eventually forced out of bounds by Evan Holm. But what a play, creating something out of what looked like might not be that much.
And that's Nick Arbuckle right there. The play wasn't there. He went to his check down read. Check down is a good play and great athleticism. What a play by McMahon. And all year long they've had 3 running backs making plays, and he makes a miss. Once he makes Cram D miss, he's out the outside edge. Unger's trying to help. Excellent play, really nicely done by Nick and Mr. McMahon.
Retta Cramdy has been so steady this year on that Winnipeg defense. That's a huge missed tackle early here in the 111th Grey Cup, and the Argos are now knocking on the door. Here's Arbuckle, hands it off to Kadeem Carey, right up the middle, bounced off one tackle, takes it all the way down to the 2-yard line before he is stopped.
They are doing exactly what they want. And here they go again. Second and medium short situation. He's going tempo. Don't want the best play from the Blue Bombers and want to make sure they get it in.
They'll work shotgun from the 2-yard line. Kadeem Carey again, and he stopped, got maybe a yard, but that'll bring up 3rd down. He's frustrated. He thought he was going to be able to push through there, but the tackle was made. Garbutt in there, and it'll be 3rd down. And they're going to go from the 1. Finish what they've started here, eh, Benny?
Yeah, exactly right. You get down there, it's the Grey Cup, your first drive. Why not? Go ahead and take it to them and drive it right down their throat, because it's been a great drive. Excellent progression all the way through to this point.
3rd and goal from the 1. Arbuckle. Shotgun. Kadeem Carey out to his right. They're going to try to draw him offside here. The Bombers waits, will not bite.
The 5-yard penalty. It's still going to be 3rd down.
Good patience by Winnipeg to not jump there.
Exactly right. And the Argonauts do that more than anybody else in the league, so I'm sure they weren't surprised. But they do that a lot of times. And you know what? Sometimes you do get someone offside. It doesn't matter. They back it up. Still a really short field goal. And but that was an outstanding drive. I mean, if you're able to score points, amen to that. And so the drive was successful, especially that conversion. Do
you like this decision better than short yardage quarterback, 3rd and 1, and trying to punch it in?
Hey, you're in the Grey Cup, right? Yeah. You take points, man. Yeah. You take points after that drive, the return, all you want. Yeah, you got to get points on the board right now, and it's a great feel for their offense. I mean, they were successful. They did what they wanted to do. They scored.
Aralahu knocks it home, and the Argos are on the board first. They lead 3-0 midway through the first quarter. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
Joe and Lucy needed a new roof and reached out to Alpine Credits. I flew over to help them.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Store or online today for even more incredible value. Conditions apply. See in store for details.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's.
Hi, can I get Yup, the McValue menu has a lot of delicious options for under $4 each plus tax. So it's okay to take a minute when ordering. The McValue menu. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Welcome back to BC Place. Let's send it down to the sidelines where we have recruited Paul Appelese. Lapo, your thoughts on that first drive for the Argos?
I thought, well, first of all, let's start with the Bombers. You know, the talk of the Bombers is they had critical errors the last time they played, and they start out and put themselves with a penalty and a long yardage situation. That's something they can't do. But I thought big return, bunch of first downs, puts them in position for a field goal for the Argos. So really good by the Argos. And it's very interesting, as Benny was talking about, Coach Benny was talking about that couple of tempo plays by the Argonauts, whether they're going to do that on 1st and 10 or not, but a lot of those on those 2nd and short opportunities. But it's a lot of football to play. The Bombers got to play better on 1st and 10, guys.
Thanks a lot, Lapo. We'll check back in with him in the second quarter as your coverage of the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network continues. Winnipeg gets the ball back again. Polaris down the field, far side. He's got Lawler, and he's inbounds, and a big pickup takes it down inside the Toronto 50.
Yeah, Toronto knows this, but they got to know where Lawler is right now. The last 2 passes have been to him. They're going to isolate him, get the waggle with, give him some space to run the outcut. They better know right away, get that guy doubled up, because right now, 2 throws to him.
Big game in the West Final for Kenny Lawler. In fact, he's been great down the stretch for Winnipeg. Oh, this is coming back now. This was a very late flag. I did not see a flag on the field at all. Or they're going to say incomplete. He didn't get the second foot down.
Oh, the first foot was right about.
First foot was on the line too.
Wow.
So incomplete pass. But what I was saying is Lawler, 177 yards, 3 touchdowns in the West Final. Just killed the Riders.
Massive game. I mean, there was a bust on that, but there's other plays where he's going to win that ball. Playing against that guy, tried to double him. He still made plays against me. So there's a guy there that they got to know where he is right away.
2nd and 10, a passing situation for sure for Kolaris. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Pressured in the pocket, and it's incomplete in the direction of Dembski, but that pressure from Toronto got there.
Even on the first play, he felt the pressure. Right now, he's feeling it. Even though it's only 5-6 plays in, he's feeling the pressure. The pocket is collapsing. The big defensive line, which is the strength of the Argo defense, is really collapsing that pocket, and he's going to feel it because he can't step into it.
Early thoughts on no touches for Brady Oliveira on the first couple.
Well, that kind of tells you that the game plan was to come throw the ball, obviously, right? And if you look at if his foot was slightly in, a huge play. So just a few misses. Same thing with the big ball earlier on.
They started that a little bit last week, throwing it more than we expected against the Riders, and then obviously got Brady Oliveira involved. Here's Janarian Grant on the return. This time they track him down. He's able to get it back to the Toronto 25. But no further. So the Argos with a 3-0 lead. That's where they will have the ball when we return. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
How do you, Subway holiday lover?
I'm dreaming of a turkey sub.
Well, hold on to your chestnuts for Subway's new festive faves meal. A 6-inch turkey sub with cranberry Dijon.
My name is Carlos Salas. Before enrolling in Rasmussen University, I was a salesperson for 22 years. If you are like me with a lot of previous experience in a different field, what I can tell you is that it can be done. I have 0 nursing experience prior to this, and here we are, 4 months from graduating.
Rasmussen University, nursing programs from pre-licensure to doctoral, online and on campus. Programs vary by campus. Learn more at rasmussen.edu/Florida.
It's Black Friday now at Shein. Up to 95% off at your one-stop shop. Stylish clothes, beauty products, holiday decor, and gifts. Stay savvy, shop Shein. Visit ca.shein.com today.
Not sure what to get the young people on your list? The latest phone, sneakers, video games? Get the one thing they need now more than ever. Give their feelings a place to go. When you donate to Kids Help Phone, you're giving the young people in your life and across the country access to free 24/7 judgment-free support. Because at the end of the day, it's their thoughts that count. Donate at kidshelpphone.ca. And together, we can give their feelings a place to go.
11th Grey Cup at BC Place. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you. And the Toronto Argonauts will get the ball back. They drove from the 53-yard line, settled for a 13-yard field goal on their first possession of the ball game. This time they will start on their own 25. I thought a pretty good mix on that first drive. A little bit of Arbuckle, a little bit of Kadeem Carey.
I thought it was excellent. When you take a look at even the tempo plays on the second short yardage where they were able to convert a couple of runs by Kadeem. But the other thing too is just when things broke down, Nick was able to navigate and do go down to his check down, his third, fourth read, and they got the big play. So I think they did an excellent job thus far. Now for a defense, sometimes it also takes a little bit to get your footing underneath you, get a sense for what they're doing, and then change your calls. So it doesn't surprise me when a defense gives up a drive on the first drive, but giving up 3 is a huge benefit to that defense.
Coxie and Mackay Polk not involved on that first drive. He had completions to McMahon. That was the big one on 2nd and long, and then Tavares Daniels and Ungerer also with catches on that first drive, so not yet to unleash Demonte Coxie or Mackay Polk.
The other thing you really mentioned, interesting, I bet you when Bombers get the ball back, you will see Brady, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 drives now where Brady hasn't touched it. There was an RPO on the first one, which was a short kind of run scheme to a slip pass, but the other ones were vertically to Lawler, and so I would think that you'll see run coming.
How much do coaches dictate what you're going to do based on the strengths of the other team? Like the Argos allow 85 yards per game on the ground, second best in the league. So how much?
Sometimes too much.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we think too much, and just do what you do best, and don't worry about that sometimes. But absolutely, you look at the matchups, and if you're not crazy about the matchup, you're going to go to something else. And who wouldn't take Lawler against anybody, anytime, right? And so the game of football is about people, about matchup, and about players and not plays. But as it goes through, I would suspect that they settle down and they get Brady going.
Kenny Lawler just played 10 games this year, 662 yards, 4 touchdowns. He'll watch from the sideline now as Arbuckle gets ready to roll. 3 receivers out to his wide side right. Kadeem Carey in the game at running back. Our Bombers had 3 on the line. They'll hand it off. And Kadeem Carey takes it ahead, pickup of about 5, and they'll take that all day on first down.
Absolutely. You make it second and medium, 4-5, and more manageable against that outstanding secondary and defense against the pass. And if they're going to go 3-man rush, right now you're fine. Your playbook's wide open. You could go RPO, you could go run, play again, and go on 3rd and 1, or you could get, if you get the look you want, you could convert and go vertically. So the entire playbook's open here. I hate playing 2nd and 4 as a defense coordinator. Just hate it.
Kadeem Carey checks out. McMahon is in, and Arbuckle will move him to the wideout on his left. He's going to throw to his right, and that one almost broken up. It's right at the first down marker. Evan Holm is in there trying to take it away from Mackay Polk.
One of the things that this secondary does better than anybody else in the league is just how quick you convert it. They're on top of you real quick. They play a lot of read coverages or match coverages where they read routes, and they do such a great job of getting so many PBUs without getting PIs. They do a great job of that, and almost on that one.
And it was a first down, so they'll move the sticks. First catch of the Grey Cup for the rookie, sensational rookie, Mackay Polk. Just over 5 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Empty backfield for Arbuckle. And that to Coxie is a loss as he got driven back. And Benny, you're shaking your head.
It's right off the top. As soon as they formationed and the back came out, everybody was down and they expected it because they knew that the route was probably going to be some sort of screen to numbers. They did not have numbers, and the corner was there to show up. And huge loss, and that's a tough way to go on that particular play.
First real hiccup for Toronto's offense in this game was Haba, who eventually made the tackle on Coxie. A loss of 7, so it'll be 2nd down, 17 yards for the Argos, working from just inside their own 30 with a 3-0 lead. Looked like some early movement, but no flags. They'll dump it off. Kadeem Carey upended. Nice tackle made on the play by Griffin.
Outstanding tackle in open field. Toronto's going to be fine with just sending out the running back to the left, just try and get something back for the punt team. And outstanding tackle in open space. If he had made a miss, he had a little bit of territory. But in that particular play, really nicely done to the right of the formation as Kadeem came out.
Lost a couple more yards, so it's 3rd down, 19. Ball's on the 27. And John Haggerty will come in to kick it away. The first real sense of any momentum for the Bombers in this game coming from their defense. Lucky Whitehead waits, high kick, takes it at the 32, back up to the 40, tiptoes along the sideline, and is forced out of bounds. Winnipeg will get the ball back. 3:33 remaining here in the first quarter. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
The Nissan All-In Clear-Out event is on now, where you can lease or finance select remaining 2024 Rogue from 0.99% for 24 months.
Not sure what to get the young people on your list? The latest phone, sneakers, video games? Get the one thing they need now more than ever. Give their feelings a place to go. When you donate to Kids Help Phone, you're giving the young people in your life and across the country access to free 24/7 judgment-free support. Because at the end of the day, it's their thoughts that count. donate at kidshelpphone.ca. And together, we can give their feelings a place to go.
It's Black Friday now at Shein. Up to 95% off at your one-stop shop. Stylish clothes, beauty products, holiday decor, and gifts. Stay savvy, shop Shein. Visit ca.shein.com today.
And the Bombers here.
Hey, you! Yeah, you, the one that's hanging out with us listening to the Grey Cup, the Argos, and the Blue Bombers. Thank you for hanging out with us. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it. Take a second, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Argos game this season. We're going to do it again next year. And thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming a part of this awesome community. We're on our way to 75,000. We're going to pass that and go up to 100K. Pinball told me to dream big. I'm dreaming real big, Pinball. Thank you for inspiring a young man and doing what you did with the Argos in your career. It's all because of you that I have done what I have done in my life. And it's...
They've had 2 drives. This is your 3rd drive. Okay, we've gone through this and that. I see how they formationally adjust. Let's go to this play. Let's go give it to Brady and let him run a little bit, get the boys up front going, or go to a play that you feel good about now that you know what you know.
Brady Oliveira lined up to the left of Zach Collaros. Winnipeg starts just outside their own 40, and they'll give it to Brady Oliveira. Broke 1 tackle, not the second. McManus is there to wrap him up after a pickup of maybe a yard, possibly 2.
We talked about Brady getting a touch. You know when they brought in the big man, that was going to happen, so they went with 6 offensive linemen, but then again, Toronto adjusts with another linebacker, and it was well done by the Argos in that particular play when they ran the ball to Toronto's left.
First touch of the game for Brady Oliveira goes for just a yard, so 2nd and 9. Oliveira in the slot, out to the right of Collaros. He's got Dembski over on the left. He'll call Brady Oliveira back in next to him. Collaros, another deep shot on Terry Wilson. He's got some room and he's got the ball down inside the 20. And a bang for the Bombers as they take it down to the red zone.
Yeah, they had the protection they needed. Zach saw what he wanted. The DB saw it too, but as soon as it got even with the DB, he was leaving, and you saw Zach right away load it up and throw it up, and it was way behind the secondary, and the free safety couldn't get over there. The high halfback or the high player on that side, Amos couldn't get over there, or Menchie, couldn't get over there and stop that play. Huge, explosive. That's what they live on. That's what they need.
Goes for 49 yards. Ontario Wilson over 1,000 yards in his rookie season at a 200-yard game at one point. They work from the 17 of the Argos. Collaros dumps it off, upended at the 10 is Clercius, his first catch in the Grey Cup, a short pickup.
Now the key here for Toronto, okay, you gave away the explosive. Can you settle in and go ahead and get the stop and force the 3? They got 6 yards on that, 7 yards. It makes 2nd and 3. It's awfully tough. But can Toronto stand up and do whatever it takes to try and force a field goal after the explosive?
Winnipeg will bring in an extra body on the line as Gabe Wallace trots out to line up on the right side of the line next to Eric Lofton. They'll give it to Brady. Right up the middle, trying to bust his way through. Still going down inside the 5, and they eventually contain him and stop him down on the 2.
Hard to deny when you get the double tight end formation and you get Brady behind his pads. He's just so powerful and so low to the ground and has so much confidence in those big guys up front. So when you get into that formation, they go double tights, give him the ball out of that pistol set, and he's going downhill, running downhill, and they're bending people back. They even got Jake Serezna pushed back. That's good. Good running in terms of what the Bombers want to do, and now they're inside of scoring. He's inside the 5.
They mark him down at the 3, so it'll be 1st and goal from the 3-yard line for the Bombers. Terry Wilson into the game at quarterback. Brady Oliveira stands in behind him. Wilson, a quarterback keeper, trying to push it ahead, and he's in! Touchdown, Winnipeg! Terry Wilson finishes the drive, and the Bombers go on top for the first time in the 111th Grey Cup.
Got to give him credit. He ran the sneak. It was stopped momentarily. He kept his feet, stayed on his feet, rolled and spun over to his right. Everything was protected to the right. They were light on the right-hand side, and he kept on rolling. No edge, and he got it in. And big fella could get it in, and he did on the softer edge to his right.
Terry Wilson thrust into this role after the injury to Chris Strevler. Middle of the season, those are huge shoes to fill for Wilson.
Massive, absolutely massive. There's only one Chris Strevler.
Castillo is out, that is up, and it is through. And Winnipeg goes on top, 7-3. Terry Wilson, 4 rushing touchdowns in the regular season, and he's got one here in the Grey Cup. Winnipeg leads 7-3. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical...
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Full-time all-wheel drive keeps drivers soaring through the wild. During the migrating season, Subaru's hunger for adventure grows exponentially, driving the intrigued radio listeners to fall for Subaru at their local Subaru dealerships, experiencing an adventure of their own. So migrate to your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
Formula One lives on TSN with every race all season long. And with TSN Plus, go that extra mile with onboard cameras, pit lane channel.
More rewards. Made for everyone, even me, Ryan Reynolds. Join today and save.
Welcome back to the Grey Cup 111th installment. We are on the West Coast in Vancouver, BC Place. 1 second remaining here in the opening quarter. And it'll be interesting to see I know it's early, I get that, but big response here from Toronto after Winnipeg finally got things going.
Absolutely, Dusty. They got to get something positive out of here. Doesn't mean score, but they need to get a decent return. They need to have a couple first downs just to get something back, because that explosive, when a team gets an explosive, the percentage of scoring goes up 3 times. And so they gave up the score. They now have to respond. Hey, it's early, relax. But you know they're human beings, and some of the younger guys on the white jerseys are going, oh no, here we go. Yeah. So they just need to have a positive drive and have a couple of plays, nothing crazy, and just stay in it, stay in the deal. It's way early, as you said, but these are the moments in big games that can change things, because all of a sudden, if the Bombers get another score, now you're in trouble, you know?
Janarian Grant waits back at his own 15 to return the kick from Castillo, and they'll boot it way out to the left and directly out of bounds, and the flag flies. You certainly don't want to see that if you're Sergio Castillo.
No, I'm shocked at what I just saw. You cannot do that. I don't know what he's trying to do, but now you get great field position for Toronto. So you just get to get a first down or two, and maybe you got a shot at a field goal. So that's exactly what Toronto would need. And certainly, mistakes happen like that, but that's the last thing you want to see in a situation like that, because it is very punitive.
Is that the Janarian Grant factor? Like, you want to try to make it a little bit more difficult for him?
You want to tighten it down. Yeah. You want to go cross-field kick. You want to do something to make life a little challenging. And guess what? Goes out of bounds and it hurts you. So great field position for them to get started. We'll see what they could get done if they stay the course and run a few plays with Kadim.
After the kick out of bounds, the ball is placed on the Argo 50. Instant field position after the mistake from the veteran kicker. Arbuckle looks to throw here to his right, lays it out there, and it's Janarian Grant in the game offensively. He goes up and gets it. Ford was there in coverage, and they'll hang on, and that's going to do it for the opening quarter of the 111th Grey Cup. It is time to settle in. Winnipeg leads 7-3. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Discover more value than ever at Loblaws. Like Fresh Promise. We're bringing you our freshest produce every day. And if it's not fresh, it's free. Shop at Loblaws in...
Are you looking for an endless selection of entertainment? Get Crave. What do I mean by endless? Okay,
Here goes. Heart-pounding thrillers, epic adventures, the latest blockbusters, the only place to watch HBO, sizzling reality shows, homegrown originals, your favorite sitcoms. How much time do I have left? 15 seconds? Start streaming the Harry Potter film series, Shoresy, Love Island USA, HBO originals like The Penguin, House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, The White Lotus. Wait, did I mention Friends? We barely scratched the surface. Crave. Endlessly entertaining.
At Sleep Country, except for the best deals on the best brands. Get hot prices on headboards starting at only $249. Enjoy a free gift with a minimum purchase. And right now, save the tax on everything for a limited time only. Don't miss out. The Black Friday event is on now at Sleep Country. Restrictions apply.
10,000 years before the birth of Paul Atreides, we founded a sisterhood.
Crave presents the next groundbreaking original series from HBO.
Over 1 million people in the GTA now live below the poverty line.
Just out today, mental health support is the #1 reason people are calling 211 for
At United Way, we wake up to a different alarm every day. Help us end poverty and build a better GTA any way we can. Donate today at unitedwaygt.org.
You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup. The Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the TSN Radio Network.
Welcome back to Vancouver. First quarter in the books. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you here on the radio call of the 111th Grey Cup across the country on the TSN Radio Network. You said to me when we were in break, first quarter kind of flew by, didn't it?
Yeah, it went extremely quick. And one of the points we were talking about before the game is Toronto wanting to shorten the game, meaning keeping Caleros and his offense on the sideline. And you were talking about how it was an 8-minute drive when they got that field goal for the Argos. So really quickly, and everything that Toronto's done to this point, great plan. Now what we got to see now with this field position, which is crazy field position, if they could score off of this or do something with this, it would be really beneficial to them.
Argos playing an interesting time of possession game the last couple of playoff games. Their opposition had the ball 35-17 on average in the 2 playoff games, but when they had it, they took advantage of the opportunities. You allow the Bombers to have the ball for 35 minutes today, you're probably going to be in a little bit of trouble. So we'll try to flip the script on that. It's going to be second down. The ball sits right at midfield. It'll be 2nd and 5 in a rematch of the 2022 Grey Cup that just was an absolutely thrilling finish. That was insane.
Insane, absolutely insane. And you talk about special teams matter. Well, that kickoff matters, right?
Yes.
Because you get great field position out of it. And I was talking to the guys beforehand. Winnipeg special teams last week were not very good at all. And so that play could come back and haunt them a little bit here if they could score.
We'll see what Arbuckle has dialed up here. Kadeem Carey slides over to the left of his quarterback. Brissett swoops around into the slot to the right. They're going to be throwing near side. It's caught by Coxie. Broke one tackle, but now everybody comes after him, and they'll wrap him up well short of what he needed for a first down. It'll be 3rd down in a punting situation.
Great rally by the defense. They went to 3 formation receiver to the short side. That's where Nick was trying to go to try and get a soft spot. But great rally in terms of the secondary. And never the defensive linemen and linebackers. Everybody pursuing the football. They get 7 blue jerseys to the ball, and it's a tackle for a loss. So not what they wanted in terms of the Argo perspective.
And they swarmed, didn't they?
Big time.
Coxie had nowhere to go.
Nowhere. Great defensive swarm by the Blue Bombers.
3rd and 5 midfield. Haggerty in to kick it away, averaging just over 50 yards per punt. This is end over end. It's going to wobble in. Lucky Whitehead takes it just inside the 20, and Lucky picks his way back to about the 30, where he is taken down. Zach Collaros, 3 of 6, 59 yards in the game so far. A couple of touches for Brady Oliveira.
Yeah, I could see where he would be a big factor moving forward. Obviously, they want to get the ball to Lawler. Guess what? The Blue Bombers are going with another 6-0 lineman pack. They're getting big, so they could go play action off of this for protection, but they could certainly also have a run game out of this. So let's see what they get done here. But Brady's going to be a factor. Oh, double tight.
7 on the line. And they'll hand it off to Brady. Runs right into the line, pushes through, and gets close to 5 yards, at least 4, if not 5, on first down.
you can see with the direct run play in that formation, they're hoping to just get good field position, make sure to bend the back. But depending on how Toronto lines up and the way they lined up there, if they're able to crack the first seam and get the second level middle linebacker, they're going to have a big play just because everybody's addressing the line of scrimmage.
That was the third carry of the game for Oliveira. He now lines up way out to the left of Kolaris. Empty backfield here for Zach. 6 wide. 4-man pressure. Gets it away to Dembski. Incomplete. Dembski had McManus right on his back.
Outstanding hit. That guy's a football player. I love number 48, McManus. He's got old school in it with a toothpick and everything, and he really good pursuit. You could tell what they were trying to do there is just spread them out, make sure they get an easy conversion on a curl on the 2nd and 5. Dembski curls up. The ball's there, but McManus on it real fast. Outstanding D.
Dembski had a really good look at that, but McManus popped him right in the back. Unable to hang on to that. So they'll kick it away. Jamison Sheen puts it out in the direction of Grant. Takes it at the 35. Spins. Nowhere to go. Return of just a couple on the play. And we will head to another quick break here from Vancouver as the Argos trailing 7-3. We'll have the ball back when we return. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Picture this, a snowy morning, and you're staring at where your driveway used to be. Your neighbor's Toyota RAV4 with all-wheel drive cruises by unfazed, making winter look...
10,000 years before the birth of Paul Atreides, we founded a sisterhood.
Crave presents the next groundbreaking original series from HBO, Dune, Prophecy, the epic prequel to the classic sci-fi novel.
Sacrifices must be made.
True power begins with control.
Sisterhood above all.
Dune Prophecy. Stream now.
What's up, football fans? I just wanted to stop and say thank you so much for hanging out with us live during the Grey Cup here on Toronto Sports Insider and cheering on your team. Hopefully it's the Argos, because since I've been about yet high, I've been an Argos fan. Going to the Sky Dome, never made it to Exhibition Stadium for an Argos game. But at the Sky Dome and then BMO Field, it's been an amazing, amazing journey so far. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here, chatting it up, having a good time, listening to the Grey Cup, cheering on your team, the Argos, on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you for helping us rise up to 58,800 subscribers and continuing on. Let's get up to 75,000. Thank you so much. It's because of you for hitting that subscribe button. Cheers, everybody. Back to the football.
Bombers had one, so that's kind of why there's not big movement of the football, but the big pass play down the sideline for a 49-yard completion. When you get those completions, flip the field, you're 5 times more likely to score, and that's what happens for the Bombers for that big play. Remember, the Argos give up the most big plays in the Canadian Football League, so they've got to make sure they don't give up too many of those, because they're doing okay with the other stuff. They're moving the ball. Engineering and Grant helped them that first drive, so they got to just do a better job of not giving up those explosive plays, guys.
Thank you, Lapo, and you remember, you're right where you belong, Paul. Right where you belong on the radio with myself and Benny. Those big plays, I mean, that could be the difference in the game. You hit 2 or 3 of those,
That's
right?
all you need. We saw that last week at the end of the half for the Argos, right? You got to keep those 2 a minimum.
4 receivers to the right for Arbuckle now. 3, he'll bring Kadeem Carey back in. And they'll give it to him. Carey up the middle, takes it just outside the 40. Pickup of about 3 yards on the first down carry.
I could see on first down they're giving that zone read, giving that ball, giving that zone play. Something's going to come out of that, and I could see where the slip play is available. And now that it's being tracked, I could possibly see something going a little bit more vertical. But they're happy to be in this situation. It's not second and long, not second and extra like Lapo said. Now it's kind of manageable. What do you have to try and get yourself 7 yards?
Give them about 3.5-ish. Still 2nd and 7, just outside their own 40 for Toronto. Arbuckle with time, down the field, far side, no, incomplete, was looking out there for Brissett, could not haul it in. Dietrich Nichols, among others, in coverage.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. Nick made a nice throw, railed it right on the sideline, exactly where he needed to give receiver a chance. Receiver had a chance. Obviously, the defensive back being there, and it came up. But Brissett had it, 2 hands on it coming down, and nice play by Nichols to get his hand in between there like he coached it up.
And Brissett had snuck in behind Alexander. Nichols comes over there to make the play. So 3rd and 7 on the Toronto 41, and they'll be forced to kick it away again. Haggerty got that one away. Towering kick. Lucky Whitehead has the back pedal, takes it at the Winnipeg 10, returns it to the 20, now 25, and that is where he is wrapped up. Bombers, they have the lead, they have the ball back, and they will be working with Zach Collaros when we return. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Discover more value than ever at your independent grocer. Like Fresh Promise, we're bringing you our freshest produce every day. And if it's not fresh, it's free. Shop at your independent grocer.
The bedroom. Guys, that's one place it's better to do things the hard way. The easy part for guys is BlueChew.com. At BlueChew.com, get chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis, but cheaper. Medical consultation, but no doctor's office. Prescriptions, but no pharmacy visit. Try a free month for just $5 shipping using promo code YES at BlueChew.com. Confidence delivered. BlueChew.com. Promo code YES. The easy way to do it the hard way.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Improve your skills for work and life. Get started today at upskillsforwork.ca.
11 minutes, 12 seconds remaining here in the first half. Toronto opened the scoring on their first drive of the game with a field goal. Had nothing since. Winnipeg, a touchdown from their short yardage quarterback, Terry Wilson, and they lead 7-3. And Winnipeg has the ball. They will start this drive on their own 26-yard line.
Usually by now, Dusty, everybody's settled in. You've gone through your call sheet. You got 8, 10, 12 plays called. Both sides have gone through some things. Some guys have made some pops, some hits, some catches. So, players usually right about now have really settled in to where they're at and got a feel for the opposition and their opponent, too. So usually right about now, you kind of see guys start to flourish.
Where the cat and mouse game.
Yeah, exactly. You start to understand what's happening. And formationally, you've got people to respond, so you know what you're kind of looking at.
Dembski, Wilson, Lawler out to the wide side left for Collaros. He's going to tuck it into the belly of Brady Oliveira. Takes it out to the 30, a pickup of 4 yards on first down for Winnipeg.
They're very comfortable right now. They're going a ton of 6-0 linemen and double tights. They're totally comfortable right now, first down, running the ball and getting 4 and 5 against that really big, powerful, talented Argonaut front. So right now, it's pretty much been exclusive when they run the football with Brady.
It's Toronto front. Rimolade, 6 sacks. Seresna, 8 sacks, plus had 2 last week. Hawley had 8 sacks. Smith had 6 sacks. Parrish had 6 sacks. A little bit of a delayed draw here. Oliveira's got some room. He's got a first down and more. Takes it out beyond the 40. Biggest running play of the ball game for either team. And Brady slapping his helmet. You know he's fired up.
It's kind of the first time that Toronto said to blitz and send a dog, so they send an extra player to the box off the edge. He goes outside. He gets into the same path as the 5 technique, and now there's a soft bubble underneath there because 2 guys were in the same path on the blitz, and they cut up underneath it, and you get a poor executed gap cancellation, and it was an easy run for Brady, easy pickings.
17-yard pickup for Brady Oliveira. The league's most outstanding Canadian and player. Collaros, quick hitter, far side, tackle broken, spin move out at the 50, and a nice pickup. Ontario Wilson came to play here in his first Grey Cup.
That's the other thing as a defensive coordinator. It is a pain in the butt, and I use another word, but a pain in the butt. Yeah. When they go double tights, you need to address the box. Now your corners are isolated. You get a quick throw there, and there's a missed tackle, and there's nothing but green grass, and God covers grass, not the defense. And so when you take a look at it, that's the other stress, is a DB's out there by himself, missed tackle, there's another extended run for 7 yards.
It was McManus who got over there and made the tackle on Ontario Wilson. Second down for Winnipeg as they creep towards midfield. Kolaris right over the middle, lays it out there for Lawler. He's got it, hauls it in down at the 35 as Kenny Lawler has his first catch of the 111th Grey Cup.
The Argos decide to turn up the heat, send pressure, and Lawler gets the inside leverage automatically on Franklin. You can't let that happen under pressure. That's the first time the Argos really turned it up and sent extra, and easy throw inside leverage to Lawler.
17 on the ground for Brady Oliveira. 22 through the air here for Lawler as Winnipeg's picking him up in chunks. Kolaris on the roll to his right. He's got Ontario Wilson down at the 10, and he's going to be stopped at about the 7. Another big pickup for the Winnipeg offense.
Outstanding job right now by Buck Pierce, formationally in motion, getting them kind of bamboozled and looking at open spaces. He has easy access to the edge, Zach does, with an inside hole on the drag. So right now when you look at it, they are formationing and they're motioning up. They had two running backs, what we call tails in that formation. You had Augustine and you had Brady slipping on the backside, and on the backside drag, wide open is the receiver to the recipient, Casillas again. And really good job by Buck right now, formationally moving things around.
Yeah, you don't see them usually a lot during the regular season having both Johnny and Brady on the field at the same time.
No, so that's an adjustment that the defense got to address, and they're focused on that, and there's a receiver behind them.
First and goal from the Toronto 8 for Winnipeg, looking to extend the lead. Kolaris wanting to throw. Now he's going to be pressured and has to throw it away as he gets hammered down by Serezna.
Good chase by Jake, and nice job staying stuck on the receivers and making sure that they didn't have anything available. Well done, well done, well done. And then there was a formation again with those tight ends, and that was a big play. If they could do something here and keep it to a 3, that would be massive.
This is a huge play in this football game.
Massive.
Second and goal from the 8. If Toronto can hold Winnipeg to a field goal attempt here after just a really nice drive from the Bombers, that would be huge. Let's see what Kolaris can dial up here. Brady Oliveira slides out to the left. Kolaris trying to take off. He's in trouble, and he's going to be taken down. They get home, and Zach gets buried by the Argos defensive line.
Oh, he felt that one, I tell you right now, because he was going to scramble, decided not to. He got pressure right in his face. A quarterback absolutely hates to get pressure up the A-gap, and Big 99 got after him right up inside, had to step outside, and then he got a face full of Smith. And then Jake Serezna jumps in there too. Huge play, massive play by that Argo defense in that scenario.
6 sacks in the regular season for Robbie Smith, who of course had a huge block in the Grey Cup just 2 years ago, and he gets credit for that sack of Kolaris. So it'll be a 20-yard field goal attempt for Sergio Castillo to make it a 7-point lead, and that is up, and it is right down the pipe with 6 minutes and 12 seconds remaining here at BC Place. In the opening half, it is the Bombers leading 10-3. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Is your car ready for winter's fury? Slide into your local Meineke Car Care Center for winter tire changeovers starting at $59.95. Because summer tires are like...
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you qualify, Blue Chew will give you a free month's supply of chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis for just $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com and use the promo code YES for this amazing deal. Got it? Get it. BlueChew.com, promo code YES.
CTV's St. Denis Medical is the mockumentary series that will have you in stitches.
Get out there and heal some people!
Get into television's next great comedy. Get into a new episode of St. Denis Medical, Tuesday at 8 Eastern and Pacific on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
It's also a bit of a waffling festival.
Actually, make it a s'more waffle. Wait, the smoked meat waffle sandwich. No. The peanut caramel waffle.
But once you're done waffling, you'll love the waffle you end up ordering. So stop waffling and head to Cora Breakfast and Lunch. Festival ends January 12th.
Wait, the s'mores waffle?
Just over 6 minutes remaining in the opening half of the 111th Grey Cup. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you here on the radio call on the TSN radio network. Thank you very much for joining us across the country. Big stop for the Argos. That was the first time they got home to Zach today, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, critical play just to keep the score to a 7-point game. You don't want to look at the scoreboard and see 14-3, so huge play for them. Well executed in terms of addressing the receivers, and then pressure straight in the middle as Holly got through the middle, and now everything breaks down. Every quarterback hates that. I thought that was outstanding execution. You know what? Both these teams are talented. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are talented. Zach is talented. They're going to have some plays. You as a defensive schedule settle down. If you give them threes, that's fine. You don't want sevens. And right now, they were able to get that done. So they'll look back at that and say, hey, you know what? They'll go in halftime in a decent scenario because of that particular play when you take a look at it. But Winnipeg's getting a lot of people involved, and formationally, they're making it tough.
After the field goal, the drive will start on the 40, of course, for the Argos. Arbuckle is 8 of 9 for 44 yards, and he's hit 7 different receivers so far in this ball game, and flags on the play. Whistle will blow, and this play will not get off. I believe
procedure, Toronto number 67. The 5-yard penalty will replay first down.
Ben Major refereeing his first Grey Cup in his 19th year. Gregor McKellar getting called there, and that'll back him up 5.
That's the second one we've seen today, one on either side. It just makes it a little harder. Now what you try and do is you try and get half of the yardage back so you can make it a 2nd and 6 and 7 scenario. You want to get half of those yards back if you can.
Kadeem Carey stands in, protects for Arbuckle. Now he dumps out, and they find him. He's got it at the 40, and he's tripped up, taken down. Ball popped out, but I believe he was down. They've blown the whistle, and it'll be a pickup. It'll be 2nd and 9. Got 6 back there.
Really nice tackle to kind of minimize it as he goes to the crossover. Again, Nick does a great job, doesn't make the bad throw. He goes to the absolute last read down to Kadeem, and really nice tackle by Ford to stop and minimize that, because if he beats him, he might get a first.
Tyrell Ford, 51 tackles, 12 knockdowns, 7 interceptions on the season at corner for the Bombers. 2nd and 8, and that is caught and taken at midfield. Broke one tackle and moves it on to Winnipeg's side of the field. Mackay Polk, strong hands there as he hangs on to that one.
Oh, that was inches away from going the other end for Nichols. Nichols has a great read, but you know what? This kid Polk all year long has been outstanding as a rookie. Long hands, strong hands, gets it and gets upfield. But I tell you what, this secondary does a great job of driving stuff, and sometimes it hurts you. In that particular case, he was just so close. But that, you know what? That's a hell of a throw by Nick to the outside shoulder, baby.
Arbuckle, now 10 of 11. Second catch of the game for Polk. It goes for 15 yards. Now they'll hand it off to Kadeem Carey, and he runs into trouble right away. Garbett was there to wrap him up. Kadeem still got a couple of yards on first down, so it'll be 2nd and 8.
Yeah, solid hit right at the LOS. He was able to get a little bit more out of that. He taps out, and then comes in his backup. But when you take a look at this right here, 2nd and 8, plus territory, hey, let's make sure we manage it and give ourselves a chance to at least kick a field goal. Nothing wrong with that.
They will work from the Winnipeg 51 with clock ticking at 3:45 here in the second quarter. Coxie and Polk down to the right for Arbuckle. Winnipeg, of course, again, only sends 3. Arbuckle lays it out there for Coxie, goes up and gets it! Oh, he holds it in! Down at the 15, right in front of Dietrich Nichols. What a play by DeMonte Coxie!
Yes, sir. Massive, massive play. We saw that in the same sideline, same side to Nick Arbuckle on the right-hand side. Big throw along the rail. He saw the safety split and took a shot outside. It's not easy, but he made a great play, and that's a size matchup. We talked about having to get explosives, and everybody's saying Nick's going to be conservative. There's a big shot, there's a big play, and guess what? They're on the 15-yard line after a big matchup play.
Dietrich Nichols, 5'9", Coxie checking in at least 6'3".
It's a matchup.
That's 7 inches.
Yep.
An advantage there for Coxie. Now back on the ground, Adeboboye takes it, his first touch of the game. A couple of yards on first down. 2nd and manageable here for Toronto.
see a substitution occurring, so they're bringing in another defensive back on the back end here for Winnipeg. So there's a sub. Kadeem Carey comes back in, so now that gives them a variety of things they can do in his second long territory within that field range.
The Argos trailing 10-3, but they are knocking on the door, looking to tie this football game. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network as we're inside 3 minutes.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical...
Enrolling in Rasmussen was a really big turning point in my life. When you go to school online, you're not in a classroom. But I never really felt like I was disconnected from my professors. In addition to the professors, there was tutoring, there was student support, there was the help desk. So in every single aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50-plus online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you qualify, Blue Chew will give you a free month's supply of chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis for just $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com and use the promo code YES for this amazing deal. Got it? Get it. BlueChew.com, promo code YES.
Grey Cup, Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you, coming at you from a jam-packed BC place. And that ball sits inside the Winnipeg 15. And there's still a lot of time here in the half. We know the final 3 minutes of either half in the CFL can be nuts, but big play to Coxie, and the Argos offense is cooking right now, Benny.
Yeah, I just love what they've done all day, really, when you take a look at the total body of work. And it's not easy to throw when they drop 9. But Nick knows this. Nick's going to have a little bit more time, which suits him. He's fine not having to scramble. And the matchup play, very similar to last week at the end of the half, as I said. Big play. Now they're inside scoring position for sure. But do you want 7 or 3? What do you got?
They work from the Winnipeg 13 on a 2nd and 8. And oh no, receiver trips and falls. That's Brissett.
Offside, Toronto number 15. The 5-yard penalty.
As an offense, they're trying to go what we call Kodak, or we call freeze. They're going to run up to the line and stop so that you can take a picture. We call that Kodak, so you can see a picture of what the defense is doing, whether a halfback is high, halfback is low, is there a blitzer coming, and he just kind of stumbled and got into the line of scrimmage a little too deep. But that's what they're trying to do as an offense when they do that.
So now it'll be 2nd and 13 from the Winnipeg 18. A little bit of extra work required here for Arbuckle. Looks over the middle, now to his right, pressured, almost batted away, but he's taken down. It's Willie Jefferson. Tried to knock that out of his hand, and Arbuckle went down to protect it.
The unicorn does it again. There's nothing like that guy. It's a 3-man rush coming from the blind side, and you know, when he steps up, doesn't exactly know where he is, and they get the sack. So you know, he's just a different cat, different dude, nothing like him else in our league, and huge play there to keep it to 3. If it's 3, it's a 4-score game. Still a good score for Toronto, but obviously the last 2 plays not positive for the Argos at all.
Willie's been doing it for a decade. It's crazy.
I take the job in Edmonton back in 16 thinking, hey, I got Willie to coach, and he's got to the NFL.
See you later.
It's like, oh, Jason, what happened to JJ? Oh, he went to national football.
Field goal is good, but we have an issue here. Haralahu is down on the field after hitting the field goal. It's 10-6, and Haralahu went down. He's now getting up, and he's slow to walk off. We'll see if we can get another look at it here. A little bit of contact at the end of the play after he'd already come down. Like, I guess he was never up. He wasn't punted, but I don't know if anything's going to come from this or not. What do you think?
Probably not. I think he was making sure that the referee understood he got hit and he got a boo-boo. But I don't think anything's going to come from that.
That ball's been placed at 40.
So nothing's coming out of that. They don't look very comfortable, obviously, but at the same time, you want to make sure that the referees understand that I got hit.
There was contact here.
There's contact here. What are you looking at? So.
All right, so Winnipeg gets the ball back, 2:10 to work. They lead 10-6. Collaros is 6 of 11 for 114 yards. Brady Oliveira, 5 carries, 34 yards. And Ontario Wilson, great first half, 4 catches, 85 yards. They're going to start it on the ground with Brady. He is grappled and taken down. Ralph Hawley, among others, in on the tackle there. Still a push ahead for about 3 yards for Oliveira.
It's going to be tough sledding inside there with Suarez and Hawley. Really impressed. Obviously, they're 2 big fellas who really do a good job against the run. And so does Smith. So the only guy they sometimes try and run to is Slow because he's a little bit more undersized. But right now, if they keep him under 3.5 yards per attempt, that's a win for the Argonauts. Right? That's a win. Yeah. You'll take that. Hey, you'll take that. It's 2nd and 7. They ran the ball. Let's get off the field now in the second and long situation.
Winnipeg from their own 43. Argos will send 5. Kolaris from the pocket, down the field, lays it out there, intercepted, and what an interception it was! Benji Franklin's done it again, takes it away for the Argos defense.
Great play. It gets split. He reads it. He falls off his high side. It comes down to the numbers. Has enough time to come back to the numbers to make the play. It looked like the other side was manned up. And when they drive inside, they're playing high quarters, high half. And he comes from the corner position to make a play on numbers. Outstanding vision and play. He puts his butt to the sideline, eyes inside, able to go up, highest point, gets it, comes down, secures it. Hell of a play by the kid. Really good play.
They were looking for Carrick Wheatfall, but Franklin, who had 2 interceptions in the East Final, goes and takes another one away here in the Grey Cup.
I love it when defense makes a play, baby. That's
We're going to
awesome.
reset the game clock to 142. Bruce, please reset it to 142.
So that gives the Argos another possession here at 142. He just changed the clock to 142, so it's 142 with another possession. Hey, let's get a field goal range or even more.
Argos defense comes up mighty big. Arbuckle will get the ball to start on his own 28, 1st and 10, and he'll be throwing here over the middle. That's complete, taken out, first down. Leave it to the hands of Brissett, and that'll move the chains, a pickup of close to 12.
And this is what Nicholas does so well. Just move the chains. They're going to hurry up right now. He's got the visual signals. He's been around his teammates. They know what he wants. It's just a signal. Let's go. We're hurry up.
Move it quickly again. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Throws to the left, and that in and out of the hands of Polk, the intended target, with Nichols in his back pocket.
Fundamentals and hurry up is great if you have success on first down. Now you don't have success on first down. Now you're second down. If it doesn't go well, you got to give the ball back to the opponent. And Polk did the cardinal sin. You're going to go upfield without the ball in your hands just yet.
That's just the second incompletion of the game for Arbuckle, and as you just stated, can't hang that one on him as it was right in the hands of Polk. But Arbuckle's 12 of 14 for 115 yards. So far in this football game, you have to think that rallies the confidence of the team and their quarterback, right?
Absolutely. And when you look at that incompletion, it had nothing to do with him, and I'm sure Polk will come back and say, my bad, and let's keep going and let's find a conversion.
Minute and 27 on the clock. Argos trailing 10-6. Arbuckle, couple step drop, ton of time in the pocket. Now he's going to be pressured, gets it away, and he's got another first down. Up and over the defender. Jean Brissett's got it again.
Impressive again. It's a 3-man rush. The guard helps the tackle. They got 5 on 3. They stand up. Nick's got all day long, moves around. He knows he has time. That's the Achilles heel with a 3-man rush. Too much time.
Argos moving quickly again. Arbuckle this time gets rid of it near side. That was close. Coxey was there, but Terrell Bonds tried to step in underneath and take it away.
So obviously he had enough, and he goes, I'm going to go blitz after that. It took way too long. So he swung the pendulum, and not the greatest throw right there. Good coverage by Bonds.
I was going to ask you, how long until you bring a little bit of pressure?
You got to. I mean, especially after that one, it took way too long. 3-man rush is great, but given an accurate throw in enough time, there is no pass defense, so you got to change that up.
The ball sits on the Winnipeg 54. 70 seconds remaining in the opening half. Arbuckle looking to throw again. Kadeem Carey out to his left. Arbuckle now on the run to his left. There's a flag on the field as Arbuckle tries to dump it off to Carey. It's incomplete, but there was a flag on the near sideline. What are you seeing, Benny?
PI. It's going to go against Winnipeg defender. Nichols is arguing the point, but it went too long. He went with a double move.
On the receiver. Winnipeg number 1. It's a 10-yard penalty. Makes it a first down for
So
Toronto.
looking at one-on-one conversion off of the penalty. Too much time for those guys to cover. Too much time for Nick to move around. And that's the end result. You get that penalty right there, and it's a conversion that moves the sticks inside of the 45 now.
So the Argos continue to march late here in the first half, looking to regain a lead that they once had. They did lead 3-0 in this game. They trail 10-6 now. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you on the TSN radio network. Arbuckle, 1st and 10 from the Winnipeg 44. Dumps it off underneath to McMahon. Made one man miss. Now he's down to the 20. Flag on the play as he gets down to the 15. And that is where they'll get him. Multiple flags in the middle of the field.
Yeah, there was a holding there. Hopefully it's after yards gained, but I'm not exactly sure. But a great call trying to get that inside drag shovel inside with the rush upfield with 3-man rush. Great call. Executed pretty well, but it looks like we have a holding victim somewhere along the line there.
That Major discussing things with his officiating team. 53 seconds on the clock here in the second quarter.
Really love the play call, though. Really do.
Here we go.
There are 2 penalties on the play. They're both holding against Toronto. The first one is against number 58. This one is applied. We'll go back 10 yards. We'll replay first down. The second one's against number 64. That one's not applied. We're going to replay first down.
So both the right guard and the left guard picking up penalties on that play, and that takes a huge one off the board here.
Not only the play that occurred, but now they're pushed far back. They're out of field goal range. That's not what you want. You want to make sure you give yourself an opportunity to get that field goal. They got 2 downs here to try and get back where they were.
They were down at the 10, but now they're back out at the Winnipeg 54. 1st and 20 from that spot. Arbuckle with a little bit of pressure. Dumps it off. It's going to be caught by Polk. And he gets out of bounds at the 40. Picks up close to 15 and puts him in a pretty reasonable spot on second down.
Again, thoroughly impressed with Nick. He saw where the softness was to the wide side, made that throw. Excellent job. I mean, when I was sitting here at the situation where they could go field goal if they want. So right now you're talking, hey, we're in field goal range. Don't mess it up. Let's make sure we keep it simple and get first down, or give us the right to kick a field goal here.
Toronto works from the Winnipeg 41. Pressure this time. Arbuckle gets it away, almost deflected, held onto, but the tackle is made on the far side of the field, and they'll have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Again, with Nick, and I may sound like a broken record right now, he understands it's 0. He sees its pressure. He keeps retreating to give himself enough time for the route to break, and he makes the correct throw on the drag route. So in terms of what he's doing and how he's manufacturing his plays right now, like you said, Dusty, his completion is really impressive.
Haralahu comes out. There was a bit of a limp as he was heading out to kick this. It'll be from about the 45-yard line for Toronto. 3rd field goal of the game to make it a 1-point deficit for the Argos. That is up, and it is through, and it's 10-9 late in the opening half of the 111th Grey Cup.
He got that through, but he's still limping afterwards, as you said, Dustin.
Yeah. Yeah, and he limps as he walks off again as well.
It was an awkward stroke. It was a half stroke. It wasn't a full stroke for sure.
3 for 3 for Haralahu, who attempted 61 during the regular season, hit 55 of them for a 90% clip. Great year for kickers, was it not?
Yeah,
very impressive.
Very impressive. I mean, obviously we had the best in the league at 94.3 with Whitey, but overall the kickers definitely did their job. They're having stellar runs right now in our league.
Winnipeg with just 16 seconds on the clock will take the ball and take a knee.
Man, you go in there, you just, hats off to the Toronto defense. Huge interception, didn't give them any points. Took it away, got another possession, got points out of this. It's 10-9. If you tell the Argos, hey, it's a 1-point game at halftime, you okay with that?
Taking that.
Take it. You taking that.
So, anything you didn't expect in the first half, or is this kind of what you expected?
Kind of what we expected. In terms of what Winnipeg's doing with the running game, with the double tights and the number of touches that Brady's getting from a formation, kind of surprised on that. But everything else is pretty much to square. But obviously the Argonaut offense, very impressed with what they've done, truly, and what Nick's done.
Winnipeg leads 10-9, looking to make it 3 Grey Cups in 5 years. The last 3 Grey Cups, the team that was trailing at halftime came back to win the game. So we got a long way to go, but a pretty interesting first half between the Argos and the Bombers. Halftime coverage is coming up. You are listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's.
Hi, can I get a... Yep, the McValue menu has a lot of delicious options for under $4 each plus tax, so it's okay to take...
The bedroom. Guys, that's one place it's better to do things the hard way. The easy part for guys is BlueChew.com. At BlueChew.com, get chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis, but cheaper. Medical consultation, but no doctor's office. Prescriptions, but no pharmacy visit. Try a free month for just $5 shipping using promo code YES at BlueChew.com. Confidence delivered. BlueChew.com. Promo code YES. The easy way to do it.
Change the background here as well, because this was the last What's up, insiders? I just had to take a second here to do a big shout out to DAGR Cards. David Grass, you the man, bro. Thank you for inspiring me to do these Argos games back in the preseason when we're like, hey, should we do the Argos games? Let's see if we can do it. And I appreciate the work that you've been doing with SickKids Hospital there in Ottawa, and that house there as well with the Vets House and the Riders. Man, great work. Keep it up. And I just had to change the background here as well, because this was the last Argos game that I attended at the Sky Dome in person. Been to BMO since, but this was awesome there. Found this picture here. Couldn't find my picture with Pinball. I have it somewhere. But just wanted to say thank you to DAGR for the inspiration on getting these Argos games going here on TSI, man. Thank you for keeping me going. And let's get back to the football. Go, Argos, go. Let's go get that Grey Cup.
You're listening to the Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is the 111th Grey Cup halftime show on the TSN Radio Network. You're listening to the Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. This is the 111th Grey Cup halftime show on the TSN Radio Network.
Benji Franklin, late in the first half against Montreal, had that pick six, and here late in the first half, another interception that has the Argos within one of the Bombers here in Grey Cup 111. The Jonas Brothers just ahead, but first the Davis Brothers with lead singer Kate Burness.
I don't know if I'm lead singer status, James, but I appreciate it. Back alongside Davis Sanchez, Matt Dunnigan, Enoch Mwamba, and Milt Stiegel, and you're right, James. It's a one-point game in the Grey Cup. You can't ask for much more. But Milt, you wanted a little bit more in the first half, and that was a little more aggression by the Toronto Argonauts in the beginning of this one.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they're playing a great game. Ryan Dinwiddie, I think, is calling a great game. Defensively, they're doing some great things. But ultimately, I think they're being too conservative. And it started with this play right here. It's 3rd and 1. I understand that. Your team has driven the ball all the way down the field, and they got conservative with it. I see they were trying to draw them off sides, and then ultimately they kicked the field goal. I've never been a head coach. I would never be a head coach, but in the Grey Cup, I'm going for it. You have to throw caution to the wind. Ensuing drive, Winnipeg drives the ball down and score. And this is still a tight game, but when you get that opportunity, you got to take advantage of it. I like the way your quarterback is playing, but we still have to realize this is his first opportunity to play in a game like this. So Ryan Dinwiddie, if you're listening, take it to the bridge. Be strong. When you get that opportunity, take advantage of it.
I'm with you. His quarterback is playing excellent. Nick Arbuckle has played as good as I think we could have expected in that first half. One thing we know about Nick, around the league, he's known he will get the ball out extremely quickly. And you saw that in the first half. And that's why it was so key for these Winnipeg Blue Bombers to tackle. And you saw early, Reddick Cramby flying around. He's making tackles. You saw Tyrell Ford. You saw this play, the screen. Michael Griffin coming up. There's Griffin right there. That's what you're going to expect from this Argo team, because that's what Nick Arbuckle does so well. He deciphers what he sees, and he gets the ball out. That's what you got to do. If the Bombers can tackle in the second half, they win the Grey Cup.
And one of the reasons why they're getting so many tackles, Sanchez, is because of the type of plays that Ryan Dinwiddie's calling. You're right, Milt. Absolutely. He needs to put a little bit more aggression to his play calling. What I would love to see is more Pope, is more Kosi. These are the deep threats. These are the guys that make the big plays for this team. I saw a few times where Coach called for Kosi and Pope to be on the same side of the ball, to be in the open field, on the wide side of the ball. That creates a lot of problem for a defense right now. And you talk about the short tackle, this is what he's going to have to call.
A lot of rushing 3, dropping 9 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, giving Nick Arbuckle free reign just to check it down, and a high completion rate results 15-18. Can be more aggressive, but if you're Toronto Argonauts, you gotta figure out a way to get 2 for the ball more. Deontay McMahon, he's explosive when he makes it happen. Now this big one at the end of the half was called back, but they put him in position to get a field goal. At the end of the day, I talked to Mickey Donovan, and look on special teams. They've got something dialed up as this game goes deeper and deeper. You got Janarian on the field with Deontay McMahon. Look for something there. It's another way to get him involved with his explosive capabilities.
Should be a fantastic second half. By the way, when I was interviewing the Jonas Brothers yesterday, I'm pretty sure they called Bo Levi Mitchell the bonus Jonas. Don't quote me on that, but I think you're the 4th brother, Bo.
Yes, Bo will not be the guest surprise performer with the Jonas Brothers. I can guarantee you that.
They are up next, the Twisted Tea halftime show.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
Enrolling in Rasmussen was a really big turning point in my life. When you go to school online, you're not in a classroom, but I never really felt like I was disconnected from my professors. In addition to the professors, there was tutoring, there was student support, there was the help desk. So in every single aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50-plus online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain.
Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, you! Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, you! The one that's hanging out with us listening to the Grey Cup, the Argos, and the Blue Bombers. Thank you for hanging out with us. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it. Take a second, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Argos game this season. We're going to do it again next year. And thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming a part of this awesome community. We're on our way to 75,000. We're going to pass that and go up to 100K. Pinball told me to dream big. I'm dreaming real big, Pinball. Thank you for inspiring a young man and doing what you did with the Argos in your career. It's all because of you that I have done what I have done in my life, and it's time to inspire the next generation. Get out there and hit that subscribe button. We'll see you back in there.
I love them, but all I really want is a gift certificate to Thermea Spa Village. And who knows? If you get a gift certificate for 2, I might even make you my +1. Okay, love ya.
This holiday season, give your loved ones what they really want. Give the gift of Thermea. Visit thermea.com/whitby to purchase a gift certificate. Take good care.
You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup. The Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the TSN Radio Network.
Heard about 1-2 times, no need to question the reason I'm yours. I'm yours. I know you have to lose, but just say smile, 'cause you got no thoughts, no flaws. I'm not trying to be a ton of it. Sign me up for that full time, I'm yours. I'm yours. So what a man gotta do? What a man gotta do to be totally loved by you? What a man gotta say? What a man gotta pray to be the last good night and the first good day? So what a man gotta do? What a man gotta do to be totally loved by you? What a man gotta do? What a man gotta do to be totally loved by you? Totally loved by you. We never know. Great Cup! Let's start living dangerously. So why would you fight or trying to lie the way that you feel? Oh baby, your body's got another place. So stop pretending you're shy. Just come on and dance, 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 dance. Only human. It's only human.
You have been watching the Twisted Tea Halftime Show.
Real Canadian Superstore is bringing it with 28 days of daily deals. This week, get Lactancia butter for only $4.50 each.
Football fans, CFL fans from all over the world, thank you for hanging out with us. Please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let's see how many places we've reached during this Grey Cup broadcast here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we do every single Argos game live all year long. Let us know your city and province in the chat. Put out that Canada flag emoji for our country as well. If you're in the United States, put your flag out there. And all over the world, we want to see lots of different emojis and countries out there. And thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in the chat. And let's go Argos. And good luck to your team if you're cheering on the Blue Bombers. Winnipeg fans are awesome, but not today. The Argos are going to get that cup. Let's go Argos. We'll see you back in there.
Aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50-plus online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
From the executive producer of The West Wing and Shameless, don't miss a new episode of the thrilling action drama.
Go, go, go!
Rescue, I Surf, Monday at 9/10 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Life every 5 minutes. This message is deadly serious. At Heart and Stroke, we're funding and discovering medical breakthroughs to keep you and your loved ones alive. But we need all the help we can get. Go to heartandstroke.ca today. And together, we'll beat heart disease, beat stroke, and beat as one.
Greenhouse gas pollution heats the planet
and threatens our nature.
Canada's carbon price is designed to reduce this pollution in order to protect our environment.
And the Canada Carbon Rebate gives money back to Canadians.
In Ontario, an individual gets $560 this year, with a bonus for those in rural areas.
Have it both ways with the Canada Carbon Rebate. Find out how it works and how much you could receive at canada.ca/carbon rebate.
A message from the Government of Canada.
It's Black Friday now at Shein. Up to 95% off at your one-stop shop. Stylish clothes, beauty products, holiday decor, and gifts. Stay savvy.
guys all in agreement that you would have gone for it? I want coach, GM, quarterback on 3rd and 1 on that Argos first drive?
I would have gone for it because of this reason. They have not scored touchdowns against this team earlier in the year. You're at the 1 yard line, and you're not going to get a lot of touchdowns, so you got to take that shot from the 1 yard line.
100%. You got a backup quarterback playing, set the tone. A field goal puts the ball on the 40-yard line anyway.
Right.
100% go for it.
I know as a quarterback, I'm hoping that I turn around and I see my head coach say, no, stay out there.
Big difference in experience amongst the quarterbacks. Zach Collaros, 14th playoff game starter, 6th Grey Cup. And Arbuckle on the other side, first playoff start. And yet they're even, or would you even give a slight advantage to Arbuckle?
I gotta say that Arbuckle, 14-16, 146 yards. 8 different receivers have touched the ball. He's done a better job spreading the ball around. He's putting it all over the field.
Yeah.
He's looking downfield. They had a double move. He didn't take the shot. He got the ball to his check down. Deontay McMahon. I think Nick Arbuckle right now is playing better. When I look at Zach, they tried to attack Milton, the boundary half. They got him taken out of the game. He comes back in. He plays low. They leave Franklin high to get the interception. I don't know, Coach. I got to ask you, do you think Zach or Arbuckle?
Well, the best thing he's doing is not turning the ball over. There's no doubt about that. But I look at it as they're two completely different attacks. They're letting Zach go downfield. Now, he's only converted the 149-yard pass. He had a couple mediocre throws, but again, he's only 6 of 12 because they're taking the shots. But that's their game. Brady Oliveira has only rushed for 37 yards, and he had one that was 17. You're going to see him here move the pocket. I think they're very worried about the pass rush of the Toronto Argonauts, so they're doing things to help Zach get outside and not have that pressure.
One thing the Grey Cup has different from the regular season, the playoff games, because of the Jonas Brothers, extra amount of time to adjust. Give us one adjustment needed by each team.
Well, I think, first of all, for Toronto, the biggest mistake they've had this game is they're getting way too many penalties. They got 5 penalties already. They're in 2nd and long 10 times, and they got 4 second and extra. Now, besides that, they've really done a nice job of converting. I mean, Nick Arbuckle's 15 of 18, 83%. So if they can clean that up, they're going to be in a much better situation for them. Now, over here, if you look at what Winnipeg did, it's back to the big turnover. Guy deep down there, you can't make that turnover. I love what Coach Parker just talked about. My adjustment for Winnipeg would be, don't try to run the football. Make sure you keep moving the long play. Put it in Zach's hands, but Zach's got to make better decisions like there. The explosive play they had, 49-yarder, touchdown 2 plays later. Get some more of those explosive plays.
The Bombers are always here, and they do nothing but play dramatic Grey Cups. The last 3 Grey Cups for the Bombers have come down to the final play. We're trending there again, and these last 30 minutes for Winnipeg could well decide dynasty or devastation. The second half of the 111th Grey Cup right after this.
Is your car ready for winter's fury? Slide into your local Meineke Car Care Center for winter tire changeovers starting at $59.95. Because summer tires are like...
Right now, get 40% off Crave annual plans for your first year and start streaming the new must-see HBO original, Dune Prophecy.
Power comes with a price.
The latest blockbusters like Bad Boys, Ride or Die.
I got this!
Plus the hilarious Crave original, The Office Movers.
Who did that? You! Being home.
Get 40% off Crave annual plans for your first year ends December 2nd. Terms apply. Visit crave.ca/Black Friday. Crave, endlessly entertaining.
What's up, CFL fans? How we doing? We got Mary here. She does not want to be here. All right, bye, Mary. All right, thanks for being here. Please hit that like button down below. Take a second, exit out of the chat, hit that thumbs up, and let's get more football fans here in the chat for the Grey Cup to cheer on your team, and hopefully it's the Argos. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup. As well, please share this link. That helps bring more fans. As soon as YouTube gets external views coming in from links, they send it out more and they like it. So they send more people here to hang out with us. So get on it, hit that like, share this link out, and we'll see you back in there. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup, baby.
from Toronto, but new Mob Rewards still treats me like a star. I earn points on everything I love at Metro and Food Basics. Mob Rewards, made for everyone, even me, Jennifer Lopez. Join today and save.
Walmart's Black Friday deals are on now. Shop our lowest prices of the year on hundreds of items. Hurry now and save 55% on Squishmallows or Disney Squishmallows, on for only $7.97. That's $10 in savings at Walmart.
You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup. The Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the TSN Radio Network.
Welcome back to BC Place in Vancouver, and we are ready to get rolling, and we are underway as the Argos will receive to start the second half. They trail 10-9. Janarian Grant takes it at the 30, trying to find some space, stays on his feet, and finally, will they contain him? Yes. And they'll stop him just outside the 40. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you here. What are we thinking for adjustments here, Benny?
I think the big thing, you got to look at Zach and get him off the spot, but go explosive plays. They got it in him. That's why he's kind of 50% right now. Keep going at that. And Toronto, really impressed with what they've done. Just make sure that you keep managing, keep short yardage in terms of second downs, and I think they'll have a great chance. I think Nick's played really well.
In the first half, 15 of 18, 146. They settled for 3 field goals, but they moved the ball in that first half. They will start here on their own 43. Thank you very much for joining us. We are a half away from determining the winner of the 111th Grey Cup. Ungerer's got it, and that's another completion for Arbuckle, and that'll be a pickup of 7 on the play.
Again, his read is to the right. He's going through his progression from right to left, and as it goes, he goes ahead to his third progression on the dig from Unger, and it's second and manageable now in the 2nd and 2 situation. So again, he's getting some time, which matters even with a 4-man rush, and he goes through his reads and progressions, and he goes to the right guy.
Toronto bringing in a little bit of extra beef on the offensive line as Gregor McKellar checks in. Coxie to the left for Arbuckle. Little miscommunication, so he takes it himself, and he picks up the first down. He turned to hand it off to Gideon Carey. Carey wasn't there, so Arbuckle just said, whatever, I'll do it.
He got it done. It wasn't pretty. They brought in the extra offensive lineman, as you said, 6-man pack, and then he went to exchange out of the pistol to his left. He's not there. He's like, okay, I'll just keep going forward, and he went ahead and got forward. So when you look at what they've done against the number 1 ranked defense, outstanding job thus far.
Yeah, Winnipeg's defense allowing just 20.3 yards per game this year, just 328 yards, also first in the league. Arbuckle fakes the handoff to Carey, now throws it near side. Ungerer can't get there, working against Ford, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10 at midfield.
Yeah, it was a total isolation formation, one-on-one. Nice route that Unger ran, but it just a little further outside. Excellent coverage on Ford, so Nick had to pit it way outside to his right shoulder, nearest to our sideline here as we look at it from our vantage point. He couldn't get it done.
8 different players have caught a pass from Arbuckle in this game. 3 different players have caught a pass from Zach Pilaris. So Arbuckle moving it around a little bit. 2nd and 10 here, big down. Winnipeg sends only 3. Arbuckle gets it away, incomplete. Covered well on the play, and it falls incomplete.
Again, receivers got a chance. Brissett's got a chance to convert that. It's between the 1 and the 8. He's got body position on the DB, and he can't corral it. But again, Nick put it exactly where he needed to be and found the recipient of the football.
Nick Taylor in coverage, and they'll have to kick it away from essentially midfield. Haggerty waits on his own 40. Lucky Whitehead back with the Bombers this season. He waits on the 10. Lucky averaging about 11 yards per punt return this season. Watches this kick, a high one. It's going to bounce over his head and into the end zone where he will go scoop it up and take the knee. So the Argos come out and get stalled at midfield, but they get the point. We are tied at 10 early in the third quarter of the 111th Grey Cup. You're listening on the TSN Radio Network.
Join Desjardins Financial Group at the original Santa Claus Parade and donate a new unwrapped toy for the CP24 Chum Christmas Wish at Queen's Park Circle or...
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus disease and weed.
What's up, football fans? I just wanted to stop and say thank you so much for hanging out with us live during the Grey Cup here on Toronto Sports Insider and cheering on your team. Hopefully it's the Argos, because since I've been about high, I've been an Argos fan. Going to the Sky Dome, never made it to Exhibition Stadium for an Argos game. But at the Sky Dome and then BMO Field, it's been an amazing, amazing journey so far. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here, chatting it up, having a good time, listening to the Grey Cup, cheering on your team, the Argos, on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you for helping us rise up to 58,800 subscribers and continuing on. Let's get up to 75,000. Thank you so much. It's because of you for hitting that subscribe button. Cheers, everybody. Back to the football.
Best scoring defense in the CFL. The team doesn't give up touchdowns. But really, the Argos have hurt themselves by they get too many penalties. They've got 4 extra possessions or extra yardage situations because of penalties. And they got 10 second and longs, which plays right into the Bomber defense. But I'll tell you what, Nick Arbuckle and offense, they've done a good job of moving the football. They got to just score when they finish. For the Bombers, I liked when they were moving the football with the move the launch point, stuff like that. I don't know if they're going to run a ton against this number 1 rushing defense, so I'd put it in Zach's hands. Zach's just got to protect the football better, let him move the launch point, get some throws on the perimeter guys, and that's what I'd like to see out of this. And the thing that's happening, every time Toronto gets a first down, they keep pushing the Bombers back, and it becomes a field position game. So the defense got to start getting some 2-and-outs also defensively.
Thank you, Lapo. And you're talking about the field position that they gave up here because of the single.
Absolutely. Coach Lapo talking about field position. Field position is huge. That's a net of 15 yards on that punt right there. You're going from the 55-yard line. The opponent gets it on the 40. It's only 15-yard exchange. Now, you do get the single, so it ties it up. But field position is huge. You don't want to do that with a net punt of 15 yards.
Zach Collaros starts here on his own 40, tied at 10. He'll tuck it into the belly of Brady Oliveira, who pushes it ahead for a pickup of 5. It's going to be very interesting about, as you were saying at halftime too, put it in Zach's hands here and kind of let it push it down the field. Zach Collaros in the 2023 Grey Cup, 236 yards, no touchdowns, and interception. In the 2022 Grey Cup, a loss of these Argos, 183 yards, 0 touchdowns, and an interception. He's not thrown a touchdown in 2.5 Grey Cups.
Absolutely. And so, you got to let him throw it downfield. You got to let him push it. He's got the talent to do it. And I think Toronto could be susceptible to an explosive play here and there like they already have one.
Empty backfield here, 2nd and 5. Collaros, double clutch, gets it away, broken up. Was looking over the middle of the field. Is that McManus again?
There he is again.
Working against Dembski that time. Knocks it away.
I'm telling you what, that's 2 big knockdowns when you take a look at Dembski inside, in between the numbers, in between the tackle box. As a middle linebacker, when you get those plays, that's huge. He sees it, feels him out, cuts underneath it and knocks it down and gets him off the field. Big time play. I like the toothpick kid.
2-and-out for Winnipeg, so they don't do anything with that great field position at the 40. Now Jamison Sheen's going to come out and have to kick it away. Janarian Grant waits for it, and he does kick it in his direction. Grant's got his dreads kind of taped together in this game. Alexander down the field wraps him up immediately. There's a flag.
Bad penalty on Caesar on the return.
So that'll back him up even further. And we will step away, tied at 10, early in the second half of the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Discover more value than ever at your independent grocer, like Fresh Promise. We're bringing you our freshest produce every day. And if it's not fresh, it's free. Shop at your independent grocer.
The bedroom. Guys, that's one place it's better to do things the hard way. The easy part for guys is BlueChew.com. At BlueChew.com, get chewable.
What's up, insiders? I just had to take a second here to do a big shout out to DAGR Cards. David Grass, you the man, bro. Thank you for inspiring me to do these Argos games back in the preseason when we're like, hey, should we do the Argos games? Let's see if we can do it. And I appreciate the work that you've been doing with SickKids Hospital there in Ottawa and that house there as well with the Vets House and the Riders. Man, great work. Keep it up. And I just had to change the background here as well because this was the last Argos game that I attended at the Sky Dome in person. Been to BMO since, but this was awesome there. Found this picture here. Couldn't find my picture with Pinball. I have it somewhere. But just wanted to say thank you to DAGR for the inspiration on getting these Argos games going here on TSI, man. Thank you for keeping me going. And let's get back to the football. Go, Argos, go. Let's go get that Grey Cup.
On the return, he had 22 special teams tackles during the year, but this is a costly one.
Absolutely, Dusty. He had a sensational year, his best year as a pro. But on this particular situation, his guy goes down. And anytime you're on the return team blocking someone that goes to the ground, regardless of what happens, there's a flag. Now you're backed up inside the 10. You've hurt your football team. And right now, through this point in time, we're 11 minutes in the third quarter, the Argonauts in the penalty department are just getting devastated, and it's killing them on second and extra long and now field position. Because if you can't get out of this area, you got automatic points for Winnipeg.
In the shadow of their own goalposts here, Arbuckle, 16-21, starts on his own 8-yard line. Takes the handoff, dumps it out. Vital has it, his first catch of the game. Fights hard for a few extra yards and got about half of what they needed.
It's not bad. I mean, it's a nice play. Most plays down here go to the boundary. Vital, like you just said, another recipient of the football. They're really using all their weapons, all their players. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And we're only midway, not even midway in the third. But usually goes to the boundary, and now they push it out. Now you're looking at 2nd and 4. Can you get a conversion here and give yourself more position at least for another first down and a decent punt?
Yeah, try to avoid juicy field position that could possibly await the Bombers if they can get off the field here. Willie Jefferson, part of a 3-man defensive front for the Bombers. Empty backfield for Arbuckle. 6 options down the field, finds one of them wide open. Tavares Daniels has it, and he's got a first down out at the 26-yard line.
I tell you what, man. That quarterback right now is building a heck of a story. I mean, he sits there, they go empty, he knows what his play caller wants and his head coach wants, finds an opening in the middle. You could cover with a lot of underneath people, but there's going to be a soft spot in the zone. He gets someone to tee up right on top of the ball, and he gets that conversion. That's big time, man. That kid's playing extremely good right now.
How much longer can you just send 3 if you're Winnipeg?
I mean, that's their DNA right now.
That's what they do, right?
That's what they do, and you know, as long as they keep the game in check, it gives them a chance.
4 defensive linemen this time. Arbuckle on the run, makes a great play. There's a flag on the far side of the field as Daniels has another first down, takes it out to the Winnipeg 40, a drive that started on the 8, and a first down here pending the penalty.
Not sure if it was an offside or if they're looking for an illegal deal. Hard to tell, but he got access on a nice slant in front of him.
Illegal contact on the receiver, Winnipeg number 32. The penalties declined because the gain is greater. The result of the play is a first down for Toronto.
Again, from a play design, it gets Nick going to the left, and against the grain, they're bringing a route in front of his face. I mean, again, giving him an avenue, clear route. He's got, I mean, the easiest throw you could throw is to the number 3 receiver or recipient that's coming across face, and there's nobody in the way as long as you navigate the middle linebacker.
Yeah, we haven't seen them move Nick out to that left side much at all tonight,
and
right?
so you've seen 3 or 4 things already in the first bit of this quarter that's slightly different.
Arbuckle closing in on 200 yards through the air. This time they'll give it to Kadeem Carey. Broke 1 tackle, now he lunges ahead. Frustrated with himself, but still picked up about 8 yards on the play.
Excellent game in the middle. Offensive line, those fellas up front did a nice job of just opening it up. He's off the offset to the boundary, and he runs to the strong side, and he finds a seam inside and makes the middle linebacker miss. And when he gets to the second level, he gets a great game.
Yeah, he blew right through Tony Jones.
He did. Tony missed him on that one.
They end up marking him down after 7, so it'll be 2nd and 3. But mission accomplished. Worst case scenario, you flip the field.
Hey, man, they were inside the 10. Now you're looking at the ball at the 48. You've done your job. Let's convert here and keep it going.
They need 3 more yards. Empty backfield. Flag flies as Arbuckle dumps it off. Far side, he's got his running back, Kadeem Carey, for a first down.
We were just talking about Toronto's penalties again. Again, we're talking about a receiver offside with a great conversion again by the concept
Offside,
and Nick's throw.
Toronto.
But a receiver offside, that just kills you. And right now, they got to be shaking their heads because that's the edge. That's the edge they're giving the opponent. You can't give a good football team all these opportunities with penalties.
Well, yeah, you picked up the
conversion
first down. It was going to be a fresh set for you.
Absolutely.
Instead, you're going to get backed up here. You get another announcement from Major.
Upon review by the replay official, there is no penalty for Toronto being offside. The result of the play is a first down for Toronto.
I'll reserve judgment for what I saw. But a motion receiver in our league always has the advantage. But God bless them. As a defensive coach, I understand. They want points, they want scores. But again, good conversion by Nick and Unger, man. He always is getting that play to that front side, open space.
Eyes from above, take that flag off the field. First down, Toronto from their own 53. 4 options out to the right for Arbuckle. That's where he's going to roll. That's where he's going to throw, and it's broken up. Working there against Nick Taylor was Tavares Daniels, 2 veterans doing battle there, and Taylor got a hand in there.
I mean, when you look at Taylor, I've had Taylor. He's an outstanding, intelligent player. They brought him in here for the playoff run. But you look at Holmes again. That could have been really bad for him because they had numbers on the quad side, which is 4 receivers, and they had multiple defenders there, and it almost got driven by Holmes for the pick. But that secondary is not going to give you a lot of those chances, so they better be careful if they try that again.
3 receivers, wide side right for Arbuckle. Pressure coming right away. Gotta get rid of it. He can't. Willie Jefferson's there. Ball is out. They're gonna dive on it just outside the 45. We'll have to sort this one out, but that was all Willie as he got there around the corner. Batted it out.
Again, coming from the blind side with the 3-man rush. The tackles on the island. The guards help in the center. And again, he beats Hunter around the edge. You're talking about your offensive lineman of the year. Clean beat, strip sack. They're fortunate to get it back. So the Unicorn does it again. Oh, what a great play. Just got to love what he brings around the edge. Runs the rim, long as heck.
You see that stretch?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
What is that when he stretches it? 8 feet? That's 8 feet a man.
I think I heard he's on the sideline and he can touch his number. So something like that. He's just unbelievable. That guy's different.
Toronto did recover, but they're forced to kick it away on 3rd down. Lucky Whitehead takes it at the 15. And that pops out of Lucky. And the Argos are on it. Oh, my goodness. What a mistake by Lucky Whitehead. And Toronto's in business inside the 20.
What is happening right now?
What is happening
right now?
What is happening?
I'm telling you what. Huge play again. Lucky fumbled last week in the zone. And again, and like you say, what is happening right now?
Special teams bobble from Lucky Whitehead. Toronto will take over. We'll step away. We're tied at 10. 6:33 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
The Nissan All-In Clear-Out event is on now, where you can lease or finance select remaining 2024 Sentra from 0.99% for 24 months. Plus qualified Nissan.
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you
What's up, CFL fans? How we doing? We got Mary here. She does not want to be here. All right, bye, Mary. All right, thanks for being here. Please hit that like button down below. Take a second, exit out of the chat. Hit that thumbs up, and let's get more football fans here in the chat for the Grey Cup to cheer on your team, and hopefully it's the Argos. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup. As well, please share this link. That helps bring more fans. As soon as YouTube gets external views coming in from links, they send it out more and they like it. So they send more people here to hang out with us. So get on it, hit that like, share this link out, and we'll see you back in there. Let's go, Argos. Let's go get that Grey Cup, baby.
Ball sitting at the Winnipeg 17, and that wasn't knocked out. Lucky kind of tucked it, took a step and bobbled it, and then the Argos hopped all over him. That's a major mistake.
A huge mistake, and he did the same thing last week. We talked about this before. He fumbled last week in the red zone, did it again here. That's a second turnover. This is a huge, huge situation where they could get major points. They got to go for 7 now, but with 2 turnovers, the most important stat in the game, critical error. And as I said before, I thought Toronto had the edge on special teams. Winnipeg did not play well last week at all, and when you look at it right now, great field position.
Should have found the money to sign Janari and Grant. If you're the Bombers, I guess. The one that got away. One that got away. All right, here's Arbuckle from the 17. Gets it away quickly. There's a little bit of room here. Down to the 10, to the 5, towards the end zone, and he's in! Touchdown, Argos! Kevin Mitall's got it! And Toronto strikes immediately. A 17-yard major, and they go on top 16-10.
Outstanding play. They're going to that sideline. The ball's behind the line of scrimmage. They get the blocking they need. Nick articulates the edge, gets the edge, motion going back away. He goes ahead and goes to the play fake. They bite inside. They get the block they need from Daniels, and the rest, the rookie does the rest from Laval Rougeau, scoring a touchdown in the biggest game of his life.
The first-round pick from Laval delivers in the Grey Cup, and the Argos take advantage right away after the fumble from Lucky Whitehead.
I think it's a pro-Winnipeg crowd. It's awfully quiet.
It's quiet. We noticed that early on in warm-ups.
Absolutely, it's quiet.
A lot
all
of Bombers fans here at BC Place.
Huge turn of events, and that kind of play in special teams happens all the time in big games, and it's a turnover and they score right away. They navigated and got a great play.
Arlahu for one more, and that is up. It is through, and the Argos lead 17-10. Well, now what does this group that's been to 5 consecutive Grey Cups, 18 players, have Grey Cup experience on Winnipeg, and a veteran group should be able to handle this situation?
Absolutely, they'll be able to handle this, but the same thing happens in your mind. We're all human beings, and in your mind going, oh no, here we go again. Yeah. Third quarter is almost over, we're going to the fourth. When you take a look at the current events, we've turned it over twice if you're the Blue Bomber mindset. Great play by Willie Jefferson, could have got it back, did it. You know, and when you take a look at that punt, it was in the air and the critical error. You know, game comes down to what people talk about is 4 or 5 plays, and you have to look at that particular fumble and that score right there by Mitell as a defining moment for sure.
Winnipeg will get the ball back, trailing for the first time since they were down 3-0 early in the football game. Lots of time to play here. 5:49 remaining. Third quarter. Arlahu hammers it away. Here's Lucky Whitehead. Secures it this time at the 15. Back to the 20. Looking for some redemption, and he'll get it out to the 35 and no further.
So now with the Bomber offense coming up here, obviously the mindset is, hey, just stay the course. Let's find our best plays. Let's get first downs on first downs. We're converting and stay on the field here a little bit. But certainly they're going big again with the big fella. I can see exactly where they're trying to go with the mindset again. If it's not a run, it's some sort of play action. But right now, they need something from their veteran quarterback.
Zach Cloris has 6 pass completions in this game. He's 6 of 13. Brady Oliveira, 7 carries for 42 yards. Cloris fakes it, has some time, dumps it off near side, and they can't haul it in. A one-hander for Dembski, and he's slow to get up after stretching out to try to find that one. Is that a miss from Zach?
It is. He could have put it down a little tighter. Basically what they're doing, they're bringing those tight ends again, and they got 3 receivers only in routes, and they're trying to go vertical. The vertical gets double covered. He has another one. That was his 3rd progression to make sure it gets a completion, and he could have and should have had one there.
Nick Dembski comes out of the game. Looked like Lucky Whitehead slid in, and he'll be in the slot to the right of Colares.
Definitely see where they want more protection for Zach.
Argos only send 3. Colares gets it away, has a completion, but what a tackle. McManus right away, and actually the contact from McManus knocks the ball incomplete out of the hands of Perseus.
2 and out. I mean, we're talking about a 2 and out after a score like that. That's a huge victory for the Argos. Now you're going to put it on the punt team of the Bombers, see if they can get something going. They got 2 returners back, so they can't necessarily kick away from anybody. It's going to be caught. They get field position to get it going again. But so right now, from the formation, I mean, Toronto's happy just to run the return game. They have multiple blockers to the slot, so they're just working the return game right now. That's kind of what they do. That's been the calling card all year.
Grant and McMahon back to return. They'll kick it to Janarian Grant at the 30. Near sideline, sidesteps one man, pushes it back out. Stopped at about the 39. Was there a flag on the play? No, there was a flag on the play, and that'll be driving the Argos back a little bit more. When we return, we were tied at 10. The Argos lead 17-10. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
10,000 years before the birth of Paul Atreides, we founded a sisterhood.
Crave presents the next groundbreaking original series from HBO.
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you qualify, Blue Chew will give you a free month's supply of chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis for just $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com and use the promo code YES for this amazing deal. Got it? Get it. BlueChew.com, promo code YES.
Are you looking for an endless selection of entertainment? Get Crave. What do I mean by endless? Okay, here goes. Heart-pounding thrillers, epic adventures, the latest blockbusters, the only place to watch HBO, sizzling reality shows, homegrown originals, your favorite sitcoms. How much time do I have left? 15 seconds? Start streaming the Harry Potter film series, Shoresy, Love Island USA, HBO originals like The Penguin, House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, The White Lotus. Wait, did I mention Friends? We barely scratched the surface.
Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, you! Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, you! The one that's hanging out with us listening to the Grey Cup, the Argos, and the Blue Bombers. Thank you for hanging out with us. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it. Take a second, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Argos game this season. We're going to do it again next year. And thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming a part of this awesome community. We're on our way to 75,000. We're going to pass that and go up to 100K. Pinball told me to dream big. I'm dreaming real big, Pinball. Thank you for inspiring a young man and doing what you did with the Argos in your career. It's all because of you that I have done what I have done in my life, and it's time to inspire the next generation. Get out there and hit that subscribe button. We'll see you back in there.
Fakes the handoff to Carey. Now he's going to heave one down the field. Looking for Coaxey. Intercepted. Oh, boy. How's that for a swing in momentum? Terrell Bond steps in and takes it away. And Winnipeg gets it back.
Well, we talked about trying to take shots and go explosive. They went with an isolation, and Nick made his first mistake. He just threw it up there and said, hey, go make a play for me. But he didn't have leverage, didn't have what he needed. The receiver was not in deep. The receiver was not in a position to make a play. And there is the one that is going to haunt you if it gets turned around right here. We were just praising that situation. We should never do that. You did it.
I jinxed him.
Hey, Argo fans, it was Dusty, wasn't me.
I'd like to apologize to Nick Arbuckle and Argo fans.
But to that point, it was amazing. So we'll see what happens now.
Well, can Winnipeg take advantage of this turnover? They'll start it on the ground. Brady Oliveira, hard yards. He breaks through. Look at him go. Brady Oliveira down to the 40 and now the 35 before they wrap him up. Biggest play of the ball game for Brady.
That's what you expect from him. That's what he's going to want. Now he's feeding, now he's eating, now he's feeling himself. Now you look at the Toronto situation, getting angry at the refs for the offensive line push and holds, and now this could teeter and go against you, and all of a sudden Winnipeg could be right back in it, tying it up. But that's what you want from Brady. Those legs keep turning. Look out.
35 yards on the ground for Brady Oliveira. 77 now in the game on 8 touches. He stands in next to Zach Collaros. They work from the Toronto 35. Back to Brady again, trying to push ahead. He's going to be held onto and wrapped up from behind. Brickman, among others, in on the tackle, but he's still got 3 yards, almost 4 on first down.
Yeah, if you could keep him this 3, fine, but he's had 2 explosive runs. That one was huge. You just got to make sure you don't let those great players get those big plays. But you can only hold Brady so long. It's going to crack sooner or later, and unfortunately, it was just for more yards than we want. It was right inside play. Nothing special about it. Just running over, letting the big man lead on that Toronto front.
Had 17 yards on a carry in the first half. 35 here on this drive. 2nd and 7 for Winnipeg from the Toronto 32. Oliveira out to the right for Claris. He's looking to the left, throws it up, broken up. Played well by Milton, and he knocks it away and out of the hands of the bigger target. Looking again for Carrick Wheatfall, but he couldn't haul it in.
Very nice play by Milton. There was a 3-man rush with flow from a second level. They have only done that 2 other times. They had people in coverage. Nice play by Milton. Ball was a little high. Maybe he could have been a further outside so he could use his body against the defensive player. But right now, that would be a big play. You know, they're going to get plays. The response there is pretty big because all of a sudden you could be on your heels after an explosive play that Brady had.
Sets up a 40-yard field goal attempt for Sergio Castillo. That is up, and it is through. Started to fade a bit right, but came back around, and we've got a 4-point ball game here in Vancouver.
Well, that tells me something. If you go back to the interception that Nick threw, you take a look at it, the coach has got confidence in him that, hey, let's go ahead and take the shot. You know, and you've got to credit him for doing that, but the whole scenario wasn't good off the top. The coverage was pretty decent, and then it goes against your face. But you know what? As they say, if you don't risk it, there's no biscuit, so they risk it. They give up 3. A lot better than they could have been after that Brady run. So now, go back to what you did. Don't worry about it. It's all good. No problem. It's on me. The coach will probably say, that's my fault. Don't worry about it. And now let's just go ahead and go back to what we were doing.
I was going to ask you, Nick. Do you think he gets rattled?
No, I think that will lean off of him because he's had a good day. It's one-off type of situation, so I think he'll be fine.
2 to the left, 1 to the right, and that's where he's going to throw. He's got Ungerer. Ungerer's got a first down. He's going to be wrapped up by Taylor and pushes it ahead all the way to midfield before we finally get a whistle. That's a pickup of 15.
You know, and I said before the game and then warm-up and all that stuff in pregame, that Ryan does a great job as a play caller. He goes 41 formation, puts 4 receivers away. It's Unger by himself on the backside. The DB's back, and now he's going to run a quick slant, and it's an easy throw. So just gives him an easy, kind of confident throw where he can throw it inside and get what he needs.
15 to Ungerer.
And it was a matchup on Bonds out there, to say the least, too. So
his team leading 4th catch of the game. And they're smack dab in midfield. Arbuckle this time with the deep carry right behind him. They're going to toss it to Denarian Grant. He's in trouble. And they'll blow that down. Significant loss. We're talking about 9 yards here as Willie Jefferson wrapped up his former teammate. How are you supposed to get out of the grasp of Willie?
You know, that's, you know, as a head coach, I'm saying, hey, let's not go to that guy because you could block him, you could do this, you could do that, but he could recover so easily because he's such a long athlete. So if you're going to his edge, you better be careful because he could recover and make that play. That's a huge loss, like you said, 9-yard loss, huge.
So it'll be 2nd and 19 as the Bombers try to get this Argos offense off the field. What does Arbuckle have up his sleeve for us here? Has time in the pocket. Wide open far side, and he misses Ungerer. Ungerer was all alone. Would have had some work to do to pick up the first down. But that was sailed over his head.
Honestly, that's the first one I could look at and say that's a miss. Now, I don't know what the conversion or if he's supposed to swirl out. Guys, I can't say that. I'm not in the huddle. But there was so much space between the receiver and the actual throw. I got to say, Nick missed that one.
But you're right. That's probably the first time today.
Yeah, that's the first one you look at. You missed. Yeah, and it could have been someone on the receiver. I don't know. I can't say that. But the end line on the execution was, whoa, that's not good.
As time ticks down here in the 3rd quarter, we hit 0. As Haggerty goes to kick it away, and it's blocked. Holy smokes, it's blocked, and it's going to be recovered. Winnipeg is on it, flags fly, and we've got fireworks at the end of the 3rd quarter. Haggerty's kick blocked by the Bombers.
Wow. You can see it right from the top, but they're leaning, they're ready to go, they're coming after it. This year is going to be no big deal. It's just a New York situation off a block. But when you take a look at the execution, really nice job off the edge. All day long, I could see Haggerty was slow. Winnipeg has a history of blocking kicks in playoff games. We'll see what the referees come up with there.
How about special teams, Coach?
I'm telling you,
coming up big in the second half.
And it always happens. Always happens in big games, in playoff games. We'll see what the referees talk about here. Right now, when you take a look at the edge from a protection point of view, whoa, total bust. Total bust. I mean, there was a free lunch on that. Now, the one thing is, Toronto's trying to recover it and got interfered. So what happens here after the block punt, trying to recover it, and that's Ben trying to recover it, and he got elbowed and pushed from behind. So I could see where they're going to say it's
interference. We have loose ball interference. Winnipeg, number 19. By rule, this is a first down for Toronto at the spot of the foul. It's going to be first down for Toronto at the 26-yard line, and it's the end of the quarter.
The blocked kick by Ayers. And then explain this to us again.
So when the ball is loose, everybody's free to go recover. They're going to go recover, and you cannot impede or interfere if we're both going for the football. As he does that to the back, that's an interference play, becomes an automatic first down. Huge.
Major swing.
What is happening right now?
Major swing.
My
you
gosh.
said it, man. All right, 3 quarters in the books. We're going to step away. 4th quarter is going to be a good one. Settle in as you continue to listen to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Discover more value than ever at Loblaws. Like Fresh Promise. We're bringing you our freshest produce every day. And if it's not fresh, it's free. Shop at Loblaws in...
The bedroom. Guys, that's one place it's better to do things the hard way. The easy part for guys is BlueChew.com. At BlueChew.com, get chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis, but cheaper. Medical consultation, but no doctor's office. Prescriptions, but no pharmacy visit. Try a free month for just $5 shipping using promo code YES at BlueChew.com. Confidence delivered. BlueChew.com. Promo code YES. The easy way to do it the hard way.
You want to be a
Football fans, CFL fans from all over the world, thank you for hanging out with us. Please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let's see how many places we've reached during this Grey Cup broadcast here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we do every single Argos game live all year long. Let us know your city and province in the chat. Put out that Canada flag emoji for our country. As well, if you're in the United States, put your flag out there. And all over the world, we want to see lots of different emojis and countries out there. And thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in the chat. And let's go Argos. And good luck to your team if you're cheering on the Blue Bombers. Winnipeg fans are awesome, but not today. The Argos are going to get that cup. Let's go Argos. We'll see you back in there.
Holiday season, give your loved ones what they really want. Give the gift of Thermea. Visit thermea.com/whitby to purchase a gift certificate. Take good care.
You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup. The Toronto Argonauts versus the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the TSN Radio Network.
4th
belongs to the people who have blocked it. Huge critical error.
Kyrie Wilson, a veteran, with a major mistake for the Bombers, and Toronto gets the ball back again. Quick completion. Helmet comes off. Ball gets held onto. It was Mackay Polk. Helmet came off of Tyrell Ford, who came in to make the tackle, and it'll be 2nd and short for Toronto.
Great reaction by Ford, but you know what? If you try and pump that to the number 2 and he drives it, number 1's up the seam. So I'm sure they're happy with the gain, and I'm sure they see the same thing. But right now, again, they're in a position to go ahead on 2nd and short and try and get a conversion.
Kadeem Carey, just 9 touches so far at the running back position, and they're going to throw again here on 2nd and short. Arbuckle gets it away. It's batted down. It's taken away. Are you kidding me? A thievery from Willie Jefferson, and the big fella continues to be a nightmare for the Argos. Willie Jefferson does it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching an MVP, Grey Cup MVP.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. You're
right now we're looking at this because you're talking about 2 sacks with the strip sack that they recover back, an interception. And like I said, this guy here is just a difference maker. Absolutely insane. Got the interception off of the low throw, and here you are here in scoring position with the ball in the 30. Just massive.
He just jumped up and took it.
And he has a great feel for this. He's the best in the league at knockdowns historically, but he's athletic. He can snag it out of the air. Huge, massive play.
Willie Jefferson, undoubtedly the best player on the field for Winnipeg in this game.
Bar none. No question on that, Dustin.
So Winnipeg takes over on the Toronto 30. Terry Wilson's in the game. Wilson's in the game. He's on the run to his right. He throws to Brady Oliveira, who bobbles it. Is Terry Wilson going to stay in this game? Where is Zach Collaros right now?
I don't see him. at all.
I am not seeing Zach Collaros.
Nope. I don't see him. And the tent's not up.
No, the tent, you're right. The tent's not up. I never saw the tent go up.
I don't know.
Huh.
Big turn.
All right, we'll try to keep tabs on this. All right, bloody, we've been told a bloody finger, and he went down the tunnel. Here's Terry Wilson now. Wilson gets it away down the field, misses everybody, but there's a flag for pass interference. He was looking in the direction of Clercius, and he was tripped up, taken down, and PI flag is thrown.
That's a bad PI. That's a bad PI. There's no need
Pass
for that.
interference. Toronto number 23. It's going to be first down for Winnipeg.
One of those
at the
deals
spot
where
of the foul.
he's driving a dig. He's driving a dig, and the ball goes in that direction, and it's way over his head, but they get tangled up, and he gets called for it. That was unfortunate, because I would turn it to 3, and they still maintain the lead now. Williams gets another crack at it.
Must be something pretty significant with Zach's finger. They have to go back to the room to get it repaired. We'll keep tabs on that, but what an opportunity for Terry Wilson. Has a rushing touchdown in this game. Now he's going to move everybody over to the right. Keeps it himself on the run. Throws to the end zone. Almost intercepted. In and out of the hands of Benji Franklin, who already has one in the game, and he should have taken that one away.
He could have had a second one, and he did a nice job. He's sitting with the outside high player, sees the quarterback come his way, throws it behind him, and he breaks down underneath the route. It almost looked like he was sitting there waiting and baiting for the young quarterback to make that throw. So he kind of got what he wanted, but obviously the interception would have been much, much better.
Winnipeg definitely in field goal range. Wilson keeps that in mind as he takes the ball here. There's a flag. I think they're offside. A receiver jumped. He throws a corner route for the end zone. No! Incomplete. Trying to find Wheatfall, but I'm pretty sure there's a flag against Winnipeg. I might be wrong, but looked like they jumped.
Regardless, the execution's just slightly off, and it's tough for a quarterback throwing a corner out, coming cold off the bench. But the execution, whether it was Brady before
Offside, Winnipeg number 89. Penalties decline.
So the execution's just off
down.
there. It doesn't matter if it's Brady on the shorter throw, throwing the corner there where Wilson's trying to do it. It's just slightly off right now offensively to get the execution, because again, crazy field position.
Yeah.
And they come away with 3. And that's the second time now, and that could bite you in the butt later on if you can't get 7s.
Sergio Castillo out here to make it a 1-point game. This is a 23-yard attempt. That is up. And it is through, but there are flags on the field. Is this against Toronto?
Yes, offside.
Oh, boy.
Offside.
Offside, Toronto number 23. That penalty's declined. The result of the play.
5 yards, 30
Just
long.
5 yards wouldn't have been enough.
No.
3rd and long. So they'll take the 3. We will step away. Of course, a Grey Cup between Winnipeg and Toronto is going to come down to the wire. Argos lead 17-6. Zach Collaros yet to be seen. We'll keep tabs on that as we step away. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
Have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you went there? Do you ever experience brain fog? Improve your memory and think clearly again with Clear Brain from New Nordic. Clear Brain is specific.
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
With you here at BC Place in Vancouver. Excellent crowd, excellent game. And Zach Collaros has run back out of the tunnel and is making his way back to the Winnipeg sideline. But what a horrible time to have to go get a finger repaired when Willie Jefferson gets you the ball on your own 30, or on the Toronto 30.
As they say, it was not timely for the Blue Bombers, timely for the Argonauts. Now, you're taking a look at a situation, all of a sudden the turnovers are kind of even. You know, Willie makes a sensational play on the way to the MVP of the game. When you take a look at where it is right now, Toronto really has to settle down and not get outside of what they've done to work, and also not get frazzled by the situation at hand.
To clarify the finger injury for Zach, it is on his throwing hand. Ooh, I saw he just practiced one throw and he instantly sort of shook his hand. So we'll keep tabs on that. He looks somewhat frustrated on the sideline. Heavy collision there as Retta Cramdy goes in and pops Kadeem Carey.
Excellent run inside zone play from the field to the boundary, running to the boundary side again, keeping it real simple inside. Probably a good idea to stay away from Mr. Jefferson a little bit, and they were running zone away from him. That's good. They're substituting here, getting another defensive lineman in, trying to get a little bit bigger for the play at hand.
Tanner Schmeckel, who will come into the game. 25-year-old, 6'1", 291, a great head of hair. He's in the middle of this defensive line right now. 2nd and 1 from the 49. Arbuckle gives it to Carey, cuts it back. He finds some space, doesn't he? All the way out and down to the Winnipeg 45.
2nd and short, there's no edge to the boundary. They're going to run that way. They're playing what we call with the inside technique. There is no, I repeat, no outside edge there. They're playing a 4-eye. Kadeem goes out there. Nick follows him as a threat. Really nice cutback play. That's a big, big play there. 18
yards for Kadeem Carey, his biggest play of the ball game. And it moves Toronto down to the Winnipeg 43.
That's free money, no edge there at all.
McMahon in at running back. Arbuckle out into the flat, a little low. Tavares Daniels will pick it up. It's incomplete. Right underneath his hands, picked up by Terrell Ford on the far side. But 2nd and 10.
That's the second one I've seen on Nick, right? It should be an easy bubble. They got numbers well executed in terms of the formation. Right out there, the corners on the corners up on the wide side out, and just a little bit too low, not executed correctly for sure.
Big 2nd down in field goal range, but it'd be a long one. Talking about 51 from here. Arbuckle, 2 to the left, 3 out to the right. Dumps it off to McMahon, up the middle, and he's looking for a first down. Got it, what a play call by the Argos. The toss ahead to the running back, and he gets 11.
It's exactly what you want to do against a 3-man front. You get enough hat to a hat and get an inside play. It's the 2nd time they ran it. You let the ends come upfield, you throw it underneath, it's safe. You're at least going to get some yardage out of it for the field goal. If not, you get a conversion. That's the 2nd time I saw that sweet, sweet call against a 3-man rush with a defensive end hot right now up the edge, and he's gone out of the play.
So a fresh set of downs for Toronto with the ball on the Winnipeg 31. Bombers trying to avoid 3 Grey Cup losses in a row. 2 of them to the Argos if Arbuckle can finish here. Dumps it off, running back right up the middle. Short pickup. At least 3, if not 4, for Kadeem Carey.
Yeah, that Blue Bomber front and those linebackers have had enough of Kadeem hitting inside. And is that Cramdy now?
It does look like Retta Cramdy
But
He's down on the field. His left arm, I believe, to be the issue.
As a nickel back, not a Sam, but as a nickel playing that position, coming in to help the run, he's trying to get it stopped.
They're going to take a look at Reddick Cramdy. We will step away. 9:29 remaining in the fourth quarter of a one-point Grey Cup. 17-16 Toronto leads. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical...
Enrolling in Rasmussen was a really big turning point in my life. When you go to school online, you're not in a classroom. But I never really felt like I was disconnected from my professors. In addition to the professors, there was tutoring, there was student support, there was the help desk. So in every single aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50-plus online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
Paul Police down on the sidelines. I'm not sure Lapo knows we were going to come to him.
Yeah, well, as you look in here at what the process that was going on in terms of the run game, you see two things happen. You see the nickelback get involved on the run because they had enough of that inside zone. And so if Cramdy comes out, it creates a huge issue from a depth point of view, and who lines up next, and it creates a whole situation where you got to move all types of people around. Griffin's listed as the backup. That would certainly change things in various spots for sure.
Cramdy is just up now. He was down that entire break, and he is walking off. They were taking a look at his arm, his wrist, as he's sort of stretching out his hand right now. But he will head off, and as Benny said, Michael Griffin likely to slide in there as the Grey Cup makes its way down the stairs here at BC Place. If you needed to pucker up a little bit more if you're down on that field right now.
Tell you what, baby, big play coming here. Are you going to get 3 or can you get more?
Huge second down. 2nd and 7 on the Winnipeg 28 for Arbuckle. Empty backfield. 3 options left. 3 options right. Willie trying to get through at him. Arbuckle takes off on the run. Looking for the first down. He's got it. Are you kidding me, Nick Arbuckle? He scrambles and picks up the first down, doing a little bit of everything for Toronto tonight.
Got to give him a ton of credit. He wanted, wasn't there. He scrambled. You give his offensive line credit. Willie wasn't close enough, and he scrambles, and that's Will. That's Hart. That's a guy that loves the game. He's going to make it happen. Multiple guys missed him. He had to go through Tony to get it, the middle linebacker, and he did. So that's a hell of a play to go ahead and get through Jones and convert.
What a play by Arbuckle. Midway through the fourth quarter, getting this start, 10 and 15 in his career in 25 starts, gets the Grey Cup start and working some magic here in the fourth. This time they'll hand it off. Carey runs into traffic but still got close to 5 yards on that first down touch.
Yeah, well, they added an offensive lineman and brought McLaren back in again, and they're running slip motion, so 2 blockers to his left. They give it a run inside, but the edge was set by Winnipeg, and the defensive backs for him showed up, so it was well played by the Bomber edge. But still, you get in a situation where it's 2nd and 6. You know, it's manageable, and it gives you a lot of different options in terms of what Coach Dinwiddie wants to call as an offensive coordinator.
Willie Jefferson checks back into the game here on 2nd down. 2nd and 6 from the Winnipeg 17. Arbuckle looks to his right, now over the middle, throws to the end zone, got it! Touchdown, Toronto! Dejon Brissett holds it in, and the Argos go on top 23-16 with 7.5 to play. What a throw by Nick.
Outstanding throw. They had multiple levels, multiple layers. He finds the opening, slings it right through a bunch of defenders. But again, conceptually, a couple of routes going out, another one coming in, he finds the seam. So when they set the formation, they went freeze motion. So he saw what he had. He saw that before the play as they set it. Once it goes through, he goes past through the middle hole player, and we got Alexander down. Now, there was a substitution there, so Alexander was down to the box. Should he have stretched out? Should he be high? There was a sub when Cramby got out, and those things happen. Great call and execution.
We have a 7-point game. Aralahu look to make it an 8-point ball game. Extra point from the 32. That is up, and it is good. So Winnipeg still down by 8, but just over 7 minutes to play. We will step away again from BC Place. Argos lead 24-16, 7:08 on the clock. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
The Waffle Festival is underway at Cora Breakfast and Lunch.
I'll have the peanut caramel waffle, please.
But with 5 new sweet and savory dishes to choose from.
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
Are you looking for an endless selection of entertainment? Get Crave. What do I mean by endless? Okay, here goes. Heart-pounding thrillers, epic adventures, the latest blockbusters, the only place to watch HBO, sizzling reality shows, homegrown originals, your favorite sitcoms. How much time do I have left? 15 seconds? Start streaming the Harry Potter film series, Shoresy, Love Island USA, HBO originals like The Penguin, House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, The White Lotus. Wait, did I mention Friends? We barely scratched the surface. Crave. Endlessly entertaining.
Toronto leads. Let's send it down to Paul Lapalisse. Lapple, what are you looking at here with an 8-point game?
Well, here's what I'm seeing. The thing that's been tremendous is obviously this defense for the Argos has forced so many 2-and-outs. But the other thing that has made it very difficult for this Winnipeg team is the play of this offense, because they got the touchdown there, but even if they would have gotten a field goal, they are moving the ball, holding on to the ball, and driving the length of the field. And every time Winnipeg gets it, they're not in good field position. And then what you have to do is now you have to drive the length of the field. And they're 2-and-out, and Toronto's holding on to the ball, taking away possessions. And obviously they had the ball after the block punt, didn't capitalize. So we'll see. We'll see if Zach's going in. He's got tape, he's got everything, a glove on, but there's blood coming through so we'll see how he looks if he comes out. Thanks, guys.
Lapo, 33 minutes of time of possession. 33.
Yeah, that's the story of the game right now, and they just keep moving the ball across the field.
Yeah.
Kicked away, Lucky Whitehead. Takes it just inside the 20. Whitehead, nowhere to go. He's going to be wrapped up, pushes ahead. This drive will start at the Winnipeg 27. Zach Kolaris dealing with a finger issue. And now we've got an injured Argo staying down on the field. And the athletic therapist team out there immediately to tend to this player. We can't tell who it is just yet. Arbuckle so far today, 26 of 36, 252. A couple of touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and one that Willie sort of got at the defensive line, but you have to like what you've seen from Nick Arbuckle.
Yeah, absolutely. Other than 2 throws I would say that he missed, he's done a great job with the feet, converting and showing heart there and executing the offense extremely well. As Coach Lappo said, they're on the field. We talked about 33 minutes of time of possession. You look at his completion rate. I mean, the play that Willie made, you know what? Willie's going to make Willie. So that's what that one was. But the one on the explosive, it was just an opportunity trying to take a shot, and it didn't go well. Probably shouldn't take that shot, but I'm sure then Willie's going to say that's on me. But he's just performed outstanding. He's throwing the ball around, executing when he needs to. Thoroughly impressed with what the young man's done today with the stage in front of him.
So Kolaris dealing with, so he's got a glove on his throwing. How difficult is that got to be when you don't wear a glove and now you're going out here in the 7 minutes left in the Grey Cup and you have to put a glove on your hand?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is extremely difficult. That's not something you want to do. You want to feel the leather, you want to feel the ball, and obviously they feel like that's the best resolve they have possibly for him to grip the ball and do what he's got to do, because it kind of even looks like his index finger, because if it is, that's extremely critical to just the throw and the pass of the ball. So that's going to be a little bit of getting used to. I'm sure he's done it throughout his life, or maybe he's experimented with it, but certainly that's an issue.
That's Benji Franklin.
That's big right there.
Who was down on the field after the return. He got hurt on the special teams. He's up now. He's walking off. Well, that could be a significant loss at corner for Toronto.
Absolutely, and right now, if you're Buck Pearson, if you're the if you're the Winnipeg group, you're looking at, hey, who's going to replace him? What side's he on? Let's take a shot over there and see what we get done. And as they move things around, they're going to move the guys around and see who they're going to get on that position there. But you still got McFadden down, but now they're going to push. Who are they going to push up this way?
Like Mark Milton, maybe.
I think it is, yeah. I think you're right. Milton's out the other side corner, the boundary side corner. Here's a play action deal.
For Kolaris. He's going to look for a shot down the field, and it's intercepted. Just like that, taken away on the far side of the field to Sean Amos, and he's going to work it back down to the 20. Eventually forced out of bounds, but the Argos defense does it again. This one might be a dagger for the Bombers as Sean Amos waits and takes it away from Zach Kolaris.
Wow. Amos is down low, and Zach thinks he's not in the region. He's playing down low, and he raises his hips and gets that ball on the shallow corner route. And when he bends it shorter, it makes it even a shorter path for him. Huge play from the low to the sky. Big play from Amos. I guarantee you, Zach's looking at it. He's looking inside out. He does not recognize that the corner's there because he's still extremely low. Feels like he can make that throw. Big time play for Amos. And like you said, here we are here. Bell's on at the 16-yard line. 6 minutes left in the game.
Kolaris is 6 of 17 for 114 yards and 2 interceptions. Unbelievable job by this Toronto defense. And now flags fly. The two lines were getting into it a little bit.
That might be on Toronto, depending on what's going on here. They'll sort this out. Maybe a procedure, maybe something else going on. Something might have been said. Because it was prior to the ball snapped, obviously.
It was, yeah. So the ball had
something else was going on.
Like one of the Winnipeg defensive linemen kind of crossed the line of scrimmage, but for a reason, like he was pointing something, out.
Right.
They are going to back Toronto up here, I think.
As Ben and his crew convene, they're going to get some help from the command center, obviously.
Yeah.
Something was going on.
Well, so if you're this Winnipeg defense right now,
oh my gosh,
got to hold them to 3.
You got to buckle up, hold them to 3, and still it's going to be a situation where it's going to be a 2-score game. All you could do is take sudden change, take the field and say, hey, it's an opportunity for us to go make a play. Let's get a stop and go do what we got to get done. But you know what? That Winnipeg Blue Bomber team's looking around at themselves like, oh no. I mean, it's just human nature. I mean, been enough games to know that creeps into your mind a little bit. You got to make sure you stand up now and do the best you can with the scenario you got. Got to give a ton of credit to that Toronto defense. I don't care what they're trying to do on Winnipeg's side. 6 completions.
Before the ball went off, Winnipeg called a timeout. However, we have a misconduct penalty against Winnipeg number 1. We'll go up half the distance. It's going to be first down for Toronto.
So something was said, something was done along the way. But obviously, you know, that's a bad scenario. Winnipeg calls a timeout and gets a penalty on top of that. So that's a bad deal. That's not good.
Dietrich Nichols is now coming over to argue his case, I believe. Maybe they have the wrong guy. Nichols is looking like, they say number 1, because it wasn't me.
If it's a conduct situation, something was said or done.
Yeah.
But hey, if you're an Argonaut fan right now, you got to be loving this.
Well, you can't ask to be in a better spot.
No.
You're up 8. You just got another takeaway.
Your opponent just used the timeout,
or
wasted a timeout, in essence. You never want to use one of these on substitutions or playing defense, and you just use the timeout.
6 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock here on the TSN Radio Network. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides with you. Arbuckle looking to throw another dagger into the heart of Winnipeg. They'll hand it off to Kadeen Carey, and he is upended almost immediately. And that'll bring up 2nd and goal.
Outstanding play inside. Really good job of hitting the gap, coming downhill, hitting it, and making sure nothing was going to happen. And Mr. Kyrie hit it. Or actually, that's Brandon. Free safety, Alexander hitting it in the crease. So now here you go. I mean, hey, we got to keep him to 3. We can't do nothing about it. Let's see what happens right now and see how it goes. But again, I would say there's a few Bomber fans in the crowd. It's awfully quiet, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know?
BC Place has fallen quiet. Argos fans here too.
Yep,
this is why I love
no
the Grey Cup. There's fans of every team here.
No question.
But Bombers fans are quiet right now.
This is a big play. If they could keep it to 3, that gives them a huge chance here.
2nd and goal from the 7. Arbuckle throwing, and it's batted down. It was Garbutt who got in his face, and they will hold them to a field goal attempt, which would take the lead to 11, which is big. But it's not insurmountable with 5.5 minutes left in a CFL game.
Toronto's not happy with that one, I assure you that, because it's still a 2-score game, but it's going to be complexion's going to be quite different if you were able to make it 31. But they'll get 3 out of this if everything's executed properly and be in a good position up by 11. Again, big turnover, big Toronto Argonaut defense. But you know what? Winnipeg did their job. In a turnover like that, you just keep it to 3, give your team a chance. That's all you can do is play in front of you, and they 2 and out. 2 and out.
Chip shot for Harolahu, 14-yarder straight away. That is up, that is through, and the lead is 27-16 in favor of the Argos, looking to make it 2 Grey Cups in the last 3 years. And how ridiculous is it that going back to 1991, they've won the Grey Cup every time they've been here?
That's unbelievable. As a kid who grew up in Toronto, I kind of know the stat, but that's just unbelievable that they've done that 7 times, and if they can make it 8, that'd be tremendous. But you got to give it tremendous credit to all phases. All phases you look at their, they got fortunate on the special team block, right, obviously, but they had the big return to start the game. They played decent coverage. They got the forced fumble down there at the far end from our booth. So you got to give them credit. The defense, too.
That block punt return ends up being a huge moment in this game.
Very much so, very much so. And when you take a look at it, it's something that happens that you rarely see in terms of call the interference. And right now we're getting a little bit of interference on the game. But, you know, when you talk about that, it's one of those situations where it should never happen, but it did. So you got to give all 3 levels of the Argonaut team a tremendous amount of credit.
Bruce, please reset the clock to 5:11, please.
All right, our interference was, I'll just say it, I know on TV you usually don't talk about it, but we're on the radio, so there was a female streaker at the 111th Grey Cup, and she went quietly. She's being walked off, escorted off by a couple of security guards.
Nice gentleman gave her a jacket.
And we will resume play at the 40. Colares, can he find a way to get going tonight? With the glove on, throws it far side. Brady Oliveira's got it, pushes it ahead. First down, Winnipeg, into the hands of Brady Oliveira. Got exactly 10.
That's all they got to do. They just got to move the ball, get first downs. There's an unbelievable amount of time. There's a whole whack of time in the CFL. 5 minutes is an eternity. Just keep executing, moving the ball to the field, and get your scores.
We've seen Winnipeg this year go to that check down game with Brady quite a bit. That's his first catch of the game.
Wow.
And Dembski doesn't have one yet.
That's insane. Now, Dembski had opportunities. I don't remember Brady having them, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Brady did have an opportunity he dropped. So that's unbelievable when you talk about 2 of their key players having one catch.
They work from the 50. Colares throwing again. That one going down and getting it, Ontario Wilson. And will they rule it incomplete? I believe they did on that far sideline. So it'll be 2nd and 10.
It's going to get to the point where Coach O'Shea is going to be thinking about 3rd down. Maybe not just yet. Not yet, but I can see.
Down 2 scores?
Not quite yet, because I'm sure he believes in his defense. But you start looking at the clock when it's inside of 4 minutes, for sure, win a 2-score game.
Yeah, if you're punting from here, you're hoping pin them deep, stop them, get it back, hammer the field goal, and then
for sure
take a crack at it. Argos will send 5. There's flags. Zach throws, and that is complete for a first down to Kenny Lawler just inside the Toronto 50.
Might be on the Blue Bombers in terms of Early motion across the LOS. Let's see what Ben's got.
Argos are saying it's against Winnipeg. Even the Bombers have backed up a bit here.
Offside. Winnipeg, number 10. The 5-yard penalty. Will replay second down.
This is not typical Nick. This is not typical Nick at all. You're talking about the penalty. You're talking about a couple of drops, and you said he does not have a catch.
Doesn't have a catch in the Grey Cup.
We're 4:16 left in the game, which is unbelievable when you think about it. Toronto's just got to make sure they keep it in front of them. I mean, it's okay. The clock's actually there for him right now.
2nd and 15. Empty backfield for Collaros. On the run. Out to his right. Throws it near side. They go down and hang on to it there. Clercius. And they rule it a catch. And now it's 3rd and short.
They're going.
And Collaros walks right back out to midfield.
Coach didn't even hesitate. He has it in his mindset already. Just go. Stay on the field. 3rd and 4. 3rd and 3.
3rd and 3. From the Toronto 53.
Big play. You could call it the game for Toronto if they could stand up.
Yep. Biggest play of the game right here. 3.5 minutes to play. 3rd and 3 on the Toronto 53 for Collaros.
They're sticking to what they do. 4-man rush.
Got to find a first down. Now the Argos show some pressure. They bring it. Collaros gets it away. And oh my goodness, it's intercepted. Taken away by the Argos. And they're going to go back the other way. All the way down the field. Pick six done. Game over. The Argos are going to seal it away. Taken home by Robert Priester. And Toronto blows it wide open with just over 3.5 minutes to play. My goodness.
My goodness is right, Dusty. This defense is playing out of their minds. They're making play after play. There's a game on the line, 3rd and 3. Zach throws it. Great jump on the ball. He kept in front of him. Defensive back drives it, and the rest is a score. Just tremendous, tremendous play. Everybody saw where it was going to go, trying to get to Nick on the 3rd conversion, and it doesn't happen, and big-time score. Just unbelievable what this defense has done.
First interception of the season for Priester. But they don't get any bigger than that. Zach Collaros has 8 completions and 3 interceptions in the 111th Grey Cup.
Are you telling me he hasn't thrown a touchdown yet again?
Yeah, that's 3 straight Grey Cups that Collaros has not thrown a touchdown, and they lost all 3 of them. That is up. It is through, and it's a romp. 34-16 Toronto. We will step away with 2:50 remaining in the ball game. Toronto in full control. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical...
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Maker on for only $59.97. That's $100 in savings at Walmart.
Welcome back to Vancouver. Dustin Nielsen, Mike Benavides. And the Argos are in full control, 34-16. They lead the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Bombers are on the verge of losing 3 championship games in a row. Toronto on the verge of winning 2 of 3.
Oh, they just got to be gutted. Just got to be gutted right now. On the flip side of it, the jubilant Toronto Argonauts sideline, they're jumping around. They could feel it coming. They could feel it right in front of themselves. I mean, to keep Zach out of the end zone in the air, to be able to make this conversion, it was a great recognition of the play. Prister's on the inside, Franklin's back in the game on outside, and they go to a curl. They go to a concept curl. It's a smash. It's two guys running short routes. They go to Nick, and he does a great job driving that play. Just tremendous. Our boy Willie Fields, co-coordinator, played for me a long time ago. Saw that. What an unbelievable play to kind of seal the deal here. Still 3 minutes left, but they got to move extremely fast to try and get these points.
Trailing by 18. Lucky Whitehead looking for a return. It's his best of the game, and he'll take it out to the Winnipeg 46.
Wow. Just wow. When you take a look at the storyline, I mean, how good is this, and what kind of, Saturday, Sunday night movie is this going to be for Nick Arbuckle?
Well, Arbuckle's going to be the Grey Cup MVP.
I mean, if it's not Willie, it's him. Right?
It has to be Nick Arbuckle.
It has to be him. When you look at his numbers, 252, 26 for 37, and even if you look at the interceptions, you could talk about the interceptions. One was taking a shot, hey, it is what it is, and the other one was JJ making a great play.
Couple of touchdowns. Collaros, 3 interceptions. Throwing with that glove on the injured finger, dumps it off to Brady Oliveira. Oliveira pushing ahead, and he'll get about 9 on the play. Brady Oliveira on the ground in this game, Benny. 9 carries for 80 yards. Did they try to stick to that enough, or did they go away from it?
I mean, I think when you look at it, he had 2 explosives, so they didn't do that enough. But at the same time, they weren't on the field a ton. When you take a look at time of possession, you're not out there.
Another interception. This one looks like it was deflected on the way through, but it's McManus. And how's this for good measure? Back to the 10, to the end zone, tripped up on the way in. Looked like he was gonna be there. I don't know if he friendly fire or what happened there, but he goes down inside the 5, and 4 interceptions for Zach Collaros in just a disastrous night.
Boy, you hate to see it, but really, you got to give the team that's winning credit. That Toronto defense, man, just doing a heck of a job. Coach Ivan, Coach Fields, and Coach Demetrius Maxey just doing a heck of a job. I mean, they're just playing with Juice now, and he's kind of behind him now, but just wow. Just wow. You take a look at anything could happen in sport. You talk the backup quarterback, all that kind of stuff, and look where we are now.
Interceptions for Franklin, McManus, Amos, and Priester with the pick 6 that put it away for good.
I think our boy Jake Ceresna had something to do with that one.
Arbuckle turns, hands it off, looking for the end zone, and they're there. Taking it in, capping off a tremendous season. It's Kadeem Carey, and Bombers fans head for the doors of BC Place. An absolute blowout in the 4th quarter, and it's 40-16.
Taking a look at an Argo club that's about to win their second and 3 is pretty damn good, Take a look at what they've gone through.
Well, what's very impressive about it is that they have Arbuckle in a quarterback, so it's not Chad Kelly or MBT who were here last time.
Nope.
If you look at that receiving core, only DeVaris Daniels is back, and that was 2 years ago. It's not like it was 10 years ago.
No question.
It was 2 years ago, so they've turned things over.
They're turned things over, and something people don't talk about much. Corey Mason's the defensive coordinator. They got a brand new coordinator system and 2 people that were there, so that makes a huge change, and they just carry on and keep winning. And just the winning percentage that Mr. Dinwiddie gets through is just unbelievable. So you got to give them a ton of credit. Their team plays, their team believes, and in the biggest games they performed again.
I still look back to that penalty on the blocked kick being such a huge swing. Yeah, I know, and look, it's a blowout now. But at that point in the game, all of the momentum would have been in Winnipeg. It was still a 1-point game at the time.
It's a 1-point game, 17-16. A block punt, you get in scoring range, you at least go ahead with a field goal. And it's something that you never, ever do because the possession's already exchanged. And I know the kid feels terrible about it, but you don't do that because you're going to get the ball back anyway. He does that, doesn't get called very often in terms of interference, but it's so blatant, they had to call it.
It was clear.
Exactly. So what could have been an outstanding play flips over, and it doesn't happen for them. But again, their special teams failed when they fumbled down there, to the right of our booth where for the second week in a row, Lucky Whitehead had a fumble. And last week they were fortunate. It was nothing no score for the Rough Riders, but this time the Argos made sure they scored off of it on the very next play.
2:14 remaining. The lead is 25. Lucky Whitehead takes it at the 15. Back to the 30-35, and that is where he is wrapped up. How do we remember this Winnipeg Blue Bombers 5-year stretch, Benny? They win the first two, now they've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think you still got to take the whole totality of it. It's an unbelievable accomplishment. Five years in a row has never happened.
To do it.
You know what I mean? 4 team in our illustrious 111 year of this great league. So it is special what they've done. But when you look at it, what they're going to remember is a failure. You know, I've won 3 Grey Cups. The only one I remember and talk about is the one I lost. So they're going to feel like there was missed opportunities because they have a very talented team. So there's going to be tremendous disappointment in that. And you know, the dynasty word I know gets thrown around, but to get to 5 is very, very special. I still don't deny that at all.
Kolaris throwing again. That one incomplete. In and out of the hands. Like the big guys today for Winnipeg, and I know it starts with Kolaris, and he goes 9-24. 2 of the interceptions come with the glove on after he hurt his hand. But Kenny Lawler has 1 catch. Dembski has no catches. Brady Oliveira has 2 catches. Those are Ontario Wilson doesn't have a catch in the second half. He had 4 in the first half. Like those guys usually are 6, 7, 8 catch guys.
As is always said, in the big games, your big players got to make plays, and today it wasn't to be had. You talk about going all the way back. Go ahead.
There's a completion to Wilson this time, and he's got a first down, spun around at the 50.
If you go way back to the first quarter in the first drive, the first 2 throws to Lawler, it was down the seam, could have made a play, wasn't made. Yeah. The next one, he was running a corner route, and his foot came out of bounds, could have been a huge play. So right there, those 2 plays aren't there, and then Dembski had a couple of drops. Brady had a drop, and you know, if those guys aren't making plays for you, it's going to be a tough day.
Kolaris over the middle. It's held onto by Clercius. Yeah, but, so, you coming into this game, and I was looking at it today, like, there was and Winnipeg was a 9.5 point favorite coming into this game. But you could see a path to victory for Toronto. But I didn't see a path to this for Toronto.
No, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, Dusty, to our left. 41-16, that doesn't even seem real. Doesn't seem possible, right? Because we were looking at a competitive game. We were looking at 17-16. But when you look at it, we talked about special teams. They had the big return. They had the forced fumble. We talked about their defense would have to play and make plays. They created turnovers. They even got a score. They got 2 scores. So 14 of those points coming off of their interceptions. So, you know, the path was for those 2 phases to show up, and they certainly did. And we talked about Nick not making the big mistake, and Nick just doing things, managing things. And in the first half, he was going from read 1, 2, 3. He scrambled with his feet to make a play. He navigated through and got the check down. So he did exactly what he needed to do. And I want to say this. Those 2 interceptions are going to hurt, but, you know, Willie Jefferson's done that to everybody, and I guarantee you that the coach is taking a shot back here that got intercepted too, and he's like, okay, no worry.
Mike O'Shea has just thrown his challenge flag. Looks like he's going to win it.
Yeah, that would be a definite win for Coach O'Shea. Adeleke is inside, grabbing at Lawler, and basically that definitely will be 1. Coach O still has that 1 timeout, so he's got that challenge in his pocket, and that should be a victory for him on that particular challenge.
Upon further review, the ruling on the field is overturned. We have pass interference, Toronto number 1. It's going to be first down Winnipeg at the 47-yard line.
All right, so it'll be at the Toronto 47-yard line. We're sitting here, it's 41-16 in the 4th quarter, 24-3 in favor of Toronto. They just took over in the 4th quarter of this football game.
Just, you know, when you look at things that win football games.
Kolaris has another man that's complete down to the 30 as he goes back to Carrick Wheatfall with 95 seconds left.
When you look at things that win football games, turnovers, obviously, you know, Toronto won that. When you take a look at other things in terms of executing time of possession, they did that. First downs and stay on the field, they did that.
Kolaris underneath. There's Dembski. First time in this game. I can't believe I'm even saying it. There's 1 minute and 24 seconds left. That's the first catch of the ball game for Nick Dembski.
Just kind of unfathomable. You would win a lot of money if you bet that, if there was some sort of gambling line on that. But Coach Dinwiddie just got doused with his Gatorade. Best bath the coach could take. Got to feel good for a guy that's gone through some adversity and rebuilt some situations. The quarterback thing they had to deal with all offseason and in the beginning of the year. He's had 3 different quarterbacks start games and win games for him.
Please reset the clock to 125.
So when you do that as a coach and you win with 3 different quarterbacks in one season, that's a hell of a deal.
Well, they always say, it's tough to beat a team 3 times. But the Argos just did that. They beat the Bombers 16-14. They beat the Bombers 14-11. And now they're beating them 41-16 in the biggest game of all. This is caught, but slipped for a first down, though. It'll be moving the chains for Winnipeg.
And you're talking about beating a team. We're not just any team. You're beating the best team in the last 5 years in this league, by far, right? There's only one team that's won games close to them. It's being the BC Lions. But the Bombers are just a class team.
Another completion to Dembski. If you think about Toronto and what they've done against Winnipeg, if you look back, they have lost 3 times now since late July. All 3 were to the Toronto Argonauts.
Is that right?
They haven't lost to another team. They'd won 10 of 11 and 10 of 12. They've won 10 of 12 coming in. The 2 losses were to the Argos. This one will be to the Argos as well. It's remarkable. I mean, they've beaten everybody for 3 months except these Toronto Argonauts. And the Argos have held them to 14 points, 11 points, and 16 points this season.
Extremely well done by that organization, that entire coaching staff and those players, because when you take a look at what you're talking about a situation where sometimes you just match up better with some teams. And obviously the strength of the Argonauts is their front, and obviously they affected Zach in the first 2. And I'm sure planning in the way they came in with the double tights and the 6 offensive linemen and their plan, I'm sure affected how they were going to approach things. And so that's a tremendous credit to them. But sometimes you match up against better teams, and that defensive line got it done, and the secondary got the feast. So it's a huge accomplishment without question. I'm sure Chad Kelly is back home watching with a smile on his face.
McManus was slow to get up. Priester's 61-yard pick 6, second longest interception for a touchdown in Grey Cup history. You have to go back a long way to find the last time that was done.
Yep, certainly indeed.
Kolaris to the end zone, and that is incomplete in the direction of Dembski again. There is a flag on the play with 53 seconds remaining in the ball game.
Yeah, that'll be a defensive penalty on the corner.
Pass interference, Toronto number 27. The foul occurred in goal. It's going to be first down Winnipeg at the 1-yard line.
It's Mark Milton. So they will put the ball on the 1 and a chance for a garbage time touchdown for Winnipeg. Terry Wilson will check into the game. He had a meaningful touchdown in the first half. Put them on top 7-3. Really could not get the offense going tonight in any way.
I just keep looking at that scoreboard to the left, and it's like, what? How did that happen?
Yeah.
17-16.
Yeah, right. It's 17-16 at the beginning of the quarters. Pushing it home, looking for the end zone, and they got it. Touchdown, Winnipeg. Brady Oliveira puts it home. Had a phenomenal season. Most outstanding Canadian, most outstanding player. Has the late touchdown here, but he won't care about that. The season ends in disappointment.
Well, the famous fable, as long as this league's been around, is if you win all the awards and you win the MOP and you win this and you win that, sometimes the game doesn't go your way. And today certainly hasn't gone Mr. Oliveira's way.
Toronto's defense, excellent from start to finish. I did think coming in that defensive front, when you break down, like, let's say Winnipeg's receiver group, and Winnipeg offensive line, the quarterbacks, I do think that front four, and they rotate like 6-7 guys through there. I do think that was the best unit coming into this game.
Yeah.
And they played pretty well.
And that might be the best unit in the entire field, except maybe the Winnipeg secondary. That group definitely did its part. Brady had 2 explosive runs, but for the most part, that was it. When they were going to double tight ends and they were going to 6-0 linemen, it'd be a rush for 3, maybe 4. And if you could keep it under 4, you're winning. And so this Toronto Argonaut defense, who led the league in rush yards per game, showed up today and did its part there. But then it's really the secondary and the opportunities that were afforded to them that made the plays. I mean, that's not easy plays when you're playing a low curl and you drop it to take away a corner route. When you're making those kind of plays where you're playing the outside seam and you fall into the numbers to go get a play like Franklin did, those 3 interceptions were very, very well executed, and I think they should be really proud of those 3 plays. Huge.
Winnipeg will go for 2. Brady Oliveira back in to the end zone, and that will make it a 17-point ball game with 47 seconds on the clock. And the Argos are on the verge of winning 2 Grey Cups in the last 3 years, both of them against Winnipeg. 2022, member of our team at TSN now, Enoch Mwamba, MVP and most outstanding Canadian. Toronto outscoring Winnipeg in that fourth quarter 10-6. Winnipeg last year against Montreal outscored 14-7 in the fourth quarter as well. So the fourth quarters have not been friendly to the Bombers during this 3 Grey Cup losing streak.
Now, we kind of mentioned in the pregame, if they were able to keep it close and go to the fourth, then, they kind of look at it, are we going through the same scenario again? Is this the same bad story? And the fourth quarter was definitely won by the Argos today when you look at the turnovers for scores and down to the 1. So,
what do you think the vibe would have been like at halftime in both of them?
I think it would have been fine. I would think Toronto's feeling good.
Yeah,
Toronto's got to be feeling good. Shoot, we're battling with these guys. We're in it, and now we're going to look for an onside here.
Onside kick from Castillo. He'll hang it up there. It's bobbled around, and they'll jump on it on the far sideline. Toronto has it, and that will seal the deal at Grey Cup 111.
Victory formation coming out, the best formation in football. Take that knee and take the victory. Decent execution. They got the ball to bounce around. They got an opportunity. The catcher went up and went off his hands. He didn't complete the play, but and I think that was Coxie, but they still were able to recover it and cover it up. And now, as I said before, best formation of football. When we go through walkthrough as a football team and this is the last play you do as an offense, we say, hey, we're going to do this play tomorrow. It's the best play in football. So Toronto gets to execute this play off of the call sheet.
It is Dukes into the game at quarterback to take a couple of knees as Nick Arbuckle on the sidelines, likely awaiting his Grey Cup MVP.
Ooh.
I don't know how you can write a better story than the last week for Nick Arbuckle.
Are you telling me? I mean, you're a backup quarterback. The starter breaks his leg in the final. You got to play the championship game. You've played 24 games before, 25 games. They've talked about how you've gone from Calgary to Toronto to Edmonton to Ottawa. And outstanding young man, though. We had him in Ottawa, as I said to you. Brilliant guy. As a defense coordinator there, I would ask him for help with other teams he's been to. He draws things by hand. He is really, really intelligent. He's going to be a great coach. And when he talked about it during Grey Cup week, he was looking at coaching jobs if he couldn't get on with the team. So he said he was 30 days away from not playing football. And look at this.
And here he is. Leading
Unreal.
the Argos to a Grey Cup championship. Arbuckle's Argos topple the Bombers 41-24. And for the second time in 3 years, Toronto, Grey Cup champions.
Unbelievable. Did what they had to do. Got the turnovers. Got some special team plays into the big return on the punt return and a forced fumble in the red zone by Lucky Whitehead. defense playing out of their minds. Secondary made some hellacious plays coming from the low-high zones and making picks that Zach didn't anticipate or see. And then at the end of the day, 41 points on the board. Underdogs, but I don't know, 7.5, 8, whatever they want to call about that. I'm not a gambler, but and then they are again champions twice out of the last 3 times, and they're champs of our great league. 101, 111 Grey Cup.
I believe Arbuckle has gone right over to the crowd, to his family.
Yes, he is. He didn't even get to take the knee on the victory.
No,
he didn't take the, which is surprising to me.
Were you surprised? I was a little surprised by that too.
And I'm going to ask that question sooner or later, why that occurred. But they're letting Dukes take the knee.
It almost feels like Nick might have said
maybe
because I don't know why Nick Arbuckle wouldn't have taken the victory knees, but he has had a heck of a game, and the Toronto Argonauts are Grey Cup champions in convincing fashion when it's all said and done. They've won the last 8 times they've made it to the big game, and now as a franchise, they've won 19 Grey Cups.
Unbelievable. There you see Nick. He's down on the field with his daughters and his wife. He said that's his rock. That's everything. That's what inspires him. That's his why. And when you talk about the last 8, if you're an Argo fan, you're feeling good about life. The last 8 times you've won. You've had 17 in your entire franchise history. Pretty special stuff.
Phenomenal game from the Toronto Argos. Let's leave with where the Bombers. 3 losses in a row. How do you swallow this one for Ocean?
No, you don't swallow that. You take that with you, and that goes with you into the dirt. It's just really difficult because it's a great opportunity to squander. It's so hard to get there. You want success for all these young men to go win championships. That's what Ocean's all about, and his coaching staff. That's extremely difficult to swallow. And every year is a different year, and they started differently, and they finished off as the hottest team. But as it went through, they needed a little help from the wind. The win in the Montreal game, which was kind of epic, and then they pulled it off last week handedly against the Rough Riders. But now they're sitting here, and my goodness, that's hard. That's hard stuff. That's hard.
Benny, great stuff working with you, man.
Thank you, man. It was a blast.
Really
Thank you so much, Dustin.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trev.
41-24, the final here at the 111th Grey Cup. The Toronto Argonauts, Grey Cup champions. For Paul Appelese down the sidelines, Mike Benavides, I am Dustin Nielsen. Post-game coverage is coming up. You're listening to the 111th Grey Cup on the TSN Radio Network.
It's hard to make time for everything on your to-do list, especially at this time of year. But blood and plasma donors are essential to helping meet patients' needs. We're asking you to...
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you qualify, Blue Chew will give you a free month's supply of chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis for just $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com and use the promo code YES for this amazing deal. Got it? Get it. BlueChew.com, promo code YES.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
From the executive producer of The West Wing and Shameless, don't miss a new episode of the thrilling action drama.
Go, go, go!
Rescue, I Surf, Monday at 9/10 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
In the hospital. First time figuring out his meds. First drive in his old pickup truck after the accident. 1000th time he tells you to stop riding the clutch with a smile. Whenever your first day as a family caregiver might be, we'll be there to lighten the load. Learn how we're helping caregivers at caremakers.ca.
The Government of Canada settled a class action lawsuit for $817 million concerning disability pensions for qualifying veterans, RCMP members, their estates, or relatives. To find out if you're eligible, visit veteransclaim.ca.
This is the 111th Grey Cup postgame show on the TSN Radio Network.
More than he knows, man. I admire the work he puts in, and it's helped me get to where I'm at now. So, shouts out to this guy, man. We did it for the family. We see that. We see that. Ignite right here on the shirt. But shout out to the Argos. Shout out to number 18. Shout out to everyone here that did it. Another ring coming back to Toronto, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah.
Congratulations, you guys. Enjoy this moment.
Can I say one more thing? My brother, we did it for you, man. Unfortunately, he had went out, but we got the dub for him, man. We did this for you. We got you in our hearts, baby. Heal up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's head over to Matthew Shinetti, who's with Winton McManus.
When you just said you were sick because you didn't score, but you called this to me earlier in the week. You said this was destiny. When did you start to feel that?
From the first kickoff of the game, from the moments we were in the locker room, you could just feel it with this team, man. You could just feel how confident we were. You could just feel how focused and determined everybody was to get the job done.
How desperate were you for this? I talked to Enoch Muamba earlier this week. He said you needed a game like this in your career. Alex Singleton told me earlier in this week that the Argos are only here because of you. You now share that level with them, leading your team to a Grey Cup.
It's surreal. It's a surreal feeling. I got to give all the credit to my teammates, man, my defense. I'm going to tell you, my coaches, like everybody everybody's just so amazing. It's easy to go out and be yourself and play ball with the kind of teammates that I have. They're so supportive. They're so locked in, man. It just makes my job easy.
He is him.
That's my linebacker, man. My Will, he's a rookie, and he plays his ass off day in and day out, man. So I'm just thankful.
You're a Grey Cup champion, Witten. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm trying to find my family right now. I don't know where they are.
Go find them. Now over to Claire Hannah with Kadeem Carrot.
I don't know if I've ever seen such a big smile on your face, Kadeem. Coming into this game, you knew you were the underdogs. What did it take to win the Grey Cup?
A team effort, as you can see. We knew we were that team. We knew we were the best team in this league. We just had to go out here and show it.
When you played with Calgary, you won a Grey Cup, but you were on the practice roster, and you said the only reason you wanted to come back and keep playing was to win it. So what does this moment mean?
I mean, this means everything. You see, I got the family here to enjoy this. Man, I just want to cry. But all this emotion is just going down in me right now. This is something special that I'm always going to remember.
Your family means so much to you, and I know your daughter made you the necklace you're wearing today. You stayed healthy all 18 games. What does your family mean to you, and how good luck of a charm is that necklace?
Hey, I'm wearing it next year, and we're going to have to make another one, Kion Kaysen, and we're going to be geeked up with a whole bunch of healthy opportunity. But I'm just blessed. I'm happy. As you can see, I'm excited, lost for words right now. Just about to go party with this family.
What can you say about your quarterback, Nick Arbuckle? In the offseason, he was looking for coaching jobs. He leads you guys to this Grey Cup.
That's my man. All I can say, that's my buddy. I love him. We went to war. We had his back. We knew he was going to go out there and, put on a game. We had ups and downs, but he led us. And I had his back the whole way, and we pulled off this championship. I can't wait to go enjoy it with him.
Kadeem, congratulations to you and your family.
Hey, thank you, baby.
All right, Matthew, standing by with Flo.
Well, Flo, your family just joined us.
Yep.
How much did you want this? I talked to you all season. You were on that 2018 Calgary Stampeders team. You and Witten and Tavares Daniels and Nick Arbuckle.
And Tunde and Amos and Mitch.
How fitting is it that you all now play such a key role in the 19th championship for the Argos?
I mean, that time was like a breeding ground. We were all just learning the culture, learning what it meant to win. And I felt like when RD told me to come to Toronto, it was like a continuation of the things that we did there. So I knew I was going to be a part of winning football. And even though last year we didn't go how we wanted to, we played winning football. And I think it's just a continuation of that, So I'm so grateful. I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I thank my family. My friends are coming down right now too. You got my mom, you got my brother, you got my dad, and it's amazing.
Good job.
Champion.
Good job. All game I saw this on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Don't ride the wave.
We are the wave.
Be the wave.
We are the wave.
When did that become the thing that propelled this team to this moment?
I mean, we had the first 12 games of the season we were in a rough spot, and we needed to win some games, even to just make the playoffs. And we just started taking it day by day. Never got to get too high, never get too low, and that's what we preach. That's what we've been preaching, and then it kind of got coined that way after a Win speech. Win has his legendary speeches, and that's what we just.
What did he say in his speech?
He was just talking about how we do it over and 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 over, so we never get too high.
high with the wins and we never get too low with the losses, even from play to play. Just trying to go 1-0 each play, 1-0 each game, and that's how we took it today. Just go 1-0, and we went 1-0 and 111th Grey Cup champion.
You and the whole Orumilade family. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Now to Claire Hanna with Deshaun Amos.
Deshaun, your defense made things so uncomfortable all game for the Bombers, and then you get that pick six. Walk me through what happened on that play.
Just first and foremost, want to give all honor, praise, and glory to my God, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Wouldn't be here without him. But I always say it, man. I've been saying it all year, just making a play for my defense. Playing the defense, trusting the guys next to me, seeing the ball in the air and going and getting it. That's it.
Right away, though, you took that ball to somebody in the crowd. Who did you bring it to?
I gave it to my girlfriend, actually. My mom is here, and then my mother-in-law is here as well, but my mom already has one, so I figured I'd spread the love.
How does it feel to win this Grey Cup when you guys were the underdogs and everybody favorited Winnipeg coming in?
The underdog thing was really something outside of our locker room, right? Within that locker room, we always knew that we had enough in that locker room to win this game. So the underdog thing, it didn't really faze us too much. So we just came out and played our game. We knew it was going to be about us.
Congratulations on being a Grey Cup champion.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 2024 Grey Cup Awards and Trophy presentation. To present the awards for Most Outstanding Player and Most Outstanding Canadian, here's James Duffy.
Thank you. And first of all, before we get started, thank you to the City of Vancouver for another fantastic Grey Cup week. You guys were fantastic hosts. Let's not wait another decade to come back here again. The most valuable player of the 2024 Grey Cup, from the Toronto Argonauts, Nick Arbuckle. That's a pretty cool takeaway from the Grey Cup. Nick, I know you have your hands full here with your two beautiful daughters. This is storybook stuff. 6 months ago, you were considering giving up the game, moving back home to the States, and now you're a Grey Cup champion and the MVP of the Grey Cup. What does this moment mean to you?
I mean, and God is just so incredible in our lives, and without my family's faith and my wife's belief in me and her sacrifices that she's made and my kids have made. I mean, this little one's 4 years old, and I think she's lived in 7 houses, and like all over the country, in the U.S., Canada, from the west to the east. We never thought that all this would come. I mean, like you said, I was a few weeks away from calling it quits when I got this opportunity, and it's unbelievable.
You're a journeyman. You just said it. Does this make the entire journey worth it?
I mean, it makes me appreciate the journey so much, because all the things I went through and the things I learned and the tough times, the good times, the players and coaches that I was blessed to be with at each stop along the way, all taught me so much and prepared me for this moment and for this team to be the best person, player, teammate, leader, dad, husband that I could possibly be. And you know, it's all in his time. You know, I couldn't have done this any other time before in my life.
Go enjoy this with your teammates and your beautiful family.
Thank you.
Nick Arbuckle, congratulations. Go with Daddy. The most outstanding Canadian of the Grey Cup from the Argos, Dejan Brissett.
Congratulations, my friend. It's been a heck of a long trip from Loyola Catholic Secondary in Mississauga to the game-winning touchdown and the most outstanding Canadian in the Grey Cup. What's this moment mean to you?
It means everything. I'm super happy my family's in the stands. There goes my mom right there, my dad, my brother, my sister, my friends. It's everything. We did this for Toronto.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers won 9 of their last 12 games to end the season. All 3 losses came to the Toronto Argos. Why were you able to do what nobody else in the CFL could do to the Bombers?
The guys in the locker room. RD talks about it every single week. We're the only ones who matter. We believe in one another. We do it for each other. Offense, defense, special teams, we're all one unit, and we played like that tonight.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And now, to present the Grey Cup for his final time as Commissioner of the CFL, Mr. Randy Ambrosie.
Well, good evening, everyone, and let me start by congratulating Amar Doman, Dwayne Vanneau, the City of Vancouver, and the Province of British Columbia for hosting one of the greatest Grey Cups of all time. This Grey Cup is great for the game of football in Canada. So to Amar, thank you very much. And now it is my honor and privilege on behalf of the CFL's Board of Governors to award the 2024 Grey Cup 111 to the Grey Cup champions, Toronto Argonauts, and to Mr. Larry Tannenbaum, the chairman of Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. So Larry, if you'll let me, I'll pass the mic over here and get you the trophy. Oh, no, okay, hang on. Guys, I'm going to pass you that if you could.
Absolutely.
And take that.
There you go, sir.
I gotta call you back.
Hoisting up the Grey Cup as they pass it around and celebrate this championship. Their second in 3 years, and many new faces to this club as well, but they did find a way to get it done, Glenn. And one thing that you just know about the Grey Cup, you can expect the unexpected, and who would have thought that Nick Arbuckle coming in, you know, at the last second really, decided last week that he'll start in this game after thinking he was done, ending up playing in the Grey Cup and winning MVP.
A veteran quarterback who threw for, in this game, 252 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, completed 70% of his passes. He played very well in this football game considering the circumstances. But the game was won by the defensive side of the ball. Yeah. They took control of this game. 27 of the Argo points came off turnovers created by that defense. And the Bombers got a couple, but they were only able offensively to put 6 points on the board off those turnovers. So, you know, that old cliche, this defense wins championships, certainly is proof right here that they do.
Well, their defense in all 3 postseason games scored at least one touchdown. And a couple against the Ottawa Red Blacks. Had a big pick six from Benji Franklin last week in the East Final. And interception for a touchdown by Robert Priester as well. But, yeah, that was a difference. Turnovers were a difference as well in the regular season between these two. The Argos won in that category, and they won again this time. Winnipeg turning it over 5 times compared to Toronto's 2.
And by the way, the 24 points scored in the fourth quarter by Toronto tonight ties a Grey Cup record.
It really opened up in the second half. In that fourth quarter, it was close, just a 1-point game at halftime, with Winnipeg leading it by 1, and that was typical of the way these two teams had played, as mentioned in the regular season. But this is the Argos moment now. And this comes, for those who remember, they finished 16-2 last year. They were the favorite to win the Grey Cup last year. And they got knocked off decisively by the Alouettes in the East Final. A lot of them remember the pain of that. As the Bombers go through their own pain, there are many others here motivated to get back and win that championship they thought they should have had a shot at last year. Big moment again for Ryan Dinwiddie, Grey Cup champion, standing by with James Duthie.
Coach, they wanted you up there on that stage, but staying away and letting your players enjoy this one. Only 4 years as head coach of this team and 2 Grey Cups. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot, and like you said, it means a lot more for my players. Gone through adversity all year. They trusted the process. A lot of these guys were free agents that came and joined our football club that trusted in the process and trusted in me. Y'all made us a better football club. So, I can't be more happy with my players. What a year. I'm just kind of in shock right now, and I'm exhausted. I haven't slept all week. I'm so tired. I want to go to sleep.
I don't think you'll be sleeping for a couple of days either. As soon as Chad Kelly got hurt, the Bombers became automatic big favorites in this game. What made you believe in Nick Arbuckle when apparently others did not?
I've been around Nick, so obviously I trust him. He can process it all, right? There's times where I give aggressive play calls for Nick, and I can trust him. If he's not there, find a check down or change protections, those things. He's a smart football player and great leader. And it's just unfortunate some other places didn't give him a real good opportunity. I'm so happy for him to take this Grey Cup and run with it.
Was that big difference in the fact they were favorites? So you guys used that this week?
Well, yeah, we didn't really talk about the favorites, but I would just say, I feel like we're the better team, and those guys believe in it as well. And you should have seen our laser focus going in the week and just how these guys were communicating, and I can see it. I see it about 5 weeks, and I see us taking that next step. But, last night was probably the coolest night before meeting I've ever been a part of.
Coach, I know you're exhausted now. I can't wait to see you in about 4 or 5 days because you're going to be really tired. Go enjoy this, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Canada.
The head coach, Ryan Dinwiddie. The celebration started there while the game was still going on. Nice refreshing shower before the celebration with his second Grey Cup in 3 years. We want to thank our viewers on CTV for watching our coverage of Grey Cup 111. For Grey Cup extended post-game coverage, stay tuned to TSN. And back with more from BC Place in Vancouver.
Contrary to popular belief, most guys with man breasts cannot just bench press their way to perfect pecs. They have a medical condition called gynecomastia.
The bedroom. Guys, that's one place it's better to do things the hard way. The easy part for guys is BlueChew.com. At BlueChew.com, get chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis, but cheaper. Medical consultation, but no doctor's office. Prescriptions, but no pharmacy visit. Try a free month for just $5 shipping using promo code YES at BlueChew.com. Confidence delivered. BlueChew.com. Promo code YES. The easy way to do it the hard way.
Enrolling in Rasmussen was a really big turning point in my life. When you go to school online, you're not in a classroom, but I never really felt like I was disconnected from my professors. In addition to the professors, there was tutoring, there was student support, there was the help desk. So in every single aspect, you had support.
At Rasmussen University, we offer 50+ online programs. Learn more at rasmussen.edu.
Squadron Commander.
Outbound for check.
Plus soccer coach.
Bring it in, team.
Submarine Hunter.
Contact acquired.
And Big Sky Hunter.
See the Big Dipper?
Navy health benefits.
Open wide for me.
Plus some everyday perks.
Hey, buddy. I'm home early.
Never missing out. Never missing out.
Happy birthday to
America's Navy Reserve. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. Learn more at NavyReserve.com.
Mondays on CTV are a must-see. With Rob Lowe and 911 Lone Star, the hot new drama that's making waves, Rescue High Surf, and the suspects making trouble on the Traders Canada. Get into must-see Mondays. All starts at 8/7 Central on CTV.
The Toronto Argonauts officially the 111th Grey Cup champions. We said that this man may be a difference maker, and he certainly was. Jake Serezna. What an incredible game, and what an incredible game by these Toronto Argonauts. They did not disappoint, to say the least. Back alongside David Sanchez, Matt Dunnigan, Enoch Mwamba, and Milt Stiegel. And we all saw this coming, right? We all planned this one to happen, didn't we, once again? But why do we even doubt it at this point? Because I just truly think the Argonauts have a different level when it comes to the Grey Cup. They have now won 8 straight. They've won 8 straight against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They haven't lost a Grey Cup since 1987. And my goodness, it has been a phenomenal run for the Argonauts in the Grey Cup, Milt. But on the flip side for the Bombers, too, to lose 3 straight is a heartbreak.
It's a pretty bad place right now. And there are a lot of things that are going on through their head, and it starts with Wade Miller. I'm sure he's disappointed. Mike O'Shea, Kyle Walters, everyone. But Zach Collaros has to be the most disappointed out of all of them. This is going to weigh on him pretty hard. He's going to start thinking about his last 3 Grey Cups. He hasn't thrown a touchdown in 3 straight Grey Cups. He's thrown 6 interceptions through those 6 Grey Cups. So is it time to move off him? Of course not. You know he's your starter, but there's something that's weighing on him, and it's going to be these last 3 Grey Cups in his performance.
And I truly think there's going to be a lot of conversations going into the offseason with regards to how is this team going to change to take that next step forward, because like you said, Mill, out of the 5 last years, now they've lost more than they've won, and it's got to be conversations to be had. But when you look at the Toronto Argonauts and what they've done, I mean, it is absolutely spectacular. You see what we did in 2022 with the win in the Grey Cup. Then the following year, 16-2 season, and now we got the champ. Win McMahon.
How it feel, man? Hey, it feels amazing. I'm about ready to pop this bottle up here. Y'all got laptops and stuff.
When you're on the panel, you're a new analyst. Sit down, please. Have a seat, Win.
Y'all too nice to me. Y'all too nice.
Talk to me, man. I talk back.
Man, amazing. This defense, this team, just the way everybody attacks, the way everybody plays. We knew this was our destiny. We knew this where we would be, and man, I'm just so grateful.
When there was so much talk surrounding the Bombers coming into this, you guys nearly a double-digit underdog at the head of the time. Was there ever any doubt in that locker room that you were going to win this tonight?
Never, not one. We knew from actually the beginning of the season this was our destiny. You know, don't ride the wave. Don't never be too high, never be too low. You know, for us, it's just stay the course. This is what we do. We play ball, we make plays. You know, it's just the Argo way.
Whitney, it seemed like this team was built to win without its starting quarterback. It was much more than just the quarterback. It was a team. And when you went out, how difficult was it for you to keep the pulse of that football team when you were working through injury before you came back?
It wasn't that hard because I wasn't doing it alone.
Right.
I wasn't doing it alone. We got great leadership in this team. Like I said, man, this team wants to be led. This team wants to do everything the right way. And, you know, we just kept echoing the message all day, stay the course. Stay the course. Let's not get too high. Let's not get too low. And, man, you see it show on the field. So thankful.
Well, that's on down there, down on the goal line there towards the end of the ball game.
Probably a little too much pre-workout.
I talked to both of your defensive coordinators yesterday, Kevin Ivan and Will Fields, and they just ran by a minute ago. They said last night, they said, just watch. And then they ran by and said, I told you so. There was something you guys knew in that game plan. What was it that made you so confident you could shut that offense down?
We knew from time. All credit goes out to Winnipeg. It's not hard getting here 5 years. It's not easy getting here 5 years in a row. And, you know, we knew we had to come out and play great football. And if we do that, things are going to go our way. And, man, this
where was the advantage?
So encouraged.
Where was the advantage? There was some schematically an advantage. You guys knew you were better somewhere when that matchup that let you know you would have success.
We just knew, like I said, they do what they do well. You know, they got great players and running back and receivers. And, you know, we know if we kind of stop them from making the big play and keep them down to a minimum, we'll have a great chance. And, you know, we did that early on, and then things started to turn into turnovers. And, you know, once you have turnovers, it's a party.
Hey, we always talk about job finish. It finally finished, man. I know it's early, but when you look back at this season and finally feeling the confetti coming down, I know last year you missed the game. You wanted to. You played a big role in the season 2 years ago, But now that you played in it, when you look back, what do you remember the season for?
Just probably the amount of work that this team put in to be the best that we could be. You know, we weren't necessarily just the best team on paper. We weren't necessarily going into every game, you know, just on top and expected to win every game this year. And we had a lot of young guys, and we knew it was going to take a lot of work, a lot of communication, a lot of dedication, man. I'm just proud of everybody of doing that, honing in and sacrificing.
Wynn, congratulations on becoming a Grey Cup championship team with these Toronto Argos. By the way, I hope that toothpick goes in a trophy case.
This is sentiment toothpick. Shout out to Dynasty.
After a game, you get hydrated. That's non-alcoholic, isn't it?
No comment.
I don't know. We're going to say it is.
Win, go enjoy with your teammates. Congratulations. Congratulations. Outstanding job and outstanding season whatsoever. Number 48 for the Toronto Argonauts, and what a season he had. And when we see this and we see the sheer excitement, the jubilation from a winning team, we also know that there is another side to this. Let's send it down to Clara Hanna, who is standing by with Mike O'Shea.
Mike, before this game, you said you just needed to be a little bit better than the Toronto Argonauts. How did they best you in today's game?
Oh, they took the ball away. They converted it into points. You know, full marks to them. They played extremely well.
How did they limit Brady Oliveira, your most outstanding player?
Yeah, I mean, until I watched the film, I don't know. I mean, they've got a good defense. They play their front really well. They run hard to the ball. They tackle. So, I mean, it's just one of those things.
We saw Zach Collaros get injured in the third quarter. I believe he came back with some stitches. How did that affect your team's play?
Well, he did his best, obviously, but there's really no grip to the ball, right? He could not grip the ball. So it's tough. We asked him to do it. We asked him to do a lot, and you know, I think if it was a different game, we wouldn't have.
Mike, you've said before that the magnitude of these losses definitely is worse than the magnitude of the joy of winning the Grey Cup. How long is this one going to sting for your team?
Well, everybody's different. I mean, we are a team. They are going to lean on each other. They're going to work their way through it and try and get over it. But these type of things you hold forever. So hopefully the sting lessens as time goes on, as it should.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't think there's a doubt in anyone's mind that Winnipeg could be right back here next season at Princess Auto Stadium. But right now, tonight, belongs to the Toronto Argonauts as they are popping bottles down in the locker room. Much more coming up next.
How do we make precision tires? We get to know the people who use them. We travel with them. Take every pothole, patch of black ice, and surprise the open.
Hey guys, don't take my word that Blue Chew can get things going in the bedroom. Take hers. And hers. And hers.
Oh, yeah.
Go to BlueChew.com right now and meet online with a licensed medical provider. If you qualify, Blue Chew will give you a free month's supply of chewables with the same active ingredients as Viagra or Cialis for just $5 shipping. Visit BlueChew.com and use the promo code YES for this amazing deal. Got it? Get it. BlueChew.com, promo code YES.
The explosive drama starring Rob Lowe.
This is just the opening act. This city needs you.
Get into a new episode of 911 Lone Star, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances, but you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
10,000 years before the birth of Paul Atreides, we founded a sisterhood.
Crave presents the next groundbreaking original series from HBO.
High-risk obstetrical specialists, one ophthalmologist.
What's up, insiders? I just had to take a second here to do a big shout out to DAGR Cards. David Grass, you the man, bro. Thank you for inspiring me to do these Argos games back in the preseason when we're like, hey, should we do the Argos games? Let's see if we can do it. And I appreciate the work that you've been doing with SickKids Hospital there in Ottawa and that house there as well with the Vets House and the Riders. Man, great work. Keep it up. And I just had to change the background here as well because this was the last Argos game that I attended at the Sky Dome in person. Been to BMO since, but this was awesome there. Found this picture here. Couldn't find my picture with Pinball. I have it somewhere. But just wanted to say thank you to DAGR for the inspiration on getting these Argos games going here on TSI, man. Thank you for keeping me going. And let's get back to the football. Go, Argos, go. Let's go get that Grey Cup.
Grey Cup as the Argos pull it off. James Duthie back with our second panel. Paul LaPolice, Jim Barker, and Bo Levi Mitchell. And this is the definition of nemesis, right? The Bombers win 9 of their last 12, all 3 losses to the Argos. And this last one makes the Argos 8-0 in Grey Cups against the Bombers. It's remarkable. Besides all the turnovers and Arbuckle being solid, Jim, why did they win this game? How did they dominate that second half?
Physically, from the get-go, they dominated the game. The Bombers are used to playing Brady ball, and that means continuing to give him the ball. He only had 8 carries. Now, he had 80 yards, but 52 of those yards came on 2 plays. Other than that, he had 30 yards, and you're not going to win football games when you do that. Defensively, we talked about dressing 8 defensive linemen. They kept rolling fresh guys in, and you could just feel the push against Zach Caleros. The sacks didn't matter. He was feeling the pressure of that defensive front. So I felt like physically, I thought their secondary played their best game. They didn't give up big plays, and they tackled well. And again, physical teams win this time of the year.
As soon as Chad Kelly went down, instantly, as soon as the Bombers won the West Final a few hours later, they became huge favorites. which showed just a lot of people not believing that Nick Arbuckle could get this job done. And we fooled a lot of people here on this panel as well. You knew him from when he came into the league. Did you think this was possible?
No, and I think I've been outspoken about it. I've been around him. I've been in the locker room with him. I didn't think that was going to happen today. I picked Winnipeg to blow them out, and not because of Nick Arbuckle, but he's not Chad Kelly, right? He's not trying to be somebody else. But what I do really respect about that is he went out there, he executed a game plan, and he did what it took to go out there and win a football game. This man made a lot of good throws today. Did he make a couple picks? Yes. Willie Jefferson, amazing play. Okay, he took a shot. That's going to happen. I love that he wasn't playing conservative. And who I credit that to is Ryan Dinwiddie. All right, Ryan Dinwiddie loses McLeod Bethel-Thompson 2 years ago in the Grey Cup, coaches Chad Kelly to a win in that Grey Cup. Now, 2 years later, you lose Chad Kelly the day before, or the game before the Grey Cup, and you coach Nick Arbuckle, who you picked up a couple weeks ago, into another Grey Cup win. You got to give this guy a lot of credit. And Jim, you're talking about Brady Oliveira didn't touch the ball enough. Ryan Dinwiddie made sure his best players touched the ball today, right? Kadeem got his carries. Polk got his touches. He did a great job of coaching this team to a Grey Cup championship.
When we were sitting here at halftime, I asked Paul Lapalisse about halftime adjustments. Clearly, the Argos made the better ones because this was a one-point game at halftime, and they essentially blew them out.
Yeah, the takeaway is obviously the biggest point of the game. So we talked 3 games the Argonauts played the Bombers this season, 15 takeaways by the defense. So that's incredible. This week, again, more takeaways. But the biggest thing that's got to happen, you never saw Winnipeg's offense in rhythm. Every time you thought they had one big play and then they scored a touchdown, but they never looked. Even when it was 10-9, they did not look like they were a team in rhythm. They never got enough first downs to even kick field goals. And that's attributed to that great defensive play, like you talked about the defensive backs. And let me pivot one thing. If you talk about a team win for the Argos, offensively, Nick Arbuckle and that offense moved the ball long. They were backed up a couple of times.
Absolutely.
They moved it all the way out, and then, hey, we're going to punt the ball. Now Brady ball is way backed up. They can't get first downs. That's how they won. It was great to see the compliments that they did to be able to make sure Winnipeg had struggled all game long.
You guys have all talked about how the losses are more devastating than the wins are exhilarating. And we've spent 3 years now talking about the D word in Dynasty. And I guess the debate will go on, but
it's gone.
You can't win 2 out of 5 and be called the Dynasty, can you?
I don't think so. I mean, we won 2 in 5 years, went 4 times. I don't call us a Dynasty back then. You're losing 3 games. Man, this is what makes the CFL, the Grey Cup, makes football so great. Is that it doesn't matter who the best team is all year. It doesn't matter who the best team is at any point in the year. It's who's the best team versus the other team. It's a matchup thing. Right. Beat the guy across from you. That's what makes football such an amazing sport.
Doesn't mean the Bombers are done.
How about the Argos? 2 out of 3.
Well, next year if they win, we'll be talking about that.
They've won 3 out of 6. In the last 6 years, they've won 3 Grey Cups.
I know.
Now you talk about winning Grey Cups. That's what they're doing.
It's different because the teams have been so different. But
yeah, and you look at Dynasty. Dynasty is a word for winning championship. It's not getting there. They don't talk about the Buffalo Bills about that in the Dynasty. And again, Winnipeg, it's a weird place for Winnipeg. They got the Grey Cup there in Winnipeg next year. So it'll be very interesting to see how they overcome that.
We've been talking about it for 3 years for Winnipeg, so maybe we should stop so that word doesn't.
Imagine this next year. Imagine if it's the Argos and Bombers again. It'll be the Dynasty game because Winnipeg wins 3-6. We'll call it 1. Argos win 3-4. They'll have 1. They're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about 2 Grey Cups in 3 years, and the celebration will go long into the night here in Vancouver.
Join Desjardins Financial Group at the original Santa Claus Parade and donate a new unwrapped toy for the CP24 Chum Christmas Wish at Queen's Park Circle or...
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Aero Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Aero Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit aeroservices.com today and get green with Aero Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
10,000 years before the birth of Paul Atreides, we founded a sisterhood.
Crave presents the next groundbreaking original series from HBO, Dune: Prophecy, the epic prequel to the classic sci-fi novel.
Sacrifices must be made.
True power begins with control.
Sisterhood above all.
Dune Prophecy. Stream now only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
You actually did it. It's simple. People want more from their vacation, right? A Sunwing vacation does that. Why deny the people what they want? And with these Black Friday vacay deals, they'll be sipping a mojito by Tuesday. Book with your local travel advisor or...
TSN Plus is taking game day to a whole new level with NFL Red Zone.
Absolutely incredible!
Subscribe now for every touchdown from every game, every Sunday afternoon. NFL Red Zone, available on TSN Plus.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. The one from Barry. But New Moi Rewards still makes me feel like a star. I get offers on all my favorites at Metro and Food Basics. Moi Rewards. Made for everyone, even me, Ryan Reynolds. Join today and save.
This is the 111th Grey Cup postgame show on the TSN Radio Network.
Vancouver, hosting the Grey Cup game for the first time in 10 years. And what a week it really was. The game itself is the thing, but all the festivities surrounding it. What a show that they put on, Glenn Suter. This was a wonderful week.
Yeah, a big thank you to Amar Doman and his team for what they did here in Vancouver over the Grey Cup week. It was outstanding festival. They estimate there were around 500,000 fans throughout the week enjoying it. I saw at one time on Friday about 4,000 kids, all with orange shirts on, just having a great time. It was an outstanding job done by all the volunteers and committee here. I want to mention two guys that have been and made a major impact in Canadian football. First, Randy Ambrosi, who retires after 7 years, and secondly, our executive producer, Paul Graham, who's been involved for his entire life. And both those guys have made such a positive impact on the game of football, on Canadian football, on the presentation of Canadian football. So we want to thank them. And you know, this game and these players really delivered. I mean, you're talking about games that 60% of them this year were decided in the final 3 minutes. It was exciting. It was dramatic. Congratulations to all the teams in the league for putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say about this game, you just never know. I mean, they had two close games in the regular season, but the Argos, full value for the victory, hard as it must have been for the Bombers to lose the Grey Cup a third straight year.
Well, you know, there's nothing that we can say or anyone can say that will change how the Bombers feel right now. But it is very, very hard to win. It's very hard to win at any level. It's certainly pro football, and they have been here in this game for 5 straight years. That's something to be very proud of. Yes, they want to figure out how to finish, but who amongst all the experts in this country are not going to pick the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to be first in the West next year as we start that season? So congratulations on a good season. I know it doesn't feel like that now for them and their fans, but it was an excellent job done throughout the last 5 years for the Bombers. For the Argos, you know, there's one quote there from Wynton McManus that I thought was interesting, because defense can win championships. And when Wynton said, listen, you don't want to ride the wave, you want to be the wave. Mm-hmm. That's what happened in this game. Full congratulations for the entire team and for Nick Arbuckle, who showed young kids today that you got to be ready for your opportunity. You never know when that could happen. So be ready, be prepared, and take full advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. Congratulations to the Argos. And one more final thought, and a shout out to the fans in Winnipeg, the fans across this country. It has been such a pleasure pleasure to present on behalf of all of our crew at TSN to present this game to great fans across the country. We had a ton of fun.
Yes, well put. I agree. And complicated legacy for an excellent organization, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, after winning 2, losing the next 3, but hosting next year. And for the Toronto Argonauts, what a story. The change at quarterback, but the result, just like 2 years ago, is another championship, their 19th overall. Thank you for watching our coverage on behalf of a lot of talented people that made it possible.
Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never, never blue.
Your lawn makes a lasting first impression of your home, which is why Arrow Environmental Services is proud to offer lawn and shrub care services. At Arrow Environmental Services, our trained lawn professionals are educated on lawn threats and management techniques and will develop a plan unique to your lawn for ongoing fertilization, pest control, and fungus, disease, and weed control. Let us help keep your lawn and shrubs looking beautiful and healthy year-round. For your free quote, call or visit arrowservices.com today and get green with Arrow Environmental Services Lawn and Shrub Care.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
Are you ready to go?
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
For me, shoppers, you should totally go. Exclusions apply.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you